Sometimes, everything in life is going so well that you start to wonder how and when the bad streak will begin. The day when the white streak will be eclipsed by the black one, and life will again force you to survive, not live. However, if it were possible to go back to the day when everything could still be changed, everything would be different. Then perhaps it will be possible to survive and maintain your fortune, leaving all threats behind. One day, a bad streak overtook our main character, named Na Sanhu, when he let his guard down and fell into a trap. But thanks to a miracle system, he was able to return to the past, to the day of his birth, to change the future. However, from the moment of his rebirth, everything went a little differently than he had planned, and difficulties began even during childbirth. Something went wrong during childbirth, and he didn't understand what was happening. The pain was simply unbearable. It felt as if his head and tiny body were about to explode, just like his mother's body. But fortunately, everything worked out, and the birth was successful. A reborn boy was born. Immediately after birth, the system awarded him the skill, a person who overcomes difficulties. The skill was quite powerful and useful, as it allowed the user to increase their skills and characteristics in moments of complete powerlessness. However, this skill also had a downside. It made the first evil the strongest of all, since it could change the entire course of events even if the user lost consciousness. The system rewarded him with quests from birth and accompanied him throughout his entire life. The rewards were quite generous, and Sanhu understood why the first evil was so powerful. There were 8 evils and 8 virtues in the world, or 16 S-class awakened beings who were called the strongest, and those who were virtues were completely loyal to the system. The remaining 8, on the contrary, went against her, and, despite the fact that they had different names, they were not much different from each other because they were pursuing only their own personal interests. They were fought against because they took over many objects and dungeons with superior forces. But to them, humans were like mosquitoes irritating an elephant. Therefore, no one took their words seriously. And the strongest of them all was the first evil. At a time when other awakened ones doubted their powers, he was already at the peak of his abilities and did not hide it. And it would never have occurred to him that another awakened one like him would ever be born. And it would not have happened if he had not revealed his embryonic memories to everyone. But at the moment, Sanhu didn't pose a threat, as he could barely even bring up the system window due to his age. Oddly enough, his stats were at 0, but nevertheless, the system congratulated him on being the first awakened. As a reward for this, he received a challenger's box, which could hide many interesting things inside. Thanks to this box, he was able to go back in time to change everything. And this time, the box again rewarded him with a truly rare item. Sanhu unlocked a new skill, Odin's Wrath. This skill belonged to the 6th virtue and possessed destructive power, with which he killed half of Sanhu's guildmates before he could even blink. The fact that he now possessed such a powerful skill simply made him happy. Therefore, he should not waste a single day in order to properly prepare for the big day. It touched him so much that he could not contain his emotions and was about to burst into tears. And since his body was still rejecting his consciousness, all the emotions were reflected on his young face. That's why sometimes, without wanting to, he woke up his parents with his childish crying. However, he returned to the past not only for power, he also intends to protect his parents, no matter what. But once upon a time, Sanhu could not have imagined that his life would change so suddenly. In a distant past life, he was an ordinary office worker and dealt with financial matters. But one day, everything changed. On the day when the afterlife monsters entered the world, no one knew where they came from or who summoned them. In one instant, Sanhu's peaceful life changed, and everything around began to look like an apocalypse. Monstrous monsters, driven only by the idea of killing, tore apart everything in their path. There were countless numbers of them, and they all appeared at a completely random moment. In the first minutes of the invasion, the authorities merely announced that the country was under attack by unknown creatures and asked everyone to urgently find shelter. Sanhu had no choice but to run, hoping to escape the monsters. Then a system window appeared in front of him, notifying him that he was being transferred to the test site. Along with him, the system took several more people, but the selection criteria were completely unclear. As a result, some were left without a husband or wife, and young children without a mother and father. History remembers this day as the Day of Beginning, the day when monsters entered the world from the dimensional holes. The selected awakened were sent to the training ground to train against the monsters. Some spent only a couple of months there. Others, decades. The returning awakened ones didn't even have time to catch their breath before the real bloody battle. Meanwhile, the situation remained difficult and hopeless, and the authorities could do nothing. This forced them to use the most powerful weapon, the nuclear bomb. But even so, humanity was not saved, and eventually civilization collapsed, and the 8 evils and 8 virtues used their powers only for their own interests. Now Sanhu is determined to prevent a repeat of the past, and is carefully considering his plan. While the other children were watching cartoons, he watched the news with a serious look. His face was so focused that his parents began to seriously worry about him. In their eyes, he looked like a little prankster who knew something but was hiding it. Therefore, he could only use the system window when his parents were not looking. For example, at night. But since he was still a small child, even taking 10 steps was incredibly difficult for him. However, he decided to complete the quests in secret from everyone. He managed to take as many as 10 steps, for which the system awarded him a bronze box. Sanhu was delighted, because previously he could only obtain such luxury after agonizing suffering in the dungeons. The system's rewards were simply insane, and that's just for growing up. If things continue like this, Sanhu will be able to deal with the first evil before the day of beginnings arrives, and will not allow it to develop its skills. But the quests became more and more difficult, and now the system required him to talk to someone using 10 or more sentences. If a child who is only a few months old suddenly starts speaking coherently, it would be something out of the realm of fantasy. However, Chuseok, the Korean Thanksgiving Day, is coming soon, and most likely, your parents' friends will come to visit. While he was thinking about this, Jie, who was 4 years older than him, just happened to drop in to see him. In the past, she passed the bar exam, was quite attractive, and the pride of the family. But unfortunately, she disappeared on the day of the beginning. They got along well since childhood, and Jie thought he was quite cute since he was younger. Jie was very surprised when Sanhu spoke to her, because usually children of that age can hardly pronounce a letter, let alone speak coherently. However, he was able to explain something to her and asked her to keep their conversation a secret. Jie's appearance was just in time, because if it weren't for her, it's unknown how Sanhu would have completed this quest. This was the final quest in the human life quest chain, which served as a tutorial. For completing the chain, Sanhu received the opportunity to skip infancy and childhood. Although he wanted to spend more time with his parents, he did not want to lose that either. So he decided to move straight to the next step and start implementing his plan. From that moment on, Sanhu's body began to change, and in one instant, he reached adolescence. In order to prepare for the day of beginnings as quickly and as well as possible, he could not waste a minute. In addition to strength, over time, he began to earn authority and money. For this reason, Sanhu took part in street battles, subjugating districts, even though he himself did not want to do so. He was truly amazing, and even the older boys commented on his strength and skills. Some have nicknamed him the Boss of Seoul, but Sanhu said he doesn't need that. All he wants is a stronger opponent. His abilities were at such a level that one of the guys once said that Sanhu could easily take up professional sports. But Sanhu had a different opinion and argued that now he only needed a strong opponent. This behavior did not please the others too much, but no one dared to object to him. His stats grew at an astonishing rate, as if he already possessed the body of an adult man, thanks to his strength and intelligence. Thanks to his awakening, the wounds on his body healed instantly, leaving not the slightest trace. His physical characteristics were average, but now he has grown to 180 centimeters, which was also facilitated by the characteristics improved during his training. Sanhu was gifted, and his physical attributes were incredible for a 12-year-old. But even so, he would not have been able to pass the proving grounds. Since there would be no more quests, he had to go into dungeons to level up, and he had already chosen a location. A small mountain in Hwaseong City, Gyeonggi Province. There was an F-rank dungeon there, and he needed to prepare properly to go there. To do this, he was going to buy this very mountain, fence it off from outsiders, and build protective walls in case the monster escaped. Nowadays, such a site would cost around $1.3 million, and even more if fortifications were included. But there were many other dungeons hidden around the world, and in order to master them on his own, he will have to work hard. However, since he knows the future, earning a huge mountain of money will not be particularly difficult. But he can't be impudent either, because he's just a minor. so he needs a trusted person for such a matter. Because of these thoughts, he often found himself daydreaming and unable to concentrate on his high school classes, even though he didn't need them. After all, after some time, the world will become completely different, completely unlike the past. The future world will be full of bloodshed, misfortune, and betrayal from those whom he trusted so fiercely. Therefore, to withstand such a cruel world, you need to be unusually strong, so that one day you can punish all the offenders who, one way or another, stab you in the back. With his power, Sanhu was able to get rid of the traitors from the guild in the distant past. It was then that Sanhu met the man who could become his best friend in his new life, Jonathan. Although their first meeting was not the best, Sanhu was exhausted and injured after an attack by his guildmates. But Jonathan used the sign of healing and was able to instantly heal him from his wounds. It was a kind of payment for a past debt, as Jonathan told him. Sanhu was surprised that in such a world there was still someone like him who found room for compassion. Back then, they were united by their lives before the day of beginnings, when they were both ordinary office workers. Jonathan asked him if Sanhu remembered the financial market in 1997, but at that time, the Asian financial crisis was raging in his country. He was originally from America and completely forgot that Sanhu was from Korea. Jonathan was a trader who reached the peak of his career in Hong Kong during the Asian financial crisis. He was much more ferocious back then, earning him the nickname the Wolf of Wall Street. And he clearly enjoyed it. Even though he had become an A rank awakened, he still missed the days when money meant everything. Sanhu noted that Jonathan had managed to reach A rank, much to everyone's envy. But despite this, he looked as if he was truly yearning for the past. He is currently only 25 and works on Wall Street. And now Sanhu intends to find him and get in touch to enlist his support. Because Jonathan was quite famous due to the company he worked for, Sanhu quickly found him. Even though his face did not yet look burdened with despair and suffering, Sanhu immediately recognized him. He wrote him an email with a question about the Thai baht and was sure that Jonathan would not ignore the letter. After all, at that time, he was just thinking about the fact that hedge funds were planning to collapse the Thai baht, but he was not entirely sure of it. If he starts making ambitious investments with information from Sanhu, rumors of his success will become something incredible. And Sanhu's plan worked. The question about the overvaluation of the Thai baht really worked. Jonathan answered so quickly, as if he had been expecting it. At some point, he asked Sanhu who he was and what he did for a living, which was what he expected. But instead of answering, Sanhu went into even more detail about how the Thai baht would collapse this month, and that Thailand was just the beginning. At this point, chaos truly reigned on Wall Street, and Jonathan began to wonder if all of this was because of the guy he was texting right now. Thoughts about this did not give him peace. He did not understand who he was, or perhaps it was they at all. So Jonathan suggested meeting in the office, noting that he was open at any time. But if that was not possible, he was ready to talk by phone. This was precisely the answer Sanhu was waiting for, because very soon, a declaration of war on the financial market would appear. And already in April of 1997, the hedge fund's attack on the Thai baht would begin. In 1992, the pound sterling collapsed in just 50 days. Due to events on Wall Street, the Thai baht was predicted to fall in the next 50 days. However, it did not fall as easily as the pound sterling. On the contrary, it continued to hold its position and even seriously shook hedge funds. This went on for about 3 months, and Thailand eventually fell on July 2nd after a massive attack on the baht. Jonathan sent Sanhu dozens of emails, all about how he had profited by betting on the baht's collapse in May. Sanhu continued this theme, writing to Jonathan that since he had made money on the fall of the baht, he had a new idea. He offered to open his own brokerage company, and in exchange, promised to draw up an investment plan, demanding 51% of the company's income as compensation, which greatly surprised Jonathan. Jonathan didn't quite understand Sanhu's intentions, as he only said that they were planning to collapse the baht, but didn't say whether hedge funds would win. The attack on the baht had already begun, and Thailand simply could not resist it, because even the United Kingdoms with their own economies would not have been able to do anything. The investments Jonathan had previously sent could only go to VIPs. But Sanhu's offer and demand for 51% of the profits looked encouraging. He resigned himself to the thought that he might have fallen for the bait of a swindler who had been too easily taken in. Jonathan wanted to discuss everything with the other VIPs, and, in passing, asked San one last question about why he was sure that hedge funds would lose. The answer surprised him. Sanhu explained that he was not talking about a complete loss for hedge funds, but only that Thailand had a couple of trump cards that would allow the bot to rise for a short time. Meanwhile, on Wall Street, everyone was betting on the Thai bot to fall in May, so confidently that they used it as an excuse to build relationships with VIP clients. Despite his doubts, Jonathan decided to trust Sun-hoo, even without knowing his name, but only through correspondence by mail. The company's management did not appreciate Jonathan's idea, considering him crazy for believing that Thailand was capable of defending itself. His proposal was considered crazy, and it was believed that having such an employee would only harm the company's reputation. His colleagues condemned him, and after that, Jonathan began to doubt himself. Despite this, he continued to communicate with Sun-hoo, saying that Wall Street does not plan to bet on the bot's rise. Then Sun-hoo offered Jonathan to work for him, but he was put off by the requirement to give up 51% of the profits, which would effectively allow Sun-hoo to control his finances. Jonathan again insisted on a personal meeting in the office, but Sun-hoo ignored him, which completely infuriated him. He began to doubt whether he could trust a man he only knew through correspondence. If it is a scammer, then he will be the only one who will not benefit from the Thai bot. However, Sun-hoo did not lie. And soon, the ASEAN Central Bank signed a bilateral agreement on financial assistance to Thailand in the amount of $12 billion. From that moment on, chaos began in the company. VIPs called and demanded explanations. Jonathan was delighted that the bot had actually increased several times. He couldn't believe that Sun-hoo was right and regretted not having trusted him right away. Since then, Jonathan has become the pride of the company and has been introduced to VIPs as an outstanding employee. The VIPs were furious about the rising bot, and management hoped that Jonathan would be able to resolve the situation. But instead, he announced his departure from Wall Street to start his own brokerage firm, saying he would be happy to work with VIPs. The management was unhappy with his decision, but Jonathan replied that they themselves wanted him to leave. They considered his plan crazy, since he didn't even have a sponsor. Although after what happened, there would certainly be plenty of people willing to do so. Jonathan was confident that opening his brokerage company would only bring success. He wrote to Sank that he had quit his job and agreed to accept his crazy offer. This was exactly what Sun-hoo was waiting for, and he immediately replied, saying that their meeting would take place in Seoul. Although Sun-hoo was a schoolboy, he did not miss his high school life, but still enjoyed meeting old friends. He stood out from the other students, so many believed that he was kept back a year more than once. In some ways, it even made him feel better that no one was approaching him. While school life was in full swing, Sun-hoo seemed to live in another world. The empty corridor brought back memories he had tried so hard to erase. Memories of a disaster in which no one survived. From the outside, Sun-hoo seemed mysterious and as if he needed help, but was unable to ask for it. However, no one dared to approach him and talk to him, or simply did not want to. Meanwhile, Jonathan had already arrived in Seoul and was delighted to meet his mascot. In Sun-hoo's eyes, Jonathan still resembled the man he had been in the past, and seeing him so neat seemed unusual. Jonathan did not immediately realize that the guy in front of him was the one who had sent him the letters. Deciding that Sun-hoo was just an intermediary, he admitted that he had been looking forward to their meeting and was in a great hurry for it. Jonathan was very surprised when Sun-hoo said that it was he who sent all those letters. He couldn't believe it and decided that they were playing a joke on him because Sun-hoo looked no more than 19 and he had crossed the ocean for him. This behavior was the real Jonathan that Sun-hoo remembered, and he told him that on Wall Street, they don't judge by age. Jonathan added that if he really wanted to leave, then let him. But he couldn't help but give something to the person who had flown to him across the ocean. Enraged, Jonathan snatched the papers from him, not letting Sun-hoo finish. Jonathan couldn't believe what was happening when he saw these papers, but Sun-hoo asked him to sit down to discuss everything. He explained that since the Asian financial crisis did not predict the moment when the US government would provide unlimited dollars, things would turn out differently. This means that the 21st century will be a golden age for Asia and the rise of the 4 Asian tigers. And all that hedge funds have done is contribute a teaspoon to this. So Sun-hoo was interested to know what Jonathan thought about the reports he had given him. All this happened after hedge funds received a dressing down from the Thai government. And no one could have predicted such an outcome in a war that was already considered won. Jonathan noted that although they ultimately prevailed, the report left out a very important detail. In response, Sun-hoo said that Jonathan himself should answer this question, regardless of whether he has the right to work with him or not. Sun-hoo wasn't going to tell him anything until he signed the contract, and Jonathan understood this perfectly well, so he asked a counter question. If he had money and documents, then what did the young man have? Sun-hoo asked if the opportunity wasn't worth the risk, And what would have happened if he had chosen someone else in March? He started to put pressure on me, saying that even while I was talking to him, I was losing money that I could have earned. Jonathan was tormented by doubts, because on the one hand, he trusted Sank. But on the other hand, in front of him sat, at first glance, an ordinary schoolboy. So he decided not to rush into a final answer, saying he needed time to think things over. Sanhu agreed to wait, but only until June 3rd. After that, it would be too late. Jonathan didn't understand what the rush was about and asked about it, to which Sanhu hinted to him about the report. The rise and fall chart just happened to fall. After all, even if Sanhu can predict the trend, it does not mean that he can predict the date. Unless he is God. But Sanhu replied that in that case, he was God. And this surprised Jonathan even more. Sanhu said goodbye, telling me to think everything over carefully before the 3rd of June. In the end, he said that if Jonathan hadn't made up his mind by then, it was over between them. And if he is the Jonathan he knows, he will make the right choice. Although Jonathan himself did not understand what exactly Sanhu meant. However, a few days later, Jonathan emailed Sanhu, asking what would be the best name for their company. But even then, Jonathan continued to doubt the correctness of his decision, and gradually began to regret it. He could understand how Sanhu had predicted the fall of the bot, but he did not understand how he had guessed the exact date. Sanhu replied that it was because of the calculations. And after these words, Jonathan's doubts disappeared. He also promised that he would share with him some tricks that few people know about. From that moment on, all of Jonathan's fears and anxieties disappeared, and he began to trust Sanhu completely. Jonathan noted that Sanhu is a beautiful name that sounds like sun, so he suggested naming the company by combining their names, such as Jonathan and Sun Investment. However, Sanhu insisted that his name not feature prominently in the title, and asked that it be removed. Jonathan said he was worth $400,000, and Sanhu was surprised that, with such a sum, he was willing to give him 51%. He also noted that it would be nice if Sanhu himself had the money, but he replied that in that case, he would not have invited him to Korea. Jonathan became curious as to why Sanhu had chosen him and how he had even found out about him. The young man said that he found it through his company's website, which surprised Jonathan quite a bit and seemed frivolous to him. However, Jonathan was glad to meet them, saying that the ways are mysterious and you never know when luck will overtake you. Sanhu had heard similar words once in the distant past. Jonathan was then planning to accumulate points until he could open the challenger's box, but instead, he decided to open the master's box. It was because he was planning to sell all the items in that box to end his life indulging in carnal pleasures. But he was given a powerful skill, a skill that could only be obtained from the challenger's box, and it was a true miracle. But this miracle went to someone who had already given up and decided to give up. Despite all of Sanhu's attempts to dissuade him, Jonathan decided to take revenge. This was the last memory of him in the past, and he soon learned of his death. While Sanhu was thinking, he looked touched, and Jonathan asked if he was hurt by the words about him calling it his opportunity. Jonathan said that it was indeed his opportunity, and that it would be enough to achieve the goal, having such valuable calculations. Sanhu asked if Jonathan was willing to follow him without asking any questions, even if he had to put everything he had on the line, and if so, to sign the contract. He also showed him documents confirming his identity so that Jonathan had no doubts. Looking at the papers, Jonathan noticed that Sanhu was only 12 years old, and this shocked him. Sanhu replied that after everything that had happened, there was no need to be so surprised. It was better to think about business. The second week of June, from the 9th to the 13th, will be a period when the market will fall by 10%. Jonathan asked Sanhu if he really thought Thailand would surrender this week, but he replied that it would happen a little later. However, when the Thai market falls 10%, chaos will erupt across Asia, and many will support the hedge fund attack on the bot. Jonathan noted that in that case, their next target should be Hong Kong, but Sanhu said no, Korea would be next. He didn't quite understand the young man, because foreign funds cannot enter Korea without permission and are not capable of disrupting the currency market. Sanhu noted that it was not hedge fund money that was to blame, but the fear that would grip East Asia, and then foreign funds would leave Korea on their own. Jonathan asked if it was all because of his inner patriotism, however. No matter how brilliant he was, This wave was beyond anyone's control. The war will be waged by an alliance of hedge funds, but when it's over, they will realize who really benefited from this major war. So Sanhu suggests using grief as an opportunity to make money by betting with 50-fold leverage. His words shocked Jonathan so much that he didn't even know what to answer. Even if the decline is 10%, the graph will not fall in a straight line to the minus 10% mark. It will rise by 2%, fall by 3%, and so on, swaying up and down until a certain dissonance arises. After that, it will collapse rapidly. So the higher the leverage ratio, the more important the trading technique. If leverage is 50 times, then a 1% drop becomes a 50% drop, and a 2% drop becomes a 100% drop. In other words, you could lose everything. Sanhu understood that this was a huge risk. 50-fold leverage, trading $20 million with an investment of $400,000. All rises and falls would be multiplied by 50. However, Jonathan only saw his rise to prominence thanks to his trading skills, sometime in October, when a hedge fund alliance received a serious dressing down in Hong Kong. So Sanhu believed that this was the only way to use 50 times leverage on futures, and they should prepare for the next war. Sanhu lit a spark in Jonathan's eyes, and he wanted to show the young man what he was capable of. After some time, Jonathan flew to Korea again, this time bringing a much larger sum. Jonathan said 700, but he didn't mean percentages. He managed to achieve a 700-fold result. 700 times $400,000. Jonathan was overjoyed because they had managed to raise $280 million in the last week. He earned much more than Sanhu had expected, and this could not but please him. Jonathan at this time was also extremely happy to have met Sanha and trusted him. He noted that they managed to get from rags to riches the first time, and their leading hedge fund consists of only 2 people. Meanwhile, Sanhu wanted to discuss something else with Jonathan. He asked him to imagine what would happen if Thailand tried to implement a floating exchange rate system. Taking this day as the day of the attack, Sanhu and Jonathan will bet all their savings with maximum leverage. During the collapse, there will be no jumps. A fall in one direction, when no one will buy the fallen currency. Jonathan noted that this was obvious, since the implementation of a floating exchange rate system would be a declaration of capitulation. Sanhu asked him how much he thought they would get if they bet $200 million. And Jonathan couldn't believe the boy wanted to do that. He knew the boy was crazy. But did he really think an alliance of hedge funds would just watch if they bet $200 million on the bot falling with maximum leverage? Sanhu noted that, as he said, it is the hedge funds that will wage the war. But Jonathan disagreed with such risks, saying that betting so big without a risk management strategy was madness. The young man simply asked him to trust him once again, saying that he had the situation under control. Sanhu asked Jonathan to gather some data to check what percentage of Thailand's foreign exchange reserves they had bitten off to make money. But it wasn't easy to get. However, all San needed to do was compare the data with all documented situations as of June 2nd, in order to lower the leverage ratio just in case, and return everything from the first. The young man asked Jonathan why he thought he had called it a 200 million bet, when 80 million would be enough to sign a contract with the head of the Bank of Thailand. Jonathan began to doubt whether Sanhu was really 12 years old, with his way of thinking. Sanhu noted that Jonathan needed to go to Bangkok and carry out this, albeit dangerous, adventure. So Sanhu suggests that he put everything on the line, and 1997 will be their breakthrough point. The next day, Jonathan seemed very anxious. His look was like the look of someone awakening and stepping into a dungeon. And while Jonathan is gathering information in the heart of enemy territory, Sanhu won't sit idly by either. While Jonathan studies the situation and gathers information, Sanhu plans to upgrade his stats. He returned to the good old street fighting and could defeat even an opponent with a knife. Sanhu's tenacity remained undiminished, and he continued to fight with everyone he met. In an instant, he crossed the path of a man who was part of a dangerous gang. But this did not frighten him at all. On the contrary, Sanhu considered it an excellent chance to improve his training. His tenacity and courage surprised his opponents, and they wondered whether he was really that strong or just crazy. Sanhu realized that since regular training was no longer as effective, it was time to take it up a notch. Sanhu's skills were truly at a decent level. He could easily defeat several opponents at once. Whether they had weapons or not, he could stand up to them. Even sudden attacks from behind were not a stop sign for him. And even though he was hit on the head with a brick, he continued to stand on his feet. Moreover, he was able to attack the enemy back as if nothing had happened. Thanks to this type of training, Sanhu realized and understood something for himself. The system itself pushes him to use abilities, thanks to which he can see the attacks of opponents in a crowd. However, if he uses the skill Odin's Wrath right here, it won't lead to anything good. Meanwhile, Sanhu let his guard down and didn't notice how a bandit on a motorcycle crashed right into him. Sanhu flew high into the air and fell, having received significant damage. And due to the pain, he could not even move. And the opponents, of course, could not help but take advantage of this moment and began to attack him. The young man did not understand how this had happened and whether his strength was still not enough to deal with the gang of bandits. However, he did not want to give up and began to rise, which angered his opponents even more. However, it seemed it was too late, because when he tried to get to his feet, he was immediately kicked straight in the head. However, the damage he received allowed Sanhu to activate the skill Man Overcoming Difficulties, the one that could reverse everything. All of Sanhu's stats have increased dramatically, and while they were previously at rank F, now everything, including his skills, has become E rank. His rapid change frightened the bandits, and one of them tried to resist, mindlessly waving his knife. And of course, something like this won't work against Sanhu, because he has not only regained his strength, but also become stronger. Sanhu gained temporary immunity to pain, but it was difficult to get used to the new sensations due to the sudden increase in characteristics. The other bandits also rushed at him, hoping to overwhelm him with numbers. But such things are useless against someone who can defeat an entire crowd with one wave of his hand. The guy who had hit him earlier on his motorcycle wanted to do it again, thinking that this time it would be easy as pie. However, his plan failed, and Sanhu easily defeated him, as well as all the other enemies. The strength Sanhu had gained was simply unimaginable. And at this pace, his training would be much more successful. He emanated such an aura that it seemed he was not a man at all, but some kind of supernatural being. However, the Man of Overcoming Difficulties skill does not activate if you harm yourself. It only activates after receiving damage from an enemy, and also exclusively at the moment when the user can no longer fight. However, Sanhu still had to get used to this skill, because it was really useful and would become an excellent weapon against monsters, evils, and benefactors after the start day. At that moment, he received a call from abroad, and it was none other than Jonathan. Jonathan said that everything went as Sanhu said. Upon his arrival, they already knew about him and behaved as if they had been waiting for him. He noted that their rate was just over 20%, which is why some difficulties arose. After all, this wasn't about the current situation in Thailand, since the country still had far more foreign exchange reserves than expected, and so it was difficult to be sure that the funds would win this war. However, it was too late to give up on this adventure, because Sanhu and Jonathan had bet everything. Jonathan remarked that whatever the outcome, what was happening now was complete madness, and asked Sanhu when exactly their attack would begin. Sanhu replied that they would start on July 2nd with the highest leverage bet. Although Jonathan didn't particularly believe in success, he still trusted Sanhu and agreed to it. He also reminded that we must not forget about hedge funds and the Dragon Fund. Sanhu remembered this, but for him, they are all just rat catchers. When a hedge fund representative like the Dragon Fund makes a move, others will follow suit. And this reminded Sanhu of the conflict between the 8 benefactors and the world hunters. Once a leader takes the front line, all the factions that support him will follow him and sow discord. Despite Sanhu's confidence, Jonathan remained worried, and the young man reassured him, telling him to cast aside his fear and focus on their attack. After all, if they succeed in their plan, they will rake in all the investment funds in the world. July 1st was the day Hong Kong joined China, and some said history was repeating itself. A modern version of the Opium Wars was repeated in Asia, where Western investment funds pumped dollars into them instead of opium, weakening their economies and attacking them using their national currencies as cannonballs. A civil war broke out in Asia over the discovery of an S-rank dungeon, and the war was waged by one of the 8 benefactors and his followers. However, this time, the winner should be a completely different person. Meanwhile, Sanhu continued checking his email, waiting for news from Jonathan. The amount of foreign currency they will be able to exchange for their funds will ultimately convert to $10 billion. Even if they bet everything on a fall, the opposing faction would have to hold the bet for the deal to go through, and the bot market couldn't handle that kind of volume, with its daily turnover soon being well below $10 billion. While Sanhu was pondering his attempts to monopolize tomorrow's collapse, he received a letter from Jonathan, informing him that preparations for the attack had been completed. Sanhu felt like a wanderer, like entering a dungeon with a bag full of equipment. Previously, he would go into the dungeons without even being sure that he would return alive. But now, he was trembling with anticipation for a different reason. Because he was sure that victory was already within his grasp. However, it was still too early to relax, because although less than a year had passed since his rebirth, it seemed that his old life was left far behind. While Sanhu was at school, Jonathan was hard at work, and in just half an hour, the Central Bank of Thailand would announce the introduction of a floating exchange rate system. After this, everything will begin, including their attack, as a result of which they will become richer several times. Sanhu thought about this, based on events from his past life, and was sure that there would be a group of people betting on the fall of Thailand, and those who would bet on its capitulation closer to mid-July. Of course, there will be those who believe in Thailand's victory, but today they will all feel how wrong they were. However, when Sanhu enters the game, only a few will bet on the country's capitulation, and all the funds of those who bet on victory will end up in the hands of Sanhu and Jonathan. Sanhu thought about this, which caused him to be in the clouds for almost the entire lesson, and the class teacher often made comments to him. Despite this, Sanhu was worried that he did not remember his homeroom teacher. After all, she should be the same as before his rebirth, but he could not remember her face. After class, Sanhu needed to get in touch with Jonathan, so he asked to go home early, citing poor health. The manager was reluctant to let him go, saying that it seemed to have become a habit for him. However, because he passed the test with 100 points, she agreed to let him go if he did not do anything bad by skipping classes. She also asked him if he was being bullied, as he was always alone at school, and this worried her as a leader. Sanhu was a little surprised, wondering if she was really following him. But he replied that it was just his character, and he preferred being alone. He thanked her for her concern, but the moment made him feel awkward. Sanhu understood that others guessed that he was not an ordinary child. The class teacher who let him go home without any questions. The parents who seemed not to notice the mobile phone bill. But still, no one said anything to him, and this sometimes frightened him. Meanwhile, Jonathan had just contacted him, saying that everything had gone as they had planned. Jonathan also told him that the interest rate for 34 baht was 70%, 32 baht, and 30 baht was 15%. And Sanhu was eager to know what happened to their money. As a result of their machinations, they managed to multiply their bet by 300 times. Thereby earning $60 billion. Sanhu was beside himself with surprise. He had expected this, but seeing it in person felt completely different. Jonathan tried to contain his emotions and acted like an analyst reporting to his boss. Meanwhile, the baht continued to fall, and countless won melted away before Sanhu's eyes. So he asked Jonathan to take profits. After all, in the baht war, the main force of the hedge fund alliance is the spot market. The futures market is just one of many strategies, since they have no guarantee of success, and it plays a supporting role in reducing risks. Jonathan and Sanhu, on the other hand, put all their chips on the futures market with 50-fold leverage. Of course, it was all just crazy and didn't make much sense, but they managed to win the bet and make a huge profit. Meanwhile, Jonathan told Sanhu that their statement had changed the market situation, and the young man was surprised because this was a deviation from the history he had previously known. The baht market was up and down, so Jonathan proposed deferring 20% until the expiration date, while 80% had already been approved. However, Sanhu told him that their war was already over, so they should stop, and he was looking forward to seeing him in Korea. Meanwhile, news reports said that the Thai baht had been crushed and had reached a record low of 30 baht to the dollar after the announcement of a floating exchange rate. Meanwhile, Jonathan had already returned to Korea and was sitting right in front of Sanhu. And all the young man wanted to know was how much they had earned in the end. And Jonathan said that as a result of their attack, they managed to make $50 billion. These were simply incredible numbers, and neither Sanhu nor Jonathan fully realized it. However, it was too early to relax, and it was necessary to get to work, because this was only the beginning of the Asian financial crisis. Malaysia and Indonesia will not be participating, but Hong Kong will be joining soon. Jonathan's eyes lit up again upon hearing this. But in the meantime, Sanhu had something else he wanted to ask Jonathan. And the talk was about those very lands in Korea that Sanhu wanted to acquire as quickly as possible. This made Jonathan feel uneasy. And on the plane, he even had a dream where Sanhu grabbed him, as if he had been using him all this time. Upon returning to America, Jonathan thought about the young man's words about wanting to buy some land in Korea. He then asked him if he really wanted to invest in real estate. But Sanhu replied that this was just the beginning. Sanhu noted that from now on, they will bet on any market if it will bring them money. Jonathan felt like he was going crazy and couldn't believe that the $50 billion they had earned was just startup capital. However, Sanhu assured him that everything would be fine and their risks would be worth it. First, they needed to split the shares as collateral to split the company. Sanhu noted that the more complex the structure, the better, because then no one will be able to trace the original owner. Meaning the system should be such that even the company's employees don't understand who they're dealing with. Therefore, Sanhu proposes to establish hundreds of paper and shadow companies, even though this could be considered a criminal activity. The young man noted that it hadn't been easy for Jonathan to work alone all this time, so they should have prepared a team before Hong Kong. Sanhu also said that they don't need skills. It will be more important to find dedicated and loyal people. Jonathan replied that if skills weren't important to him, he had someone in mind. Sanhu added that after the successful campaign in Hong Kong, they should buy a couple of mid-sized investment funds, like Wolf, where he worked. In addition, it would be a good idea to gather top experts, someone like Jeffrey K. Sanhu offered Jonathan the chance to use their brightest star in an investment, allowing him to use their money, but without anyone knowing about the internal affairs of their company. After the separation, the young man plans to name one of them Janil and send him to them. Jonathan wasn't quite sure which Janil he was talking about, but Sanhu replied that it was his father's name. But for now, it was a secret, and he would tell him more later. However, now they should focus on work to earn all the money in the world. This is Sanhu's goal. Jonathan was surprised by Sanhu's determination, but he couldn't help but agree with him. Jonathan Investment is what their company with Sanhu will be called, and all the glory will go to Jonathan. Sanhu noted that this was a kind of compensation for the use of his name and the assignment of a slightly larger number of shares. Meanwhile, Jonathan has gathered people for the company, and from now on, Jonathan Investment is starting a new life. There are monsters in the dungeons, and they are called Ants of the Abyss, vile creatures. These creatures travel in armies of several hundred individuals, destroying everything in their path. And they are constantly hungry. Hedge funds and those who support them are a complete copy of these monsters. They swept through Southeast Asia, but did not stop there. At this time, Sanhu was thinking about what was happening and how the future was already changing, since money intended for hedge funds ended up in his pockets. Hedge funds must have latched onto Sanhu and Jonathan. The usual group monopolized the bot's fall on July 1st and skimmed off all the profits. Now Sanhu decided to buy an office for their company, namely, a building in Gangnam. But to others, he introduced himself as Mr. Kim. Other people began to envy Sanhu, because seeing someone working in a big business at such a young age could not help but be surprising. Sanhu had a condition for renting the office space, a 2-year contract in exchange for everything being paid in clean money, and his name not being on the checks. All of this was probably illegal, but it was an absolute victory for them and Jonathan, because all the money would go to President Choi's slush fund. The reason for renting an empty office was simple: data security. Nothing more. Sanhu also got a new modem. Now he is finally free from old-fashioned models, and the internet speed will become much faster. Now it would be much easier to contact Jonathan and earn money for Sanhu. And besides, the office was quite spacious. And while Jonathan hadn't yet returned from America, Sanhu decided to spruce up their office a bit. This would be their first outpost. Jonathan began reporting on how things were going. He had hired a new company to work on the split and had selected 8 more groups to work on it further. By using the method of changing companies after each split, some workers did not even understand who they were dealing with. They just continued to do the paperwork, unsuspecting. Taking into account the companies operating for tax purposes, there were only 1,000 branches, and Sanhu was confident that the value of orders would certainly exceed all expectations. Meanwhile, Sanhu asked Jonathan to predict the top companies to prioritize acquisitions. But for now, they are aiming to stick with CEO Donald Ping. However, when talking about Donald, Sanhu did not mean simple investments. When the dot-com bubble bursts, they will achieve large market capital. But this is only a small part. The database language they created became ingrained in the jargon of the industry by the 1980s. The dungeon, monster, skill, attribute, and other data that were stored in this database were all uploaded into this system. And all of this was created by the guild subordinate to the second benefactor of the revolution. If it were possible to look at the database built by the revolution, Even the war between the 8 sins and the 8 benefactors would have gone differently. Of course, Sanhu had already guessed that history would change due to his intervention, and, naturally, this would also affect internal development. Therefore, it is important for him to minimize changes as much as possible. Sanhu aims to take away all the powers from the 8 sins and virtues. But to do this, he still needs to earn a lot of money. Meanwhile, the news was discussing the meeting of directors of the Island Financial Holdings Group, which took place on the 21st. And meanwhile, Goldwish Company approved a joint investment and announced the launch of Geonil Investment. Goldwish was one of the shadow companies that Sanhu created, and he never imagined that the state would go against its own principles to help with this merger. However, this was not strange because all the foreign investors seemed to have been blown away by the wind, so they were trying to hold on to at least something. Sanhu wanted to go out on some business, and before he left, his mother asked him to bring home Jung-ho, the very friend he always talks about. She was also happy to see him work hard and toil, even though it might not be easy. However, Sanhu couldn't tell her that Jung-ho was just an excuse to leave home, so he still had to figure something out about that. Sang-hoo went to Daemin Bank, a building that leased its first floor to Korea's #1 bank, which sponsored the opening of a top online store. The front entrance was for customers and regular employees, while the back entrance was for management and other important people. The workers discussed how manager Kim had slipped them to the German bank, saying it looked like a prank. However, someone else pointed out that this was not the case, because after checking the information, all their words were confirmed. All the money that was raked in on July 2nd belonged to one small team. They had no idea that one of the members of that small team was right next to them. There were no similar incidents in Malaysia, the Philippines, or Singapore, so that must be only Hong Kong left. Upon learning of this, one of the bank employees ordered the location to be closed for this morning. After all, most likely, that small team was actually targeting Hong Kong, and they wanted to try to catch them. However, Sanhu had a completely different opinion about this, because this situation is not only in Korea, but throughout the world, so it will not be possible to get rid of them, because they have already divided into countless shadow companies. Back at the office, Jonathan was surprised to see Sanhu's exercise equipment, saying their office now looked more like a gym. He wanted to show him his boxing skills, but it didn't end well. Jonathan was also surprised when he saw the blades standing on the shelf and wanted to ask Sanhu about it, but the young man interrupted him, asking if he had prepared the documents. It was a list of paper companies, corporations created to fulfill a specific financial task, so losing it meant forgetting where their money went. Sanhu noted that if they lost it, then the inability to track the direction of their investments would be the least of their problems. After all, if anyone sees these documents, the best they can expect is life imprisonment. However, if they can persuade a judge and jury to their side, they may be able to evade offshore taxes. Otherwise, they face confiscation. After all they do is create funds that they can use later, and this may be considered criminal activity. But this is only a small change. Otherwise, everything will remain the same. Therefore, Sanhu decided to keep the original papers for himself, and Jonathan replied that he did not mind, because now his consciousness only does what it needs to. Sanhu also clarified that from now on, using the corporation's credit card is strictly prohibited. They now only use cash. It looked like they were criminals, but Sanhu replied that no, he was like a real millionaire. But for Jonathan, it was now the same thing. Jonathan thought they would meet again that evening to discuss everything, but Sanhu replied that he was on some kind of vacation. Out of the corner of his eye, Jonathan also noticed the drawings that Sanhu had hung on the wall, but he decided that he was most likely still a child inside. One of the investment companies that was part of the Big Four of North America was DPK Rump. Therefore, it would be a very good decision to enter into an agreement with them, and Emily, the worker hired by Jonathan, became responsible for this. She brought papers with top swap deals, trading and financial contracts in which two parties exchange cash flows or obligations from two financial instruments. However, they were in no hurry to sign a contract with Emily, saying that they still needed to think everything over. One of the parties willing to accept such an exchange was Joathan Investment. Upon hearing this, he replied that he could not make such decisions without consulting his superior. After examining the contract more closely, Clive, the general manager, noted that if Hong Kong raised the interest rate by 100%, they would end up with everything below that amount, and everything above that would go to Jonathan Investment. Emily also added that such an exchange would cost their side $500 million, And the answer to this was visible on Clive's face. She thought, as he did, that it was ridiculous because a 50% interest rate increase was already inadequate, and a 100% increase and the claim that they would get a return higher than that was just insane. However, the manager nonetheless replied that they agreed to the exchange, as he did not notice anything suspicious in the papers. He was sure that they were being offered money for free, so he agreed. Emily notified Jonathan of the successful signing of the treaty, which meant that their preparations for the attack were over. All bets of 500 million were made, and from now on, everything depended on him. 2 months later, Jonathan was unrecognizable. Having changed slightly since their last meeting, Jonathan noted that they had lost so much that it was impossible to even count. After all, exchange dates and scales are set individually at the depth of the global stock market, and because they acted cautiously, they were not caught. So all the world's stock markets, except for the Asian one, rose slightly. Even though they had prepared for this situation, it was difficult to witness such huge losses. Jonathan continued to bet everything he had, relying only on Sanhu's words that interest rates would rise by 300% and Hong Kong would destroy its stock exchange with its own hands. However, Jonathan thought this was crazy, as Hong Kong would hardly do something like that. But Sanhu assured him that they would do it because it was their only way to get rid of speculation, since they were aiming for first place. Hong Kong and Japan are Asian financial strongholds, and Japan will most likely be the target. But if they go against this country, the US will not let it go unnoticed. This means that only Korea remains, which at that time pursued financial policies that strongly discouraged foreign investment and intervention. This only fueled speculation across Southeast Asia, heightening fears, and, despite the low odds, hitting Hong Kong, where financial chaos reached its peak. Caught off guard, all investors withdrew their assets from Korea, and foreign banks, instead of extending corporate loans, demanded their immediate repayment, causing Korea to explode. Fear turns to chaos when you begin to think that the country is actually on the verge of bankruptcy. And at that moment, the speculators resume their policy of heavy and debilitating debts. But not this time. After all, Sanhu now intends to intervene personally to, together with Jonathan, cause a real thrashing in Hong Kong. They plan to simultaneously collapse the value of all Hong Kong industries, from construction to chemicals, with the exception of banks, because they still needed room to retreat. Jonathan noted that it looked like someone was following them, and if that was true, things could end very badly. But Sanhu replied that it was too early to make hasty decisions. However, in any case, the New York office must protect them right now. Without their support, it will be difficult for them. Despite their best efforts to be as careful as possible, they were still discovered. And most likely, they were the same speculators who attacked Hong Kong. Or perhaps some other savvy stock market participant took advantage of the investment miscalculations, at which point Jonathan initiated the trade. Sanhu noted that they would be able to find out who exactly was following them if they waited a little, and if there were only a few of them, they would quickly calm down. If the Hong Kong stock market collapses because of them, history will change too much, meaning future events will become unpredictable. Fortunately, everything calmed down, and they calmed down. After a long time, Jonathan and Sanhu were finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Anything more, and the Hong Kong stock market would have been destroyed. So it would have been wiser to get everything out before the close of trading. This was enough to scare Jonathan and Sanhu, and they were lucky that no real changes happened, so now they had to wait for the Hong Kong government's decision. And then suddenly, Jonathan started shouting that Sanhu had made a mistake in his calculations. Meanwhile, other investors were laughing at the idea of anyone trying to take profits only after Hong Kong raised interest rates by 100%. They considered it madness, as a result of which the DPK cramp made 500 million without lifting a finger. However, they had no idea how everything could change. Clive was about to tear his hair out over his losses in Thailand. But it looked like he now had the opportunity to get his revenge in full. However, his joy was short-lived, as the news announced at that time that Hong Kong had raised its interest rate by 400%. Nobody could believe such a phenomenon. 400% is an insane figure. Clive couldn't believe what was happening. Hong Kong's interest rate below 100% would go to them, but anything above that would go to Jonathan Investment, which meant 4 times $500 million. Meanwhile, Jonathan also couldn't believe what had happened because they had managed to collapse not only the Hong Kong market, but all the stock markets of the world overnight. The spot and futures market charts fell like stones, and as a result, Sanhoo and Jonathan gained as much as others lost. The Asian financial crisis was only getting worse. The so-called domino effect, a second Black Monday. Hong Kong, the US, Japan, stocks were falling everywhere, and Europe was not spared either. This had now become a benchmark for Sanhoo and Jonathan. If they had previously considered the man who overcame difficulties and the Davy sword to be too strong, now the financial power Sanhoo had achieved surpassed even them. It was a real victory and a successful completion of the attack on the global market. After this, Jonathan's face appeared on the covers of every financial magazine. Forbes even called him the god of investments. Jonathan told Sanhoo that they also found a way to approach the billionaires list, those guys who have the power to ensure their freedom to do whatever they want. Sanhoo questioned whether they thought they were some kind of internal revenue service, asking if they knew who he really was. But Jonathan replied that he shouldn't worry, because if anyone found out about it, the whole world would go crazy. So all they know is that the mystical John Doe owns 51% of Jonathan Investments' assets. He also noted that he would protect him so that his identity would not be revealed, and had already hired the best experts for this purpose. Given that they managed to monopolize the fall of Thailand and win the game against the world's banks, Wall Street calculated that their company was valued at $22 billion. Therefore, John Doe's assets were valued at $11.2 billion, and he himself at $10.7 billion, placing both in the respected 18th and 20th places on the billionaire rankings. Sanhoo was glad that his identity remained unknown, and little was known about him. Jonathan noted that if you counted all the money in the assets of their shadow companies, which also made investments, they would probably take first and second place, one after the other. A week after the Hong Kong shock, the Korean government requested IMF services 2 weeks earlier than in Sanhoo's previous life. At school, only the class teacher knew how dangerous the IMF was, but for the students, it was nothing more than another incomprehensible acronym. But Sanhoo was the same in his past life, although opening the gates from which monsters poured out was not the only problem. A member of the bank's team, Dimming, tried to talk to Sanhoo, saying that the man on the cover of the magazine looked like his colleague. Sanhoo noted that although he had seen Jonathan many times over the past few months, he apparently had not been able to remember him, and this was not strange, since he usually looked sloppy. However, Sanhoo saw no reason to start a dialogue with him, and besides, he needed to meet with someone. Sanhoo wanted to recruit another key team member to further secure his place. However, even with her, Sanhoo hid his real name, introducing himself as Ethan, a communications manager. The woman he wanted to hire for the company was Jamie, and the first thing she asked was whether her job application had been rejected or if she should worry about the competition. Sanhoo replied that if it were a normal meeting, they would not have given her a business class ticket, so they had already decided to hire her. He added that they were not interested in information about her illegal activities. They were looking at her experience working at Wilshire Lands, taking into account her appearance. Sanhoo noted that they needed a representative, a gorgeous Asian woman, and a real estate expert, and he had no doubt that Jamie knew what he meant. Wilshire Lands hired Jamie as its general manager of Asian investments. She was both a strategist and a cannon fodder, and all she had to do was turn all the negativity directed at the company into something positive. However, her most important trait was her willingness to engage in illegal operations for her own benefit, making decisions in a second. She had already been convicted of official misconduct and was released on parole only because her previous employer, also a leading investor and CEO, had embezzled funds. So, since August, Sanhoo has been looking for someone like Jamie, someone who would become the CEO of their latest shadow company, Jonil Investment. Meanwhile, news reports indicated that for the first time in history, both the ruling and opposition parties had directly affected the regime change, and that the future president was therefore charged with economic recovery. In partnership with Jonil Investment, the president announced a massive investment of $15 billion. The president-elect also said he looked forward to working together to overcome the financial crisis. Jamie became the person the financial world most wanted to meet, so she had to move stealthily. Sanhoo gave her a company card, asking her to ensure that the money always remained in the designated account, so she would not be able to receive receipts about where it was used. Even though he laid all his cards on the table, she didn't blink an eye. Sanhoo was once again convinced that he had chosen the right person for their company. He also asked her how she chooses employees for the company. Jamie replied that since Sanhu told her to rely on her own preferences, she chose her former colleagues. They will enter the country today, and at the same time, she plans to hire people from the accounting firm Sam Woo and the law firm Kim and Park, since most of the problems can be resolved with the help of these two firms. These people would be able to achieve their goals using their connections in their industry, and Sanhu responded that this was an excellent choice. Jamie noted that all that was left was to find a headquarters, hinting that even this stunning building was selling for next to nothing. Not to mention that market prices continued to fall. Sanhu noted that despite this, about half of the landlords have already been forced out. Jamie recently had a meeting at the Blue House on special orders from Sanhu. As a result, the real estate market opened 6 months earlier than in previous history. A fire sale is where the remains of a burned-out house are sold at a low price. But the country situation was much worse. Jamie said she was looking at real estate but couldn't shake the feeling that investing solely in that would be a waste of money. So she asked Sanhu how often their clients were only interested in real estate in this country. Sanhu replied that these people were only interested in one thing, the profit margin. So they didn't need to focus only on real estate. But the responsibility for that rested with them. The country was now in such a position that even a child could become chairman if he had dollars. Jamie noted that Korea is a great place to start a company. Of course, she had her suspicions, but the more she learns about this place, the more she likes it. She also said that whenever she had time, she would look over the special orders he gave her, noting that the places he had indicated as priorities deviated significantly from the rate of return he had mentioned. Sanhu noted that he understands her desire to show ambition, but it is worth stopping there. He will not interfere with Jonil's affairs and believes that she can earn the trust of her clients with her abilities. However, he demands that special orders be carried out unquestioningly. The sudden change in tone in the conversation startled Jamie, and Sanhu added that if she wanted to expand her investments into other sectors, it would be better to choose a member of one of the bank's top 3 credit teams. The property that Sanhu ordered her to buy, although it cost a lot of money, was very important. After all, this is not just real estate, but Korean lands, those very dungeons. It took some time to acquire the mountain and find the dungeon, but the place didn't look like the one in the previous story. At that time, it was a military facility, and the government did not give up. The mountain and the dungeon were under control, and martial law seemed to have been forgotten. Awakened like Sanhu, who survived the testing grounds, were sent to the reserves and thought they were enslaved by the government, using them as lab rats. But when they saw the entrance to the dungeon, they realized that they were in a much worse position. Since the young man was planning to build something here, he hired a construction company led by Choi Chol-min. Sanhu introduced himself to him as Kim Chang-ho, a manager from Chonil. Chol-min asked where the construction site was, and Sanhu pointed out that from the entrance to the mountain, the entire area belonged to them. The site starts from the entrance, and he would like the builders to make it as round as possible, which surprised Chol-min since they had already been driving for about 20 minutes up the mountain. However, the truck was unable to proceed further. The young man asked if Chol-min also worked on buildings, to which he replied that he took on projects of any complexity. Sanhu said that in that case, they would be able to build the road, and asked that it be done as soon as possible. For Chol-min, this was a great offer. The mountain needed to be cut down, a road built, and buildings erected. And because of the IMF, he couldn't find projects, so he couldn't pass up the opportunity. Sanhu noted that it is important to meet the shortest possible deadlines when delivering a project, as speed, not cost, is important to them. He added that he was receiving applications from other companies, but wanted to give the project to Chol-min. Chol-min asked why him. Was there really a catch? Sanhu showed a photo of baby Chul-min in his car, noting that now is probably a difficult time for fathers. On the last day of the year in his past life, Sanhu's father came home raving drunk. On that day, he received the death sentence, or, as they say, voluntary retirement at an early age. However, my father soon transferred to a company that had his name in its name. He said that he wanted to change jobs and had already received several offers. He said that they were going to transfer him to a very rich company. And despite the fact that, according to him, there were only pompous idiots there, they needed food on the table. Come to think of it, Sanhu entered the financial world thanks to his father's influence. One day, his father gave him a bank account with $1,000, a lot of money for a schoolboy, and told him to pick stocks and tell him. The money started to grow. $1,000 turned into $1,200, and Sanhu became a successful high school trader, although he understood almost nothing. Intoxicated by his newbie's luck, he asked his father for more money for investments. but his father replied that he would not give it to him so easily. This time, his father lent them, and soon the decline began. The dot-com bubble burst in the US. Sanhoo's finances halved, and then halved again. When his father came to demand the money back, saying that it had to be returned the following week, Sanhoo didn't know what to answer. Then his father spoke to him in such a way that Sanhoo broke out in a cold sweat, demanding that he return the money, even if he had to take it from his mother. Sanhoo replied that he wouldn't be able to return the money, to which his father said that he could save from his allowance, and in the meantime would take the CD player, telephone, and computer. However, this was not the amount that the father had borrowed. The father also threatened to tell his mother, and said that Sanhoo was old enough to understand that his mother could lend and forgive him if he asked. This whole scene was not just a coincidence. His father wanted Sanhoo to understand the reason for his dismissal, to increase his interest in economics, and to realize that his current situation is the same as his father's then. Then Sanhoo decided on his career. His goals became clear, and his first bank account from his father became his talisman. Meanwhile, construction work on the acquired mountain has begun successfully. Chol-min received the contract, and Sanhoo was pleased with his confidence and passion for the job. However, the mountain was located next to a small village, and Sanhoo suggested building a town hall. But Chol-min replied that there was no need for this. The negotiations with the head were successful. Sanhoo heard that the residents were picking mushrooms and keeping bees, but Chol-min noted that they were doing this temporarily and without permission. Sanhoo said that he planned to completely fence off the mountain and seal the entrance so that no one could enter, which surprised Chol-min. However, he couldn't tell about the dungeons, so he explained that there were conditions due to the foreign company, and Sanhoo wanted Chol-min to earn the trust of the residents. Resolving issues by force is not the best option. A large sum of money is needed to smooth things over. At this time, Chonil's accounting director, Cho Dae-hwan, and legal director, Park Chang-shik, held a small meeting. Dae-hwan asked Chang-shik if he wasn't senior manager Kim's colleague. Chang-shik replied that he spoke well of him because of his hard work, not because they were colleagues. Dae-hwan noted that he was interested to know why he contacted him directly and not through Chang-shik. Chang-shik replied that perhaps he couldn't bear being in his debt, and perhaps he didn't know that he and Dae-hwan were in the same boat now. However, Dae-hwan said he felt a little ashamed to waste manager Kim's time. Chang-shik replied that their business would not go well because of the Westerners the managing director had brought, even if they risked taking him away by force. So if they wait a little while, something will come out that will help senior manager Kim and satisfy the people in the West. Looking at his company's logo on the car, Dae-hwan thought, he noted that Daewoo Group could be an excellent asset for them. Since they are already rotten from the inside, nothing will be impossible for them. In this case, VIP clients will be publicly recognized, given preferential treatment, able to split the loan with senior manager Kim, and throw money in the faces of Westerners. Therefore, Dae-hwan suggested that Chang-shik not remain in the congressman's post for just 2 years, but rather advance to a much higher level. It was January 1998, just a little while before the start, and the newspapers were talking about how many companies had gone bankrupt due to the consequences of high interest rates. Unemployment has risen sharply as companies have announced reorganization plans in an effort to reopen due to the severe economic crisis. And Japan has even canceled the Japan-Korea Fisheries Agreement. Sanhoo noted that the basic order of things has not yet changed, but there are still minor changes. For example, DPKRAMP and the German bank were supposed to join their camp in the third quarter, but the reason is obvious. They all lost to sunk. The more they lose, the more ferocious they become. They arrived in the country in the first half of the year to earn as much as possible. After all, it was a global sale. Fortunately, Sanhoo was able to foresee all of this and take the necessary measures. There were 3 corporate giants in Korea: Daehyun, Daewoo, and Ilsin. At that time, Daehyun was much more successful than Ilsin in the domestic market, while Daewoo held the honorable first place abroad. There were more than 400 subsidiaries owned by them abroad. It was a giant conglomerate with hundreds of thousands of employees, and even more abroad. Jamie came to Sanhoo to tell him that the chairman of Daewoo was being issued a warrant that evening. After hearing this, he wanted to know everything in detail. Daewoo's fall was not only caused by the IMF crisis. Problems that led to this tragic outcome had already arisen 2 years ago, and now, like hyenas, they pounced on them. Jamie noted that when she became CEO, she hired helpful Korean directors. Those same Dae-hwan and Chang-shik, and now these two are busy with political games. Jamie put them in these positions hoping they would be useful to them. but all they care about is politics. At first, she found them suspicious, but she noted that it seemed to be a necessary part of Korea and that they could help Daewoo move up the list. Sanhoo noted that corruption exists in every country, but in North America, it has been legalized through a process called lobbying. He also said that he understands that this country has its own wild customs, because the word chaebol exists for a reason. So he asked them to continue in the same spirit, noting that their customers would be very happy with her raising Daewoo up the list. Jamie added that the two directors plan to use Daewoo as a scapegoat for the IMF, as such a company would be the perfect candidate to be sacrificed for the world. Sanhoo noted that the government would not accept this so easily, and Jamie said she had already taken the next step. Having just returned from a meeting with the Minister of Finance, Sanhoo realized that this was the real reason for Daewoo's downfall. The survival rate of these jackets is so high because even in times of peace, they knew they were allowed to attack someone for their own gain. Their heads were always filled with shortcuts in the system to emerge victorious from an unequal battle. What really impressed Sanha was how well Jamie, Daehwan, and Changshik worked together. She also said that documents on Daewoo, which are under current legislation, were sent to the court. In return, they won at least $5 billion in additional investment and to take over Daewoo entirely, including its liabilities. Jamie noted that with a little more effort, they would likely only be able to take on a few key industries. Sanhoo understood that Jamie was still too green for the financial world of Korea and needed time to understand everything. The next party to come into power will be the Democrats. If they are the only ones to profit from such a collapse, it will negatively impact the relationship between Jonil and the government. So if they miraculously manage to overcome the financial crisis, a tax audit will follow. Directors are not only concerned with assets or profits, they are trying to bring the company into the top 3 conglomerates in the country, and not just the fame they earned, but the entire infrastructure behind it. Sanhoo asked Jamie if she thought she could manage Daewoo, since she had only just succeeded in buying out the company and had not thought about bringing in a foreign management expert. So Sanhoo asked her to find a new CEO for the board, not from the family of the first CEO, but someone he trusted. Jamie had heard something similar from Daehwan and Changshik before, and asked if Sanhoo gave them permission to continue the ransom. Sanhoo asked that it not look like they are second-rate players, since they hold all the trump cards. Plus, they don't have to worry about additional investment funds or industry development directions, so a little aggression won't hurt. Land, building, or company, no one will take it away from them, because Chunil needs to monopolize the crisis of the entire country. Meanwhile, Jonathan returned to Seoul and was followed at the airport by a crowd of cameras. Jonathan attended a press conference where they wanted to ask him a couple of questions. One of the main questions, of course, was where to invest in order to succeed in investments. And Jonathan thought it was a good question and was not averse to answering. He said that if he had to invest in one thing, it would be fear. However, in his eyes, it looked more impressive and outstanding than it actually was. That's why after that, Sanhoo often teased him with this phrase. He also noted that he was received very warmly. Jonathan said that he barely coped with it and did not even think that he would be given a reception at the national level. Sanhoo replied that this only showed how hopeless Korea's situation was, and that the initial payment from the IMF had arrived, and Jonathan had also mixed up the US dollars. Korea will quickly repay the IMF debt, even faster than it did in Sanhoo's previous life. Jonathan asked if Sanhoo had any credit for this, referring to the Daewoo group. Sanhoo replied that he had no specific plan, but it happened on his territory. After all, when he handed over such power to Jonil, they immediately began to use it. Sanhoo noted that this would be a kind of takeover of Daewoo, but that the restructuring and management of the subsidiary must begin immediately. Jonathan asked him if it should be the other way around. So why did Sanhoo take such a risk? Sanhoo responded that since the dollar would not remain the center of gravity anyway, once Korea separated from the IMF, it would quickly return to normal. So this was just preparation. Jonathan noted that the young man seemed to consider Korea a real treasure, and that buying Daewoo was not just for the money. But Sanhoo only replied that if Jonathan was so interested in his goal, then all he had to do was wait until he achieved it. The young man noted that in addition to the $15 billion he was going to contribute to get into the Daewoo purchase period, he was going to invest $25 billion in Korea. Jonathan replied that he had better think about it carefully, because if they continued like this, they would definitely get 3 life sentences. After all, they can't blindly believe in every plan they have. If the tax office were to thoroughly check them, all their deeds would immediately come to light. But Sanhoo replied that they shouldn't rush now, but that it would be easy as pie for the government to launder $25 billion. However, Jonathan did not understand Sanhoo's plan, how the Korean government would want to do this for him, but only replied that they would decide that for themselves. Jonathan noted that Sanhu now looks as if he views the entire nation as a giant money laundering operation. After the merciless tax audit, Daewoo launched a corporate training program. There was no lavish ceremony to mark the employee's resignation. This was another difference in the new history. At the same time, all directors' positions were retained, except for the manager. And at that time, Sanhu was discussing the buyout of Daewoo with Jamie. Jamie talked about them having competitors, but she didn't see them as such, so Daewoo's situation is slowly coming to an end. Meanwhile, Sanhu continued to train despite everything. This time, he took part in a skirmish with school bullies, and won hands down. Despite this, they were useless for training, but he didn't mind teaching them a lesson, after which, in their eyes, he looked like some kind of Russian bandit. This made Sanka think that it was time for him to finish his studies. But to do this, he needed to come up with a compelling excuse, and suddenly he met his class teacher, who was just looking for him to talk to. She told him that he was scaring the other children. Not that they hated him, but that they were afraid of him. This dialogue gave Sanka some thoughts regarding the leader. No matter how much he thought about it, his current homeroom teacher was a completely different person. He didn't pay attention to it because it was a minor change. But now, Sanhu constantly notices her attitude towards him. She, meanwhile, told him that school was a wonderful place, so he should be more friendly. And she also asked him to promise that he would finish high school, which made Sanhu feel even more uneasy. Over the past few days, he has hired several professionals to investigate the manager. Woo Yeon-hee, 24, was born in Seoul and was the eldest daughter in her family. She does not like to show off, so she has minimal contact with other people. It may seem that she is just a bland person with no social life and no friends. However, she has two unique features. Firstly, she knew about Sanhu for a very long time. Judging from the investigations, Yeon-hee is interested in special goals. This is not perversion, but a kind of eccentricity. The only problem is that he's on her list. She's known him since he was in elementary school. After she passed the test, she worked hard to become his homeroom teacher. Besides this, she had another unique feature: psychiatric diagnosis. Of course, SSRI medications, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, are used to treat anxiety and depression. However, her symptoms continued to make themselves felt, causing her relationship with her family to deteriorate significantly. No matter how long the treatment lasted, nothing helped her. And eventually, all her hallucinations and delusions seemed real. This led Sanhu to believe that he had met one of them, almost the first awakened one. Not to mention that she possessed the super rare ability of an empathic healer. Empathic healers are so rare not only because the characteristics are extremely rare, but also because they have an extremely low chance of surviving after awakening. They can understand other people's emotions, not through conversation, but by feeling them. However, at the testing ground, the healers were not only in great danger, they could sense the despair of other survivors. That's why many of them couldn't bear it and died. In Yeon-hee's case, since she is awakened, it should be even harder for her. Sanhu never managed to find out her name in the original story, and he believed that this was not a coincidence. At this time, Jonathan called him and told him that everything was done. The government had gone over to their side. Sanhu had no doubts about his skills, but Jonathan himself called it Texas magic. Jonathan was finally able to regain his spirit, which meant that even greater things lay ahead for them. A few days earlier, Sanhu asked Jonathan if he was really planning to retire if he decided to invest in mid-sized industry. Sanhu noted that it was a good idea, but there was little good in it, and the portfolio he had compiled alone brought in a paltry $10 billion. While Jonathan's share was at least 30. Jonathan had previously said that he wanted to take his share and use it, so Sanhu asked him about his plans, but was disappointed with the answer. Jonathan pointed out that if they stopped here and saved $60 billion, they would still have money left over for generations to come. Sanhu replied that then why didn't he tell that family and see their reaction? But he didn't name them. He felt there was no reason to name him just yet and refrained. And Jonathan responded by asking what his true purpose was. Sanhu's goal was to become the god of the tycoons. With an estimated fortune of 50 trillion, they formed a country and became legends, changing the course of world wars. Sanhu didn't go back so far just because of statistics. If that were the only reason, he wouldn't have gone back so far. However, Sanhu did not talk about his real goal, only answering that they were simply hungry for victories. Still, Jonathan should save the money and use it for certain clients, but he didn't quite understand which clients he was talking about. The thing is, Jonathan had scheduled a huge number of interviews and other events, and Sanhu wasn't particularly happy about it. Jonathan noted that he wasn't trying to justify himself or anything. He just didn't like bossing people around who were better than him, so he avoided them, afraid they would figure it out. However, he said that if necessary, he would stand at the front. But Sanhu replied that he himself understood perfectly well why the young man could not stand at the front. So Sanhu asked Jonathan to have confidence, because he would still succeed, even if he didn't meet him. However, Jonathan did not have much confidence in his own strength, saying that without Sanhu, he would hardly have been able to do something like this. Sanhu told him that he just needed to train more, since he was already swimming too much. So instead of being picky, Jonathan should use this as an opportunity to show off his abilities. As Jonathan expands his business, he will realize that he is like a hungry beast that lies within. However, it will still take him a long time to realize everything. Sanhu asked if Jonathan knew that important Bluestone clients had entered the country. Bluestone is the greatest investment firm in the world, and it would be a great thing to get a contract with them. Sanhu would of course like to acquire Bluestone, but no. It would be a different matter if they suffered losses due to the Asian financial crisis, but now they are in excellent condition. However, they have a weak spot: their third partner fund, Bluestone. After all, Bluestone pours everything into his third product. Without the members who arrived in Korea, he would become dead weight for Bluestone. So Sanhu intends to strike at their very foundation, and Jonathan must do it. In fact, while Bluestone may be quite attractive, their subsidiary, Blue Rock, is far more ambitious. 20 years later, Kim Chang-soo, Jillian, and Jessica will join forces to actively develop a fund management company. At their peak, their fortune would reach around 4 trillion. But the shadow banks that control the financial world from underground, that was the title Sanhu wanted to claim for himself. His parents thought he had returned from Sunday school, but in fact, he had taken advantage of the short break and traveled to the United States. He hired Jillian and Jessica before Blue Rock and found a brilliant analyst, Kim Chong-soo. And most importantly, I met with the chief inspector of the private research group Zopi, John Clark. Sanhu introduced himself as Ethan and was looking for a beneficiary, a trusted person who would help protect his assets and ensure financial stability for his loved ones in the future. When investigating a missing person, proof of relationship with the missing person is required. But when declaring a person wanted, you only need to prove your involvement. Therefore, Sanhu has now decided to act within the law. He said that his man's name was Bobby. He was born in Brooklyn. He is now between 12 and 15 years old and probably lives in New York. However, he did not have more information, but Sanhu said that he could describe his appearance. John noted that there was a catastrophic lack of data, and with such a large amount of information, the matter would require a lot of time and money. In essence, he was asking to search all of North America, but Sanhu replied that he didn't care how much time or money it would take. Since the money that would go to the beneficiary would definitely cover everything, he asked John not to worry. Sanhu wanted to find Bobby at all costs, because in the future, he would become the leader of the 8 sins and 8 benefactors, and would become known as the world's evil. After this, Sanhu met with Jonathan, telling him that he had hired Jillian and wanted to transfer offshore funds to him, about $15 billion. Jonathan noted that even though Jillian was a member of the Morgan Group, he was surprised, and therefore it looked like they had hit the jackpot. Sanhu assured him that Jillian was the perfect person to lead the vanguard. Meanwhile, Sanhu also brought a small gift for Jonathan, who at first thought it was an autobiography. However, upon closer inspection, he realized it was an investment book, and Jonathan was delighted. This is not surprising, because the document prepared by Sanhu contains many theories that this world has never seen before. Sanhu noted that he was not credited as the author of the book, leaving the preface blank and offering to publish it in Jonathan's name. However, Jonathan could not refuse him and said that he would reap all the benefits until Sanhu decided to come out into the light. He also said that it was enough to talk to him so formally because age was just a number. And Jonathan offered Sanhu to become friends, not just business partners. Friendship was something unattainable for the awakened. And in the previous story, he and Jonathan were simply colleagues who shared trophies and points from the war. However, the current Jonathan was different from his past self, and Sanhu began to think that he had earned the right to call him his friend. From now on, Jonathan and Sanhu were not just business partners, but truly loyal friends. Meanwhile, during spring break, unrest broke out at school, and Yun-hee took time off for family reasons. Her mother came to the school to protest, declaring that a person with mental illness could not be a teacher. So the plan to prove that Yun-hee was awakened had to be put on hold for a while. The most important thing now was to prepare for entering the dungeon, as this was the only place to improve skills before entering the testing ground. So that night, San-hoo went to the building surrounding the entrance to the dungeon, a perfect defensive structure masquerading as a mental hospital built by Chol Min. If the builders continue at the same pace, the building will take only a week to complete. However, San-hoo had already approached the portal at the entrance to the dungeon. As he got closer, he saw a system window asking if he wanted to open the dungeon, and even though it was an F-rank dungeon, going into it alone was like signing a death warrant. But San-hoo was determined and opened the entrance to the dungeon. Electrical devices and firearms are useless in such places, so one can only rely on swords forged in Namdaemun. San-hoo had brought some painkillers and emergency supplies with him, and although he didn't have what he had in his past life, he had no other choice. Meanwhile, Jonathan received a letter from San-hoo in the mail. He thought it was another business plan, but was very surprised to see that San-hoo had sent him a will. At this time, San-hoo had already entered the dungeon and was fighting the monsters with all his might. However, fighting monsters was different from regular training. Here, it wasn't enough to hit the enemy on the head a couple of times. On the contrary, the monsters attacked with even greater force, biting, and San-hoo had to wriggle out of it to survive. However, he was not always able to escape from the clutches of the monsters, and now he was captured and immobilized. But despite this, San-hoo did not give up and continued to fight, thanks to which he killed 3 monsters, but there were still about 60 left. The monsters in this dungeon are Declan's soldiers with the classification number KF07, and due to their docile nature, they were called dogs in the past story. Even in an F-rank dungeon, hunting 1 or 2 dogs was quite difficult, and the dungeon was a labyrinth. He met 3 scouts in the road near the entrance, and the layout changed every time someone entered. Therefore, no one could predict what would happen in any given room. There are 3 types of trials in the dungeon. The first is a boss trial. The second is a hunting trial, and the third is a combat test called a duel. To escape the dungeon, you must either complete one of 3 types of trials or use the escape seal. The reason San-hoo chose this particular dungeon as his starting point was simple. He already knew the strategy for the boss fight, and the reward for completing the hunting trial was the seal of escape. San-hoo felt quite pathetic, risking his life for such a simple quest. However, along the way he came across a dungeon box, and because it looked like bronze, many awakened ones were led astray. If you're lucky, you can get something good from the bronze box. Otherwise, it sends a curse, like chaos or fear. If San-hoo gets cursed, he won't leave the dungeon alive, so there's no point in trying your luck. After walking a little further, he finally found the door with the hunting challenge, and hoped that there would only be 1 monster behind it. However, there were many more monsters behind the door, several times more. San-hoo wanted to hide the skill Odin's Wrath until a better time, but he had no other choice. Since the skill only activates for half an hour and has a 24-hour cooldown, San-hoo didn't have much time, so he plucked up his resolve and went straight for the monsters. Thanks to his skill, San-hoo killed 1 monster after another, and after a short time he was able to defeat about 20 monsters. The enhanced weapon was indeed incredibly effective, and the body of F-rank monsters could not withstand such power. In the end, the young man managed to defeat all the monsters, and he considered it a small victory. However, he was so exhausted that he slept for a whole day, although this was only the first room of the dungeon. Despite this, San-hoo was partly pleased with the result. Although he was very battered, he was also glad that he had survived and hadn't lost his left arm, because without the recovery from the skill, Man Overcoming Difficulties, it would have certainly been torn off. San-hoo defeated 56 Declans out of 60 and earned 204 points, while the bronze box was worth 300 points. However, he still needed to obtain the escape seal by completing the hunting trial. At that moment, 2 more monsters approached him, probably smelling the blood. Even though there were 2 of them, their movements looked strange, as if they didn't want to attack the boy. Suddenly, another monster appeared behind them, a 2-headed one, which meant that this was not just a hunting test, but a task of a great competition. San-hoo didn't even have time to realize what was happening before the monster immediately attacked him. The 2-headed one was at least E rank, and considering that San-hoo had a hard time dealing with F rank monsters, this one was still beyond his capabilities. The monster threw his sword at him, him, but the young man was able to react in time and dodge. Sanhu noticed the dungeon box a few steps away from him and hoped that it contained the escape seal. In the last seconds, he managed to grab the box before the two-headed monster attacked him. Sanhu managed to open the box, and at that moment, the monster grabbed him by the leg, dropping the box. Despite this, the young man managed to obtain the escape seal and use it just before his death. He was able to survive thanks to a true miracle, using the seal at the last moment. Now Sanhu understood why the 8 boys had been driven mad by the system. But these were only echoes of the horror it made people suffer, clinging to hope until the very end. However, entering the dungeon alone was a miscalculation and a big mistake for Sanhu. Picking up his phone, he saw 30 missed calls from Jonathan. But right now, he had something more important to do. Instead of calling Jonathan, Sanhu called Yun-hee to ask her for something. When she arrived, she was very surprised by his appearance. It was as if there was not a single living spot on him. Sanhu asked her to go inside, although the sign "Psychiatric Hospital" scared her a lot. He tried to convince her, explaining that it was just a cover and that it was only them here. But this didn't make Yun-hee feel any better. Yun-hee thought that Sanhu thought she was crazy because of her mental health. However, the young man replied that he knew she was not like that, and therefore called her to explain everything. If Yun-hee's skills had been leveled up, she would have been able to read his thoughts by now, meaning she was still at a fairly low level. So Sanhu decided to take decisive action, giving Yun-hee a choice. Go back and live a miserable life as the local madwoman, or jump down the rabbit hole. Despite her fear, Yun-hee agreed to this, and when she first saw the monster, she couldn't believe her eyes. She was very scared when she saw him, and already wanted to run as far as possible. However, Sanhu tried to calm her down, saying that everything she was seeing now was just his memories. Her abilities were not yet developed, but the young man was able to share with her the memories of his last days. However, the realization that something like this existed in the world was too difficult for Yun-hee at first, and she couldn't believe that she had been chosen to fight these monsters. Sanhu explained to her that the day of the beginning was coming very soon, and they needed to prepare properly, which required going through the dungeon. He also gave her a contract that if Yun-hee agreed to go into the dungeon with him, she would be given a reward. The young man noted that there was another option. She could continue to live an ordinary life, pretending as if nothing had happened, until the very day it began. Therefore, Sanhu did not demand an immediate answer from her. She had time to think everything over until tomorrow. The illusions Yun-hee had been seeing since middle school, the blue window called the system window, were something only she could see. She tried to tell her mother about this, but when she found out about it, she took her to church. Over time, out of the blue, Yun-hee began to sense other people's emotions and tried to understand how they were connected to each other, but to no avail. Of all the people, she felt Sanhu's emotions the most. At the time, it seemed to her that with his help she would be able to find some clues. But she could not have imagined such a turn of events. The contract was worth 200 million won, a billion won a year salary, 500 million won signing on, and a 500 million won bonus for successful return. And in the event of death, the salary would be tripled. The next day, when she came to Sanhu, she wanted to hear his explanation about what had happened. On the way, he told her that she was awakened, and her abilities would be extremely useful after the beginning day. He explained to her in detail everything that interested her, and Yun-hee thanked him because until that moment, she had only thought about a quick death. She also said that she had no reason to refuse such a huge sum, and, as it turned out, she was not crazy at all. She said this confidently, although her hands were still shaking with fear. However, Yun-hee was curious about where Sanhu got that kind of money and how he could offer it to her. The young man replied that she would find out everything when they arrived. But Yun-hee did not understand why he was talking to her in such a tone, since she was older than him. He couldn't tell her that he had returned to the past, so he only said that he was somewhat older than her. But in the world where they would soon be living, age meant nothing. Having met Sanha, Jonathan was beside himself with excitement, worrying about him the whole time, especially since the young man returned covered in bandages. When Yun-hee saw Jonathan, she was delighted. Too many strange things had happened in the last 2 days. Yesterday there were monsters. Today, a world-famous investor. Sanhu introduced them to each other, telling Yun-hee that Jonathan would just sign their contract. After meeting Jonathan, a Forbes top 20 billionaire known as the God of Investments, All her doubts about the contract were dispelled. Yun-hee was amazed. In just one day, she had earned 200 million and met Jonathan. However, Jonathan was not aware of Sun-hoo's secret activities and did not understand why he was giving such money to Yun-hee. Moreover, if they both went missing, the company was obligated to pay her father 3 billion won. But Sun-hoo only replied that everything would become clear later. He suggested they discuss everything over lunch, but the restaurant Jonathan liked so much turned out to be closed, which made him even more furious. The crisis has not only affected local companies. Foreign funds that had entered the Asian market have now all moved to Eastern Europe. Jonathan suggested that in addition to Eastern Europe, they also moved to Latin America. However, in addition to these two continents, they also settled in Russia. Upon learning how many nuclear weapons the country had, Jonathan was delighted, declaring that it was impossible to destroy it. But Sun-hoo replied that everyone thought so, and that was why Jonathan would go there. Jonathan had previously asked Sun-hoo how good Jillian was, and he had suggested that once they were done with Russia, whoever came up highest would take the profit. Of course, it would be difficult for Jonathan to do it alone, so Sun-hoo found a partner for him. His name is Brian, or Kim Jong-soo in Korean. Jonathan noted that since he would only have to watch from the sidelines, he would at least be able to rest a little. However, Sun-hoo responded that they needed to raise rates because a major sell-off in Russian government bonds was about to begin. Therefore, Sun-hoo intends to burn everything to the ground. Specifically, about $1 billion. On the plane, Jonathan thought about Sun-hoo's words. He understood that Russia would fail on the world market, but they really wanted to burn $1 billion. Meanwhile, Sun-hoo continued training, but with Yun-hee, while Jonathan, Jillian, Jessica, and Brian were busy with financial matters. He tried to teach her close combat skills by telling her to stab him with a knife, but Yun-hee couldn't just go and do it. Sun-hoo put a little pressure on her, reminding her that if they were in the dungeon now, she would have already died, because the first point of the contract was that orders concerning dungeons were unquestionable. However, even so, Yun-hee simply could not decide to do this. At first glance, Yun-hee didn't seem to have any outstanding skills, but she did have one very interesting one, Mari's touch, which abruptly canceled out the target's inability to fight. This skill transfers the target's wound to the one who inflicted it, so now Yun-hee was stabbing and practicing getting stabbed. However, there was no time for persuasion, so Sun-hoo put pressure on her and continued to demand that she hit him. As a result, she was still able to stab him with a knife in her emotions, and due to the active bleeding after activating enemy, the skill Mari's touch worked. The skill enemy makes you forget the pain, but does not heal the wound. And because of Mari's touch, the wound disappeared while enemy became stronger. However, after this, Yun-hee experienced unshakable pain, and since her body was fragile, everything felt as if she was already in the next world. However, it was important for her to learn how to use her strongest skill in the dungeon without hesitation. After 12 hours, Yun-hee finally woke up, and her condition returned to normal. She really thought she was going to die, but it turned out to be much simpler than she imagined. However, Sun-hoo said that she should rest for a couple of days, because now it seems to her that everything is not so bad because of the painkillers. Meanwhile, Sun-hoo needed to leave for a while, and he asked Yun-hee to focus on the restoration. Of course, she couldn't object, since according to the contract, orders concerning the dungeons were unquestionable. Sun-hoo headed to Yoenil to meet his father. The father introduced him to his colleague, and he was pleasantly surprised to see the young man. He asked which university Sun-hoo attended, but his father replied that although he looked grown up, he was still a high school student. This really surprised him, because Sun-hoo looked quite grown up. For this, he gave him some money, saying that it was so that he could become as great as his father, although it looked more like a boss giving pocket money to his employee. After all, thanks to its anonymity, no one in the company knew that its owner was the son of one of the employees. The father said that he had already been promoted twice at work, but asked not to tell his mother anything because he wanted to surprise her. Starting tomorrow, he will be transferred to a foreign exchange bank, his new place of work. Sun-hoo was a little surprised to realize that it was Jamie's work. The father also asked if he understood why their country was in such a situation. It was that very day from the past, the day when the Sun-hoo talisman returned to him. His father gave him a bank account so that he could think about what shares he wanted to buy and then report it, asking him to tell him more about such things. With this bank account, Sun-hoo entered the world of finance, survived the trials of Wall Street, and it was this account that began the butterfly effect and completed the preparation for entering the dungeon. Meanwhile, Yun-hee had already begun to gradually get the hang of it and was practicing shooting a crossbow. but it was difficult to even pierce a monster's skin with such a weapon, let alone kill it. But they had no other choice, because despite everything, she could not fight in close combat. Tomorrow they would be heading to the dungeon, and Yeon-hee asked San-hoo what else she should prepare, to which he replied that she should prepare a suicide note and a will. The reality was that the chances of her not returning alive were too high, and Yeon-hee realized how far from the truth her ideas about the dungeons had been. After all, very soon they will live only to kill living beings, and there will be no difference between monsters and people. She couldn't fight, so she tried to help from the rear using her healing skills. It really helped, and the wounds on San-hoo's body gradually healed right during the battle. However, they should not forget that in this place, they were fighting for survival. As a reward for completing the task, San-hoo received the Seal of Escape and asked Yeon-hee if he would mind if he took it for himself, to which she nodded that she would not mind, despite the fact that it could save her life. As San-hoo expected, he was much more effective in battle with a healer, because if he were left alone, he would have to dull the pain with painkillers, and coping with that would have been much more difficult. He never imagined that one day his partner would be an empath, although the second of the 8 evils was also an empath. Gifted with the ability to use unimaginable attacks of various forms at any time, San-hoo didn't even want to know what that guy was capable of. While he was thinking about this, Yeon-hee used fear elimination and aimed her crossbow at him, as the spirit world had made him too sensitive. However, San-hoo said that he was fine. He was just thinking about the past. She suggested they rest for a while until he calmed down, but he refused, explaining that she couldn't let doubts dampen her resolve. So they decided to head straight to the next room, and what awaited them there was not encouraging. In the next room, they encountered another 2-headed monster. Before San-hoo could think, the monster immediately attacked him and knocked the blade out of his hand. San-hoo thought he had managed to dodge, but his opponent immediately struck him in the back. However, San-hoo still had some trump cards left. But for this, Yeon-hee didn't have to use either body healing or Mari's touch. She also couldn't provoke the monster with her useless crossbow, so all she had to do was run if anyone attacked. Yeon-hee was able to hear his thoughts, so as soon as she sensed danger, she immediately started running wherever her eyes looked. As she ran, a system window appeared in front of her, telling her that she had completed the diary quest. And the system asked her to make a decision in agreement with the second player, which meant that San-hoo was alive, and at that very moment, a monster attacked her. Meanwhile, San-hoo continued to deal with the monsters, killing them one after another. He used the skill Man Overcoming Difficulties, which helped him cut down monsters without any difficulty. When San-hoo finally killed everyone and was in mortal pain, opening his eyes, to his surprise, the first sin came to his mind. He used to envy his character, but he would never have thought that for this he would have to go through such terrible pain. Yeon-hee also managed to escape, although she herself suffered a lot, and San-hoo thought that they managed to survive thanks to the trap he set. However, Yeon-hee also contributed a lot to their victory. When the monster attacked her from behind, she did not run. On the contrary, she attacked him and hit him right in the eye, and after waiting for the right moment, she stabbed him with a dagger. San-hoo never thought that one day Yeon-hee would be able to help him with something, and he is glad that he was wrong. Even though Yeon-hee was just a rookie healer who hadn't even reached F rank, she was able to survive in such a critical situation. Over the past week, San-hoo and Yeon-hee have collected all the boxes in the dungeon, and clearing the first dungeon was a success. San-hoo attacked everything he saw, destroyed the dungeon, and fought every enemy. For this, he received all the boxes, and also increased the level of his skills, preparing for the battle with the main boss. Of course, sometimes there were curses in the boxes, but thanks to Yeon-hee and her skill, Fear Elimination, the curses were removed as if by magic. However, every time she got rid of the curse, San-hoo thought about the second sin. After all, if one person can remove curses, most likely the other can impose them. Her abilities, which could penetrate his mind at any moment, made him feel some discomfort. However, as they continued further into the dungeon, they came across the door to the boss room. Clearing even a dungeon like this would require at least 5 E-rank hunters, and San-hoo found it hard to believe that it was just the two of them doing it now. Since they had come this far, San-hoo noted that they definitely couldn't die here. Gathering his confidence, San-hoo opened the door to the main boss's room. Behind the door was the boss, Anubis, and next to him were what seemed like hundreds of Declan's soldiers, Anubis with one head. When San-hoo first came to this place, There were those with him who found such opponents funny. They considered it a joke, saying that such a creature could not even be called a boss. Only later did they realize that the more Declan soldiers they killed, the stronger Anubis became. However, it was too late, because over time, he became a real demon. So, until Sanu got to Anubis, it was necessary to ignore him as long as possible. After using Odin's Wrath, Speed Seal, and activating his armor, Sanhu decided to attack the monsters. Without a second thought, he rushed straight into the crowd of Declan's soldiers. Sanhu's goal was to get to Anubis as quickly as possible, while hitting as few other monsters as possible. However, everything turned out to be much more difficult than he expected. And in all this time, he had not even gone halfway. He was also saved by his iron hand, thanks to which he could often survive monster bites. However, Sanhu had no choice but to go ahead. Meanwhile, Yeonhee used her healing abilities to hide with the skill Hide Item. Despite it being a weak F-rank artifact, it could hide her presence from monsters. She thought Sanka was crazy because it seemed like he was fighting with his bare hands against a wall made of blades. All Sanhu needed now was to get to Anubis before his Man Overcoming Difficulties skill kicked in. And at that moment, the monster hit him so hard that it activated the skill. Not long before, Sanhu also raised his vitals and intelligence to E rank, which should help him defeat the boss. The man who overcame difficulties had increased his strength and agility to rank D, and now none of the monsters could stop Sanha. He was as if in a rage and easily killed crowds of monsters. However, this took him a lot of time. The skill had to last 40 seconds, and in the meantime, Anubis decided to attack him. Anubis attacked Sanha with a shot, and the young man realized that now was his chance to defeat the boss. Sanhu threw his dagger at him to weaken the monster's vigilance. Meanwhile, he managed to hit Anubis's body directly, thereby weakening him. And while his ability was in effect, he pounced on Anubis and finished him off with a final blow, stomping him into the ground. Meanwhile, Yeonhee activated her skill, Mari's Touch, which caused her to take a colossal amount of damage. The monsters noticed her and were about to attack. But at that moment, Sanhu managed to kill them. After killing Anubis, they completed the quest, Crying Face, Smiling Face, and they had to decide which of them would take first place, and Yeonhee gave that place to Sanhu. At the end of the fight with Anubis, he injured Sanhu's artery, which is why Yeonhee is now bleeding out, and they are surrounded by a crowd of the remaining monsters. Miraculously, Sanhu managed to kill all the remaining monsters, and he himself did not understand how he managed it. However, by the time they got out of the dungeon, he was torn to shreds. Yeonhee was able to survive by receiving the Resurrection skill as a second-place reward. This is a great skill that preserves minimal vital signs, even in the face of fatal injuries, but it does not eliminate pain, so the person still needs time to recover. Sanhu received the Devi Sword, a skill that belonged to the first of the 8 benefactors. However, this was no simple skill, but a true cheat that even the worst of sins feared, and Sanhu was captivated the moment it fell into his hands. The building of the financial empire was also going well. A moratorium was just announced in Moscow. Accounts that were 40% down soared again. A miraculous comeback. Jonathan immediately called Sanhu to tell him about it, noting that their profit was 450%. He was so happy because they managed to earn $90 billion. But Sanhu disappointed him a little by saying that Jonathan still lost. After all, during this time, Jillian and Jessica's profit was 615%. While Yeonhee was unconscious, Sanghu prepared a small gift for her, a full package of shares in New Medical Corporation. He also noted that the dungeon had been successfully cleared and destroyed, and that the package of shares was now entirely in her possession. Along with the shares, he also gave her the promised payment, 500 million won for entering the dungeon, another 500 million won for survival, and 1 billion won as an annual fee. Yeonhee couldn't believe that she was able to earn 2 billion won from all this, since she had previously been involved in sponsorship activities, receiving a paltry profit. Now, as the owner of a medical company, Yeonhee will be free to help more people. Sanhu asked her if she had changed her mind about going into dungeons. Yeonhee replied that she would need a lot of money to make such a decision, so she would stand by Sanha's side in the future. After this, Sanhu met with Jessica, as quite a lot of time had passed since their last meeting. He brought her a new investment proposal related to investing in Russia, saying that she herself should decide what to do. However, Jessica noted that she could not make such decisions on her own, so she would first consult with Jillian. Sanhu replied that there was no need to rush, but asked why she wasn't listening to his proposals to sell all her major IT stocks on the NASDAQ market in New York. Jessica is nervous, but she can take it, because investing $30 billion is an unusual form of therapy that doesn't come with the responsibility for losses. Sanhu pretended to be too shy, but in reality, he was interested in watching Jillian's performance from behind the scenes. Meanwhile, something else interesting was about to happen, and someone else, Jonathan, who was watching Brian's assets, also played a role. A man came to Jonathan and told him that he was developing research technology. Jonathan asked if he was referring to a method for assessing a website's importance based on user trust, noting that the technology costs about $1 million. For a man, $1 million was something impossible, because with that kind of money, he could have gotten a doctorate, or at least gotten close to it. There was an attempt to sell this technology once, and 2 of its managers were absolutely delighted. So now is the best time for Jonathan, because it is difficult to acquire shares even after an IPO, a public offering of shares, at a low price. But if Jonathan buys this technology right now, the 2 people running the company will go back to their doctoral work, and he will be the only one who can manage it. He offered the man $10 million for his technology. However, he replied that he could not make a decision so quickly and needed to consult with his partner. But Jonathan said that he had a flight in an hour, so they only had 10 minutes. Upon returning, the man thanked him for his kindness and attention to their technology, but stated that they had changed their minds about selling it. Jonathan offered him another check for $10 million. The man found it hard to believe that Jonathan was so interested, so he wanted to get as much money from him as possible. Jonathan asked him if he knew how he had first made his fortune, and the man replied that he had read his book on his way to see him. Jonathan noted that he certainly knew then how he had double-dipped everything he had, but it wasn't luck or passion. He took advantage of his exclusive opportunity, and his calculations were extremely precise. And today, he saw it as his third chance. Currently, it has more than 500 billion in liquid assets in different countries, and their number is only growing every day. So Jonathan told him that if he wanted something, he should never hide his true intentions. After all, the man decided to change his mind, although he was determined to sell his technology before meeting him. Jonathan asked him if he was sure he could get more benefit than he offered, and if so, he would not stop him. He also canceled a meeting with the finance minister, saying he had more urgent matters to attend to, and the man realized it was a threat. Finally, Jonathan told him that he was doing this for his own good, so he himself would be forced to return. The man didn't understand why he was going so far, but he replied that he would think about it as seriously as possible. However, he demanded a 50-50 split, with the 50% having to include management rights. And if Jonathan was truly interested in their technology, he should at least guarantee that. Jonathan apologized for what he had said earlier, noting that he hoped for their understanding. In the end, everything went more than successfully, and the man promised to call Jonathan back later. Saihu was secretly watching them, and he too congratulated Jonathan, who couldn't believe he had just almost given away $20 million. The young man didn't know how much money Jonathan needed to start a company, but low-priced shares rarely lead to anything good. However, in just 10 years, Google's shares will rise to 60 billion. At the same time, John called him and told Sanhu that they had managed to find the cat. When John first saw Sanhu, he remembered him as a man with a smell as if he had passed between life and death. So he really wanted to win his trust. Despite this, it was not possible to find Sanhu's client within the law, but when he suggested this to the young man, he did not object. In the end, they managed to find the first sin, although it was not easy since he was in a pre-trial detention center. The case was called first-degree murder, and he was released due to lack of evidence, but Sanhu was sure it was him. Committing first-degree murder at the age of 13 was pure madness. Meanwhile, the so-called capture group armed itself and set about its task. Sanhu noted that one should not underestimate the target just because of his young age, as he can be extremely dangerous. The reward for the success of the operation was a whole $1 billion, which served as motivation for the guys. They quietly made their way to the apartment door and surrounded it, awaiting further commands. However, it only seemed to them that they did it unnoticed, because Bobby noticed them anyway. Having opened the door, he immediately used his abilities, and the guys did not understand what was happening. To save them, one of the group members started shooting at Bobby, but he deftly dodged. Firearms had no effect on him. No matter how many times they shot at him, because he possessed the seal of absorption. Sanhu didn't stand aside and intervened, using the skill Devi's Sword. He managed to hit Bobby, and it seemed like this attack would be enough to at least weaken him. The others didn't understand what was happening, but Sanhu still rushed forward with his blade. He tried to stab Bobby, but the blade broke into small pieces. Despite using the Devi Sword, the enemy still had the strength to attack. Sanhu managed to knock him to the ground and landed a few punches, thinking he had broken through Bobby's shield. However, despite the damage he had taken, Bobby was able to resist him and seemed to recognize him from his past life. Bobby pushed Sanhu away and used the moment to escape. He used the teleportation skill and successfully escaped. Sanhu immediately ordered the squad to search for him, since the skill's range was only about 20 meters. But this yielded no results. Meanwhile, when Bobby pushed Sanhu away, he managed to wound him with a knife, activating the skill Man Overcoming Difficulties. In the end, the operation failed. Bobby escaped, and Sanhu lost consciousness immediately after the skill's effect ended. After this, even battle-hardened soldiers could not hide their excitement. This was not surprising, because yesterday they saw something that looked like science fiction. One of the group's members, Brown, died from Bobby's poison skill. Sanhu promised to create an insurance fund for the remaining employees when everything was over. But for now, he ordered the search to continue. John didn't understand how they were going to catch someone like Bobby, considering it impossible. Sanhu replied that the longer they delayed, the stronger he would become, and eventually, even the army would not be able to cope. John realized that even if the army was powerless, the situation would be extremely difficult. He later compiled a report on Bobby's actions, whose victim was a 28-year-old man he met on a messenger. The murder weapon was not found, and he was released due to lack of evidence. Also, last night, Bobby sent a letter to the prosecutor handling his case, and Sanhu realized that he was hunting for potential awakened people. Sanhu called Jonathan to find out how many shares they had in Gold Online, since the messenger they were using, Gold, belonged to that company. In order to investigate and gain control over Gold Online, they gained access to server reports. This revealed that Bobby had been making contracts with awakened people, naming the chat something like, "Welcome all F rank and above." Sanhu instructed John to follow the people whose information was found in the documents. Most likely they are somehow connected to Bobby, or at least had contact with him. He also told John to call another squad and not to worry about payment. For the successful completion of the operation, Sanhu promised to pay as much as necessary. After that, he went back to Korea, and in the meantime, Jonathan Investment became the #1 asset manager with $509 billion. It was an incredible feeling to control funds that influence the U.S. economy and assets around the world. In essence, the shadow bank held the global economy in its hands, managing it from behind the scenes. However, trouble awaited him on the plane. A drunk man began to pester those around him, claiming that they were all nothing to him. He didn't like Sanhu's look and grabbed him by the collar, but immediately lost consciousness. Sanhu learned to control the power of Odin's wrath in order to save Yeon-hee, who was in critical condition. This skill could be used instead of a defibrillator, but Sanhu decided to use it for other purposes as well. Meanwhile, he met with Yeon-hee, who wanted to exchange 11 points for 11 bronze boxes. She waited for him to open them together, as she did not want to arouse suspicion since she had signed a contract to hand over all the items to him. In the first box, she got health points, which made Yeon-hee incredibly happy. The second box contained a clown's dagger. It wasn't just a melee weapon, but an item with a skill that applied a random negative effect with a small chance. Sanhu noted that it was very similar to one of the 3 unique weapons, possibly also enhanced. It was a secret curse from one of the Sens, placed on the spirit world, with the effect of random corruption. However, if the boost wears off, the item will be destroyed, and the 3 weapons mentioned are the only ones that have been able to be upgraded to S rank. At this time, Director Park flew to Busan to meet with the chairman of Hanwha Group. At first glance, the chairman seemed frivolous and a common drunkard, and Park could not believe that all his assets were under his supervision. He noted that this was indeed the case, adding that Park had been incredible at today's meeting. The chairman also offered him to release the shares that had gone to Jonil Investment in exchange for 100 of his own, or even 1,000. This is because Hansel Group's extremely large capital is almost entirely made up of shares of this company, and Daehyun Group recently made an offer of 200 billion won. However, Park declined his offer, saying that he needed to get back to work. The chairman tried to stop him, to convince him otherwise, but to no avail. Park couldn't believe he had given up 100 or even 2 billion won so easily, and working at Jonil was truly wonderful. He also had a meeting scheduled for today, but for some reason, it was postponed until the next morning. Pak didn't quite understand why, since the president himself had asked him to return quickly just a couple of hours ago. But he couldn't object. Meanwhile, Jamie came to San-hoo and was surprised to see a lot of different melee weapons in the office, but he said that it was just a collection. San-hoo called her to find out how the company's investments were going. Jamie replied that there was a couple of pieces of news that would definitely make him happy. They had managed to acquire the majority of shares in the most successful business companies. During times of national unrest, conglomerates formed reorganization funds and changed their management structure. For example, the Ilsung Group began with Ilsung Dreamland, followed by Ilsung Life, Ilsung Electronics, Ilsung Card, and then Ilsung Dreamland again. Thus, Ilsung Group controls the entire company through Ilsung Dreamland. The same thing happens with Daehyun Group and Daehyun Elevator, Hansel Group, and Hansel Confectionery. They play a key role in management, which is why they are called pegged shares. Jamie noted that Korea has now become a republic under the control of Chonil Investment, and it all happened in the summer, when they disrupted the course of history. It changed a little, but all the natural disasters happened exactly when they were supposed to. On the day Typhoon Olga swept across the Korean peninsula, the stock market remained hot, despite the unimaginably rainy day. And it appears the NewYork.com boom was the reason. Daehyun Security quickly launched the Buy Korea Funds product, and later, the Cyber Korea 21 policy was implemented. But on the day the Bank of Korea repaid its last debt to the IMF, Sang-hoo had a decision to make. He wanted to finish high school normally, so as not to arouse unnecessary suspicion. But this matter could no longer be put off. So he decided to tell his parents what he had been doing all this time. San-hoo showed his father the letter from the post office, in which he was chosen as an analyst for Jonathan Investment. The father could not believe that his son, at such a young age, could already work for such a large company. For some reason, San-hoo thought that his parents would not be happy with his success. He had a strange idea about it, and he thought that his father would not be very happy. However, the father said he was proud of him and apologized for not having noticed how special his son was before. He noted that he was only upset that he would not be able to be there at such important moments in his life. But he hoped to at least occasionally find out if everything was okay with him. The father was pleased with his son's success, saying that from now on he would not keep an eye on him. However, he still felt sorry because he could have supported him much more, but he had not thought about it before. And San-hoo replied that everything was fine and thanked him. San-hoo also shared this with his mother, and it reminded her of the times when he attended Taekwondo classes, noting that back then, he and the boys seemed to want to represent the country. She thought that this was why he trained so hard. But he didn't go to the section for even 3 months. However, she was glad that San-hoo was developing his abilities and not standing still. San-hoo was glad that his parents were much better prepared for such news than he expected. Afterwards, he headed to the office where he met Yun-hee, and she immediately noticed that he looked happy. She thought that San-hoo probably thought she had used her powers for this. So she said that anyone would think the same if they saw him in that state. San-hoo replied that he was only glad about this, and that Young-hee was making progress with what they were looking for. Together, they went to the site of the discovery of the new dungeon. However, when they arrived at the place, they were surprised. It seemed that someone had already opened the portal, which is why San-hoo couldn't spend another 3 years in high school, because every day counted. Traces of the awakened were everywhere. And not only here, and Yun-hee noted that he was definitely somewhere nearby. San-hoo was surprised, because he had never taught her before to look out for people who should awaken. But, as expected, she was smart. However, he noted that the rain made it difficult to see the tracks, so it would be better to wait. Yun-hee removed her hood to heighten her senses, despite the risk of hypothermia. Meanwhile, the dungeon disappeared, or rather, returned to its sealed state, which meant that the first person to enter it was dead. Sang-hoo noted that Yun-hee did a great job, and that her vigilance was high. While using your own senses isn't nearly as convenient as the escape seal, you can never be sure what's inside. Therefore, they must not relax under any circumstances, especially when they enter the dungeon. Together, they went inside, and San-hoo was alarmed that the task, Destroy the Count, had appeared. The Count was an arthropod monster and was very strong. Yun-hee noted that she didn't care because she wasn't afraid of bugs, but she didn't dare go any further. Suddenly, something unknown, resembling a tail, appeared above them. In the blink of an eye, the tail attacked them, but San-hoo and Yun-hee managed to dodge it. This was the very same monster called the Fluid Count, and the most unpleasant thing was that there was poison in its tentacles. Yun-hee was a little scared, but San-hoo pointed out that she needed to control herself, as they would encounter monsters much more dangerous than this in the future. By this, he meant those monsters that were outwardly no different from people. Like other monsters, the Count had his weaknesses. If you cut off his antenna, he becomes defenseless, after which you can separate his head from his body, tearing out the joints. But you need to be careful of the poison-secreting glands at the ends of his limbs. As a result, Sank managed to kill one such monster, and he was surprised because it turned out to be much easier than expected, although the Count should have been stronger than Anubis. Although they looked like ordinary bugs, they had a brain, but they became stupid when they lost their senses. Therefore, it is better to stay away from their glands, otherwise you may experience unbearable pain. The poison can only be neutralized with the help of seals and skills, and in case of an overdose, the pain will become unbearable, although the poison will be eliminated on its own after a few days. Sanhu noted that although the situation was unpleasant, there was something valuable hidden in the Count's bodies other than poison. He stuck his hand into the monster's body and started rummaging around there, which made Yun-hee feel, to put it mildly, uneasy. In the end, Sank managed to get what he was looking for, a magic stone. Useless for now, but with time, it will become worth its weight in gold. However, killing the first Count proved too easy, and after a couple of minutes, several more appeared. However, Sanhu had some aces up his sleeve that allowed him to deal with them quickly. In particular, it was his new skill, Devi's Sword, with which he easily slew monsters one after another. He managed to defeat a dozen Counts, although he still received a couple of wounds from particularly strong attacks. Countless battles as an A-rank hunter and using abilities to survive have paid off. Sanhu suggested that Yun-hee attack first, without waiting for the monsters to attack, since there were only about 20 of them left according to the mission. However, something unexpected happened. Instead of 20, they were attacked by more than 100 Counts, and 5 days had already passed since they entered the dungeon, and Sanhu had been poisoned all this time. He didn't even have time to understand what was happening because the monsters attacked extremely suddenly. Sanhu used all his skills, from Odin's Wrath to Man of Overcoming Challenges, and thus managed to defeat all the monsters and complete the quests. At that time, Yun-hee activated the skill Fear Elimination, after which Sanhu was left with a mess in his head. However, Yun-hee herself also did not remember what exactly happened and how they were surrounded by monsters. However, they collected their thoughts and sorted through the rewards they had received, among which Yun-hee received 2 mood skills, Hatred and Confusion, which allowed her to blend in with enemies. Each time she acquired more and more cunning skills, so she also needed to master some hidden movement. Among the skills Sanhu acquired, the skill Natural Face stood out in particular. When activating any other skill, it gave a small chance to increase it to the next rank. After a short rest, they collected the remaining boxes and prepared for the boss fight. Walking a little further, they came across sealed, medium-sized Counts guarding the boss Count. Sanhu said that if they could break their shells, they would quickly deal with the rest. However, in reality, everything turned out to be not so simple. When he struck with all his might, the sensations were far from pleasant. But he wasn't going to give up on this, and on the contrary, he wanted to try to destroy them with the help of the skill Man Overcoming Difficulties. Yun-hee, however, was not happy that he was thinking of something like this again. The secret of the Devi's Sword was revealed when its rank rose to the level of Man Overcoming Difficulties. It was a deceptive skill that could deceive anyone. It released cutting energy and could be transformed into the Sword of Shiva, the ultimate skill of the 8 great sins. However, everyone feared this skill in the hands of benefactors because it could become any ability that had the name of God in its name. However, Sanhu decided to use the Sword of Shiva to destroy the monster's shells. Since the skill allowed for a powerful fire attack in a large radius, Sanhu fried the Counts like bugs. And it worked. The monsters came out of their defenses and were extremely angry. However, Sanhu didn't wait for them to attack him and immediately used the skill Odin's Wrath. However, besides the medium-sized Counts, there was another monster that attacked with sound waves. The sound was so unbearable that Sanhu and Yun-hee couldn't do anything. However, at the moment when the monster attacked them, Sanhu managed to take out the clown blade and repel the attack. At the same time, he placed a freezing effect on the monster's hand, and while the monster's vigilance was weakened, the young man struck him right in the face with all his might. The blow was so powerful that the monster flew back and landed next to Yun-hee, which she was delighted about. Yun-hee's sensitivity began to increase, probably due to the Counts, but nevertheless, there was one last monster left, the dungeon boss. Sanhu noted that, as he had said before, there were things worse than bugs in the dungeons, so Yun-hee should get used to it little by little. In the end, they managed to defeat the boss, and the first place went to the young man without a doubt. But Young-hee also received the highest rank reward for killing the boss. From the challenger's box, she obtained Aegis's Gaze, a skill possessed by the first evil of this era. Everyone, including Sana, should avoid it, as it gives the user the ability to control and manipulate others' minds. Now that Yun-hee has this skill, all that's left for San-hoo to do is maintain his own state of mind. Yun-hee's sensitivity ability has risen to E rank, and adapting to this is not as easy as increasing the rank of physical attributes and skills. The situation was not very good. It seemed that the light was unbearably blinding. Breathing resembled screams, and even the faintest smell was felt as a terrible stench. To ease the situation a little, San-hoo put the food in the refrigerator and told Yun-hee not to open the curtains or turn on the lights. She thought he would stay with her, but San-hoo pointed out that she had to go through this on her own. And if she can handle this, she will become an incredible person. Meanwhile, in the US, in the state of Arizona, another operation was being prepared to try to catch Bobby. The agent asked the other guys to take this matter seriously and also demanded reports and complete secrecy from them. Meanwhile, he ordered that everything that would in any way help the matter be reported. And if his conditions prove impossible for someone, then they should turn around and leave. He will cover the transportation costs. However, the other agents did not really understand what exactly was required of them, and he replied that their main goal was to catch the cat. The group moved to the location of the operation, but all they did was just wait. One of the guys already wanted to run away, but the other told him not to even think about it. He pointed to a van parked nearby and said that there were probably people in it who would kill them if they did anything wrong. This made the agents doubt whether everything that was happening here crossed the line of the law. At that moment, a strange blue glow appeared next to them, the source of which was unknown. They thought it might be some kind of laser. But then the car door opened and a hooded man walked inside. It was none other than Bobby, who, upon entering the car, immediately pulled out a knife and killed one of the agents. Moreover, he did not deal him one fatal blow, but several, as if enjoying it. Of the 3 agents, only one remained, but Bobby did not rush to kill him, only saying that it was a waste of time and that he did not understand what he was talking about. At that very moment, a shell hit Bobby's head, followed by several more. However, he used the teleportation skill and disappeared into the unknown again. The agent didn't even have time to understand what was happening. It all looked like a scene from a fantasy novel. After this, he set out to meet San-hoo to carry out another of his assignments, but thoughts about what had happened did not leave him. And when he met Sanka, he realized that he was probably hunting his own kind. The agent's name was Mick, and he was quite nervous. But San-hoo pointed out that they weren't there to catch the cat. On the way, San-hoo asked Mika about what had happened and expressed his condolences for the loss of his comrades. Mick replied that they were all prepared for this and understood what they were getting into. But San-hoo noted that their death was far from ordinary. Meanwhile, the young man asked him if he ever doubted his work, because they don't work for the government, but they know that it is important. Mick didn't quite understand what San-hoo was talking about, so he simply thanked him for his understanding. Meanwhile, they reached their destination, and San-hoo was discussing something on the phone about purchasing the territory. The guys who were with Mick were surprised that San-hoo really wanted to buy this entire area, and their guesses turned out to be correct. Now the entire area around belonged to him. So he asked the guys to control the entrance, since they would stay here for at least 2 weeks. After which they climbed the mountain, and only San-hoo knew why they were there. The guys in the group didn't understand what they were doing, because they hadn't even trained. So was this really just some stupid kids' entertainment? However, Mick noted that it was better not to let down their guard, because they did not come here to relax. 3 days later, San-hoo finally found what he was looking for. Another dungeon. The glow from the dungeon was similar to what had appeared in the van, so Mick immediately pulled out his weapon. However, San-hoo said that there was no need to worry, and their task now was to guard the territory and not let anyone get close. He also asked them to keep everything under control until his return. San-hoo himself went into the dungeon, telling Miku that he would return in a week, and during that time, they should guard the area. A lot of time had passed since he entered the dungeon. It seemed like a whole week had already passed. Suddenly, strange sounds began to come from the dungeon, and the atmosphere became tense. The boys immediately prepared their weapons in order to open fire if necessary. However, everything turned out well. It wasn't a monster or anything like that, but just a wounded San-hoo. After this, Sanhu sent Mika and the other agents to the second point, while he tried to recover and was able to endure the pain of his wounds only thanks to the man who overcame adversity. It wasn't easy to recover without Yeonhee, but even in that situation, Sanhu wanted to laugh out loud. He couldn't believe that he had managed to close the dungeon on his own, and the Diva King's glove helped him do so, as the monster's magic had no effect on it, allowing him to avoid damage. Unfortunately, the flame ring he got from the boxes broke, but he did get the Shadow Ring, which gives him the stealth skill. Sanhu's intelligence had also increased and had now reached D rank, which was a big step up. He called Mick to him to tell him important news. From that moment on, he was promoted to director. Sanhu noted that since John did not tell Mick about this, he had every right to do it himself. The young man added that Mick must now report to him about all the actions of John and the other directors, although this did not mean that they should be suspected. This is just work necessary for the growth of the organization, because in the future, Sanhu plans to turn this company into an association of awakened people that will manage them. Afterwards, they went to John's hideout, an abandoned building on the outskirts of Manhattan. And Mick felt a little uncomfortable when he met him, but he was accepted. John led them into the very heart of the refuge, where they conducted their secret business. It was a secret room, with monitors connected to cameras they had installed everywhere Bobby might escape to. It seemed they had already figured out his approximate location and sent agents and sheriffs to the nearby streets. For the last 6 months, Bobby had been elusive, escaping every time. But now, everything was about to change. In addition to Bobby, they also placed Joshua, another of the 8 benefactors, under surveillance. Joshua von Carthian was the second benefactor, so Sanhu ordered him to be watched. But during this period, he did not seem to be doing anything special. Having achieved success in business, Joshua received the opportunity to raise the status of his family, which would mark the beginning of the emergence of the Revolution, the most powerful guild. Having dealt with the surveillance and other matters, Sanhu decided to visit Jonathan. He also reminded Mick that as the organization grew, his work would become increasingly important. So it was important to keep that in mind. Mick still didn't fully understand who Sanhu was, but his visit to Jonathan Investment surprised him even more. Jonathan, although pleased to see him, did not hide his displeasure that the young man had disappeared again without warning. He was also surprised that Sanhu came to New York and didn't even tell him about it. Sanhu knew Jonathan would be angry about his sudden disappearances, but his grim expression was even more frightening. Meanwhile, Jonathan told San that their assets had grown by 200% and were around $300 billion. Only the most reckless remained in the crazy market, and these are only New York companies. And taking into account Jessica and Jillian's groups, the amount reached $500 billion. However, the joy was marred by bad news. Jonathan reported that it made them angry. As a result, they were given a court summons for the following month, on September 15th. A stern warning came from the White House. If anyone doesn't follow their instructions, the company will be swamped with tax audits. Sanhu asked when they noticed this and what they were trying to achieve. Jonathan replied that they had been noticed a long time ago, and now they wanted to see Sanha in person. This was logical, because they could not allow an Asian youth to roam freely around their territory, intending to spread information about him. They are going to use Sanha as a puppet in their performance, so he needs to maintain his identity at any cost. Jonathan understood that the young man's identity had to remain a secret, because despite the money they had handed over, they were still given a summons to appear in court. Sanhu realized that someone already knew exactly who he was, but he couldn't allow this information to leak out. The first reason is the parents. Because if exposed, they will have to live under guard for the rest of their lives, which is no better than imprisonment. Moreover, the whole world will begin to monitor his every move, which will seriously hinder his leveling up. Jonathan proposed returning all pension benefits received from the government, because if they informed the pension fund committee about the conflict with the White House, they could receive support. Moreover, considering the profit the committee received from their company, there was no doubt about this assistance, although the committee itself was too weak. Therefore, Sanhu asked Jonathan to arrange meetings with the Russian president and the Japanese prime minister, as he wanted to speak with them personally. Jonathan asked if Sanhu really wanted to take over their pension funds, but Sanhu responded that he intended to gradually pull on the US government debt in order to get their detonators all over the world. Hearing this, Jonathan was simply shocked, thinking that Sanhu was perceiving everything that was happening as a computer game. They also need to buy out Japan's debt to Russia and Russia's debt to Japan. After all, if this is done under the pretext of exchanging for US debt, they will not be able to prevent it. Jonathan thought that Sanhu was going to start a third world war since he wanted to pit 3 countries against each other at once. Nevertheless, the situation required an urgent solution, and the sooner, the better. For now, they will only buy back the equivalent of the New York Group's value, and if their opponents don't back down even after that, then they will use the accounts on the Isle of Man and in London that belong to Jessica and Gillian. As a result, $300 billion, about the same amount is spent annually on maintaining the US Defense Forces. And if they also use the accounts of the Isle of Man and London, something much worse than war could happen. Additionally, the last thing Jonathan needs to do is make the White House aware of their intentions. He needs to show them how big this problem could become. Jonathan replied that he would do it without any problem and would go there right away. However, Sanhu also decided to go with him to show who they really are. On the way to the main office, Sanhu emphasized that Jonathan should not do anything without his signal. And when they entered the office, the U.S. Secretary of the Treasury, Ed, was already waiting for them. Of course, Sanhu would have liked to meet with the president, but that would have been fine too, since the finance minister, the president, and Wall Street work as a single organism. Despite Sanhu telling Jonathan not to make any harsh statements, he himself began the dialogue with Ed quite boldly, stating that they were just considering whether to bankrupt LTCM or not. However, Ed replied that they were not in their office right now, so he should act more calmly. Ed noted that he had no right to stop him from doing something so stupid. But wasn't LTCM an important asset for his employees too? LTCM is a hedge fund that lost out in the Russian financial war, and its bankruptcy dealt a major blow to the US economy. However, thanks to Sanhu's influence, it is now part of the New York Group, so he decided to use this as his strength, noting that the US now owes him a large debt and they will have to pay it back. But Ed only asked what debt he was talking about, whether the US really had a debt he didn't know about. Sanhu asked him how dire their situation would have been if they hadn't taken control of LTCM, since it had saved more than one hedge fund, and they had also cleaned up after them and single-handedly prevented a second Great Depression. However, Ed replied that they only did it to line their pockets. Ed asked Jonathan why he was silent, but he only replied that he understood Sanhu's anger. Besides, even though he's quite young, he's still his boss, so he's not going to interfere. Sanhu asked Ed if he had heard anything from his sponsors, such as that they had failed to save a single asset, neither the Korean banks nor the large companies. The young man noted that they could bother him as much as they wanted, but they should remember that all these problems appeared only because of them. After all, Ed will spend the rest of his life in a world where he personally brought death, chuckling disgustingly and cursing people with economic jargon. In such a world, everyone sharpens knives for unimaginable sums. Sanhu's words made Ed angry, and he asked him what was so important about keeping one idiotic secret. The young man said that this situation was only because of him and his inability to understand the seriousness of what was happening. And if he were in his place, he would have done more than just scream in his chair. This angered Ed even more, but he still didn't understand what exactly Sanhu meant. Sanhu replied that he was blocking Japan's bonds right now, and it seemed they should do it before one young man did. But if they blocked them, he would simply change his target to the yen. And after what the US did in the 1990s, Japan is unlikely to want to cooperate with them. And besides, Sanhu asked Ed if he knew how many Russian officials still believed that the Cold War was not over yet. This infuriated Ed. He did not expect to hear a declaration of war from the White House, because even China does not allow itself to do that. Sanhu noted that Ed himself understood perfectly well how he and Jonathan were doing business, and that they could earn such large sums in advance that they would be prepared to lose. Ed walked closer to Sanhu and asked Jonathan if he was really only 15. Jonathan replied that this was true, and that he had previously underestimated him because of his age. Finally, Ed said that despite them causing too much trouble, they will not post any information about Sanhu. However, they should not forget that they can only afford such behavior because of a mistake at a low level. And in the end, they are still better off addressing the issue with the pension fund. Although Sanhu and Jonathan might have appeared alarmed, the situation actually made them laugh, and they had a good laugh on the way home. It could be said that the U.S. Treasury Department has raised the white flag in front of the White House with its own hands, which can be compared to the fall of an S-rank monster. However, Sanhu did not inspire fear in them. so he wanted to make sure that they would not even think of challenging him. Since the day of the beginning, humanity has gone through 3 stages. The first being idiocy brought about by governments and big businessmen. The second is mutual destruction with the help of nuclear weapons. And the third and final one is a civil war unleashed by 8 evils and benefactors. If the problems of the first stage had been resolved in a timely manner, the rest would not have even happened, and most of the monsters that emerged from the gate at the very beginning could have been destroyed with modern weapons. With the collapse of the economy, the world order also collapsed. At first, nuclear weapons were used only once, but then again, and again. And soon this day will come. But Sanhu wants to do everything to prevent humanity from falling, and for this, he needs financial power. Upon returning home, Jonathan received a call that Gold Online had crashed. In previous history, the dot-com crash happened in March 2000, and the Nasdaq index crossed the 5,000 mark. And by October 2002, it had fallen to about 1,000. History has been changing little by little, and the subprime mortgage crisis of 2008 is the bridge that will lead the global economy into the Great Recession. It all started with the currency crisis in Asia, or more precisely, with the attack on South Korea. Sanhu noted that due to the crisis that spread throughout the world, interest rates decreased. A lot of money simply disappeared along with the rosy illusion of the new millennium, and this created the dot-com bubble. However, the Federal Reserve continued to lower its benchmark interest rate to ease the shock to the stock market. Jonathan pointed out that it would definitely happen at some point, but the question was how long they would keep lowering it. And Sanhu replied that it would most likely be before the end of 2001 that the standard interest rate would fall below 1%. However, the most interesting thing is in store for 2008. Namely real estate, which will only grow and grow. The problem is the poison that will accumulate because of this, and between 2007 and 2009, the biggest bomb will explode, much bigger than anyone can imagine. However, Jonathan didn't quite understand what Sanhu was talking about, and this somewhat frightened him. Sanhu responded that he was talking about the development of the global economy, and that the financial sector would soon be paralyzed. The collapse of the Korean currency board, the dot-com bubble, terrorism and wars, the oil age, the housing bubble, and the terrible subprime mortgage crisis. Simply put, it is a cause and effect relationship in the financial system, where no event occurs without a cause. The stakes in Hong Kong and Russia have risen, so Sanhu needs to stay focused and calculate the consequences. Sanhu said he would send Jonathan a further plan of action after returning to Korea. But it was difficult to formulate because there are factors that cannot be controlled by data alone, namely the 9/11's terrorist attacks and the Iraq War. Such problems are clearly not on the same level as a tax investigation, and the terrorist attack in September 2001 will become a weak point for the United States. What happened will shake the world no less than the day of the beginning. The scandalous attack will destroy the symbol of the global economy. However, if you think about it, why did only low-ranking monsters attack on the day of beginning? If the 7 demon kings had come in person, they would have been able to wipe out humanity in an instant. But in any case, Sanhu shouldn't leave any records of this, because he still needs to create a proposal that can convince 3,000 geniuses. If you think about the presidential election in September, it will be the second president from an oil family. A connection between the current situation and the Gulf War started by his father. Sanhu also sent an action plan to Jessica, in which he indicated that in February they would wait for the results of Super Tuesday, then the presidential elections and the impact of Iraqi oil reserves on the market, and only then withdraw profits. She told Jillian about this, and he replied that such matters should not be discussed over the phone, so it would be better for them to meet. Jessica went to see him to discuss the plan in person. Jillian noted that while the group's funds are invested as a base, they bear no liability, and yet it is possible to rely on the genius of a proposal once, but with such a stake, it is tantamount to madness. Jessica replied that they were not Rothschilds or J.P. Morgan. They were a kind of chef who were given ingredients for the purpose of preparing the final dish. Besides, they are not farmers or fishermen. Their work is completely different, so there is no need or reason to fall prey to the genius of the proposal. However, Jillian was haunted by Sanhu's detailed plan, and how he had accurately analyzed the economy on a macro scale. One person can't do this. It would take at least 100. but he did it. Even though Jillian could also be called a genius, what Sanhu pulled off was beyond his wildest dreams. Meanwhile, Sanhu was heading to Jamie because she wanted to give him some papers. Due to government surveillance and wiretapping, they had to meet in one of the cars parked in a local parking lot. However, this did not prevent their meeting, and Jamie gave him a report on the management of Jonil's assets. The firm was a shareholder in more than 230 companies out of 902 listed on COPSI. While the entire country was trying to get used to the insane conditions of the IMF, Jonil captured about 25% of the Korean economy. And besides, the company is foreign, and if it leaves the country, it will take all the assets with it, causing a new economic crisis. Sanhu noted that he had heard that director Chung Shik was nicknamed the Lord of Wealth. Jamie became nervous and said that she would explain everything, but Sanhu told her to continue to support him so that in the future he would be known as the King of Wealth. He noted that there was little chance of her being appointed CEO, so she should focus on the company's image. Jamie needs to keep doing interviews and other public appearances because they need to make everyone forget that they are a foreign company. Jamie already knew this very well, but Sanhu decided to strengthen his internal structure a little because very soon he would be leaving for a 6-month tour of the dungeons of the whole world. After meeting with Jamie, Sanhu went home to his parents to announce that he was moving to America, as the company had provided him with housing near the office. Father was incredibly happy that Sanhu had become so mature at such a young age and offered him a drink, but Mother was against it. It reminded Sanhu of the days when they lived together, trying to survive on Wall Street, and his father had always been worried about him and supported him. My father said that if the mountain is too high, you can take a break and then continue, or you can go down to the foot and start from another one, because there are many mountains. It was a kind of comparison to Wall Street, so he noted that if things got too tough, Sanhu shouldn't take it all on himself, but should come back to them. After all, no matter what happens, he and his mother will always be waiting for him at home. Meanwhile, in the world ranking of billionaires as of December 1999, John Doe, aka Sanhu, occupied first place with a capital of $168.3 billion. And Jonathan was in second place with $161.7 billion. Sanhu was glad that neither his real name nor his nationality were revealed. Meanwhile, Yeon-hee had already approached him to go to the dungeon together. However, Yeon-hee was a little scared when she got into the car and saw the agents with guns. She asked if anything had happened between them because it seemed like the agents were afraid of him. Everyone except Mick. Sanhu replied that they had worked together before, which was why it happened, and he couldn't help but notice that Yeon-hee's skills had improved significantly. However, they went to a new dungeon, which was located high on a snowy mountain. Before entering, Sanhu gave Yeon-hee a blade and asked her to try using it. As expected, her skills have improved significantly since the last meeting, and she has become much stronger. Yeon-hee noted that the blade was not as strong as the one from the dungeon, but it was usable. The agents were extremely surprised. And this is not surprising, because Yeon-hee, even without skills, could deal with each of them. Before leaving, Sanhu told Mick that security outside was left to them again. He also said that they would return in 5 days, and until then, he asked that no one be allowed near the dungeon. This time, there was an army of cuspices in the dungeon, and they usually take numbers. Sanhu immediately warned Yeon-hee that the monsters this time weren't bugs, and that made her happy. He also added that their goal is to close this dungeon in 5 days, and he will not be using the man who overcomes difficulties. Yeon-hee asked if they could really manage without his strongest skill, and that she had some points left to spend on boxes, but Sanhu replied that it was unnecessary. After all, she needs to get used to her improved characteristics, and battles with the cuspices are perfect for this. And although at first glance they seemed fluffy and kind, in fact, they were insidious creatures. The army of the cuspices is dangerous because it attacks in a crowd, outnumbering them. However, this is a great way for Yeon-hee to hone her Aegis gaze skill, and she succeeded on the first try. In one fell swoop, she was able to destroy a third of the monsters. Sanhu was delighted, not only by the skill, but by Yeon-hee's abilities themselves. Yeon-hee decided to finish off the remaining monsters with the blade that Sanhu had given her earlier. In the end, she managed to kill a bunch of cuspices, killing one after another as if she entered a stream and could no longer stop. Yeon-hee has definitely gotten stronger, but she still needs to learn how to control her power. Sanhu noticed that an indescribable bloodlust was shining in her eyes. The superiority over the army of the Cuspus had a strong effect on her emotions. The first victim of the Aegis gaze training was himself, as if he were on the border between dream and reality, experiencing an unpleasant feeling of helplessness that consumed his consciousness. When Yun-hee was practicing her skill on him, she accidentally saw part of his memories and immediately recoiled. She saw the 7 demon kings, and even for her, a person living side by side with the otherworldly, it was indescribably terrifying. Therefore, she needs to learn not to merge with the target, because if she were to end up at the testing ground in such a state, she would definitely die without ever revealing her abilities. The second evil could only use Aegis's gaze for its own purposes because it had not yet awakened. However, the dungeon didn't end with the Cuspis armies, and the boss still needed to be killed. Although the boss was quite strong, even without Man Who Overcomes Difficulties, Sanhu was able to defeat him. It took them only 3 days to clear the dungeon without their strongest skill, and that was a good thing. However, if they didn't have to wait for dungeon boxes and skill cooldowns, they would have finished even faster. Yun-hee's support level also increased, and after that incident with the 7 Demon Kings, she seemed to have begun to harden her heart, and the weak personality within her was becoming stronger with each passing day. Sanhu noticed that she was working so hard for the sake of meeting the Demon Kings, and also for his sake, who needed to develop even more. In the past, the 8 Sens and Benefactors had claimed all the dungeons for themselves, so Sanhu had to remember the locations of all the F-rank dungeons that they weren't interested in. And so if they manage to shut them down now, they will have a completely different starting point on the testing ground. That will be the beginning of their monopoly. After confirming that the F-rank dungeon was no longer a problem for them, there was no reason to hold back. By clearing all F-rank dungeons in North America, Yun-hee and Sanhu's stats rose to E-rank. While Yun-hee was getting used to the new characteristics, Sanhu went to close the dungeons alone, doing it without wasting any time, and as a result, they managed to close 15 dungeons in 2 months. Sanhu has accumulated a lot of points, and will soon be able to open the diamond box. And Yun-hee has recently started whispering the names of her skills in her sleep. However, it's not just them who have been through a lot. The agents deserve credit too. Sanhu asked Mick to continue along Route 15, saying that they would stay at the Wilson Hotel. Yun-hee wondered if the hotel was also a dungeon, but Sanhu told everyone to take off their gear because they were going to have a little rest in Las Vegas. This surprised the boys, and they were extremely happy. Sanhu kept his word, and the team stopped in Las Vegas for some rest and relaxation. However, their behavior was peculiar and somewhat reminiscent of cavemen, but they did not care. However, Sanhu came here for one more matter, and for that, he needed Yun-hee's help. It was a quiet VIP room where people usually gathered to play poker. However, there they met the head of the Hansel Group department, Cho Chang-go, who immediately recognized Yun-hee since he was the sponsor of the hospital. When he asked who the man next to her was, Yun-hee replied that he was her lover. Chang-guo was somewhat angered by this, but Sanhu was perplexed. Nevertheless, Chang-guo suggested that the guys play a game of poker, since they met in such a place. Of course, Sanhu didn't mind, but the fact that Chang-guo was the head of the department made him a little wary. Because Yun-hee Medical Corporation is known for its many good deeds, it received even more attention during the IMF's weakness. Because of this, many companies with bad reputations tried to contact them, and one of them was Hansel, with their worthless second-generation leader. Chang-guo was indeed a man with no good intentions, and although he smiled every time he saw Yun-hee, he did not think highly of her. He offered to play with them, wanting to show off his poker face, but something went wrong. Yun-hee won game after game, and as a result, Chang-guo lost his nerve and declared that they were cheating. Sanhu suggested that they end it there, since he had nothing more to bet on, and this infuriated Chang-guo even more. The security also intervened and tried to calm him down, but he continued to shout that the two were cheating and demanded that they be searched. Chang-guo was not willing to calm down, so Yun-hee decided to use her skills on him, after which he suddenly had urgent business in Korea. Yun-hee noted that she wouldn't want anyone to ruin her first vacation in such a long time. Sanhu replied that she had done everything correctly. And besides, they would be here for 2 more days, so they couldn't let all these upstarts bother them. At this point, Sanhu realized that someone was following him and called Mick to report it, telling him to meet him at the back entrance of the hotel. Sanhu noticed this during the first game, when he felt a piercing gaze on himself that was clearly not akin to simple curiosity. So he decided to stage a little scene, pretending to head to the hotel's back entrance. His plan worked, and the guy followed him all the way to the back entrance. But because he was only watching Sanhu, he completely let his guard down. And at one moment, Mick appeared behind him, whom he did not expect to see there. Mick grabbed him, but he overdid it a bit, and as a result, the guy lost consciousness. This was no ordinary guy who decided to spy, but a holder of the Pursuer class, capable of tracking both monsters and awakened ones. Sanhu made inquiries about him, and found out that the young man ran a chain of fast food restaurants in the eastern United States, and had arrived at the hotel unaccompanied. While they were carrying him to the room, they managed to avoid being caught on camera, and he wasn't injured, so no investigation was expected. But what to do with him remained a mystery to Sanhu. Suddenly, he came to his senses and started talking about how they dared to strangle a stranger like that. But Sanhu replied that it was his own fault, because he had been following him like a thug. After this, Sanhu asked Yunhee to use the skill on the boy to take control of him. Their goal was to intimidate the boy, so they took him to the balcony, intending to stage a kind of suicide. By this, Sanhu wanted to show him that it would not be difficult for them to bring him to such an outcome. And, realizing this, the young man said that he would explain the reason for the surveillance. Sanhu noted that it was most likely due to his class or some task, since he didn't seem to have met other awakened ones before. In addition, there are tasks that require some awakened ones to kill others, but the young man replied that this was not his case and he did not receive such tasks. However, Sanhu did not believe him, but the young man noted that he could be useful and greatly help their team. Sanhu replied that if he wanted to come up with some stupid scheme, it would be better not to, because Yunhee was able to look straight into the soul. After a couple of intimidations, he obediently told everything. His name is Leon, and he woke up during the graduation ceremony, having received the skills of a stalker for completing a life task. Leon had encountered awakened ones before, but they were nothing like the first evil, so he was very lucky. He also said that he wanted to join them and would try his best to help. Sanhu thought that perhaps he only said this for his own survival, but it didn't matter, since the skills of a stalker were necessary to close high-ranking dungeons. Leon was surprised when he saw a helicopter flying towards them, and Sanhu told him that since he wanted to join the team so much, he should get on. Sanhu also told Mick that Leon wasn't particularly dangerous, so he shouldn't stress himself out. But if he didn't listen, he should be taught a good lesson. Leon will be useful as an ally, but if he refuses to cooperate, he will have to be eliminated. Such is the burden of the pursuer. After all, the pursuer's share depends on which side he chose. Upon returning to the room, Sanhu noticed that Yunhee looked depressed about what happened. So he told her that Leon had been sent to the training center, so she shouldn't worry. However, she was not worried about this, but about the fact that there were tasks that forced the self-created awakened to kill each other, and she wondered if the system was evil. Yunhee's words sounded exactly like the 8 Evils speech, but Sanhu told her that the system only wanted to make them stronger. That was the 8 benefactors' opinion. Besides, there is no point in trying to understand the system's intentions. It is better to simply use it to become stronger. So it's time to take a break and start something far more interesting than gambling. Opening 30 silver and gold boxes. Under the mesmerizing lights of Las Vegas, all of Sanhu's stats, except his health, rose to D rank. It had been over a year since Sanhu started closing F-rank dungeons, and Jonathan had been trying to contact him all this time. And when Jonathan finally got through, they discussed another banking matter. Namely, entering the real estate mortgage business. Sanhu noted that the idea was good, but now was not the time for it, and asked Jonathan to wait a little. So for now, Jonathan had to focus on short-term projects. And he replied to Sanhu that, after checking everything, he found out that IT, media, and communications were in decline. Sanhu replied that Jonathan had done a good job, and that if he continued like this, their group could become an empire. And these words made Jonathan very wary. Meanwhile, Sanhu was heading towards the next dungeon, thinking that an irreversible event would soon begin. It was difficult to pinpoint a specific date, but the Kosovo War and the Texas gubernatorial elections were proceeding without much change. 4 months later, Sanhu went to England. It was already 2001. And outside, it was only August. Together with Yunhee, they went to a luxurious restaurant, which was not easy to visit even with money. The restaurant also had employees of the Rothschild family, which was not surprising since the place belonged to them. Yunhee also noted that these guys look like they are connected to the Rothschild banks. Sanhu asked her if she knew what the Rothschilds were up to, and Yunhee replied that she once thought it was a stupid story. Yunhee's sensitivity increased to C rank so she could hear all the conversations of other people, and even the soundproofing in the room did not bother her. Sanhu came here to show Yunhee part of this world and to scout out the situation. But it so happened that they found the employees of the Rothschild banks in a very serious conversation. They said that after dialogue with App Morgan and Silverman Sanch, they wanted to schedule a meeting with the Berlin Bank and the U.S. Treasury. Sangu noted that the gold cartel seems to want to develop a market in its area of expertise. So when they return to Seoul, it's worth investing in gold souvenirs. Yunhee asked how many other people made similar decisions, and the young man replied that life was harsh, and she shouldn't think that they were the only ones living in a different world. Suddenly, Yunhee felt a strange pressure, like a powerful explosion. At that moment, the plane crashed into the World Trade Center. The news announced that a minute ago, at 8:46 o'clock local time, a passenger plane crashed into the World Trade Center. Meanwhile, Sanu called Jonathan and asked how the souvenir market was doing, and he replied that sales were still unstable, if not quite the opposite. Sanhu told him to get rid of all the shares of the souvenir company as quickly as possible, because this event was not an ordinary air accident, and the market would soon realize this. Sanhu ordered everyone to sell all their shares right now. Jillian, who was in the same situation, Jessica, who was now near the Isle of Man, and also Daniel, who had recently gotten rid of the independence of the same Isle of Man. Sanhu ordered all of them to sell all their shares. As a result, the collision occurred on August 11th, not September, but the time did not change, meaning that a second collision would occur in 5 minutes. His guesses turned out to be correct. Another explosion thundered, and meanwhile, the entire market turned into one huge sale, financed by London and the Isle of Man. The highest mountains of world finance were Wall Street in New York and the City of London. And when New York was attacked, it did not lessen the shock of what happened in London, as if a war had begun. Everyone was scared, and only a few people in the whole world could remain calm at that moment. And one of them was Sanhu. He intended to take advantage of this situation to change the ruler of this world. A group of 4 university students decided to put their investment plans into action, and on August 11th, they struck it lucky. However, this incredible luck did not lead to anything good, as the U.S. authorities launched an investigation. This case, which even touched on human rights violations, became the beginning of the newly introduced Patriot Act. And it was not by chance that an Arab was among those 4 students. Arab terrorist forces were behind all of this, and the outflow of funds, one way or another connected with oil, from the U.S. market was estimated at $200 billion. The changing oil and real estate markets meant that the time had come for Sanhu to take a long-term plan. He wanted to discuss further actions with Jillian, who still could not recover from what had happened. Gillian told Sanhu that they had managed to take action before the terrorist attacks were officially confirmed, but they did not have time to close all positions. However, they could have lost much more. And Sanhu noted that such disasters are beyond their control, so they should not blame themselves. What's more important is what's happening now, and the long-term plan predicts a cut in U.S. interest rates and the start of the Iraq War. This event will serve as a boost to the oil market, making investment in oil the most profitable. Sanhu noted that Jillian needed to meet them as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the U.S. president announced that although America's largest building had collapsed, America itself would never fall, and those responsible would be found and destroyed. Gillian cultivated relationships with billionaires in the hopes that they would one day join the Jonathan Group. Among them are Prince Valalman, the first heir to the Saudi ruling dynasty, and Prince Alid, his confidant and warehouse manager. These two are able to influence Arab investment funds worth up to $1 trillion US. And all of Jillian's preparations are so perfectly suited to the situation that it seems they were made specifically for it. Jillian wondered if Sanhu really wanted to take money out of the U.S. oil market while the terrorist attack was being investigated. Jillian was about to be fired after the failure of Jonathan Group in Thailand and Hong Kong. Then he was told that some young Asian man had arrived, whose age was extremely difficult to determine. His proposal seemed strange. He said that as long as Jillian followed the director's plan, he would not be held liable for losses. Then Jillian decided to use his connections to find out something about Sanhu, but all he had was a photo, the pseudonym Ethan, and an age of no more than 20 years. Jillian wanted to cling to something. Perhaps Sanhu was caught on security cameras. At that moment, Sanhu entered the room and said that if Jilliana was not satisfied with his position, he could have simply said so. Sanhu asked Jillian if he really wanted him to report him, and this left Jillian stumped. However, he still didn't understand how Sanhu was able to return so quickly and whether he really was the devil. However, their misunderstanding was quickly resolved, and Sanhu noted that they should be more careful in the future as everything is just beginning. At this time, Jonathan was thinking about what Sanhu had said earlier, that they should wait until they were no longer bothered. He then called Jeffrey K. and asked for a list of all banks that were potential targets. Meanwhile, Leon continued to train, honing his skills. In just 2 minutes and 23 seconds, he destroyed all 26 fixed targets and even dealt with 6 additional ones. Sanhu noted that his movements are not so good, but he can be useful. From that moment on, Leon, now the casino chip, also became a member of their team. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Leon decided to ask Sanhu whether their organization was connected to the terrorist attack. This was not quite an appropriate question, and Mick immediately explained this to him. After that, they went to the dungeon portal to show Leon the other world he was born for. Yeon-hee noted that he was now the casino chip. She was Mari, and their leader was the One. Sanhu created codenames to hide their real names, although this was one of Yeon-hee's whims. After all, the attitude towards the awakened in this world is completely different from that towards ordinary people. It was a dungeon with Declan's soldiers, where the boss was Anubis himself, and Leon noted that there was a monster hiding behind the door. However, he was afraid to open the door. But Sanhu showed that there was no room for doubt in the dungeon. At that very moment, a monster jumped out from there and rushed straight at Leon. However, the monster was immediately struck by Yeon-hee, who cast a blinding spell on it. As a result, Declan was immobilized, and Sanhu told Leon to deal with him. Even though the monster was immobilized, Leon was afraid to approach, and Sanhu explained that if he did not kill it, he would die himself. Such were the rules of the dungeon. Initially, they came to the dungeon only to give Leon a little test. Before entering, Sanhu asked Yeon-hee not to use advanced skills so that they could see Leon's true nature. Yeon-hee asked what would happen if he failed the exam, and Sanhu replied that then he wouldn't have to get his hands dirty. As a result, Leon was still able to kill one monster, but they had already reached the second door. Sanhu explained to him that in their group, he was the tank. Leon dealt damage, and Yeon-hee healed. Sanhu will attract attention. Leon will attack, and Yeon-hee will heal him, so you don't have to worry about injuries. Despite Sanhu's assurances that they would not die with their position secured, Leon continued to have doubts. Sanhu explained that the day of the beginning he spoke of was no joke, and since Leon was awakened, it would affect him too. To prove this, he showed the runes on his body. This is not a tattoo, but a seal that only the awakened can see. The seal of escape. And if you tear off a piece of skin and pass it on, the seal will be passed on along with it. Sanhu asked Leon if he really wanted to run away and wait for the day to begin, noting that their group would be at the forefront, meaning they had a better chance of survival. These words convinced Leon, and he said that he would go with them, apologizing for his weakness. However, everything turned out completely differently than he had imagined. He considered himself strong, but after the battle with 10 Declans, he almost lost his mind. Already halfway there, his condition left much to be desired. Yeon-hee asked Sanhu if he would really allow him to take the exam in such a state, since it was cruel. She suggested using her skill, Walder's Silence, the strongest of the emotional healing skills, the effectiveness of which increases dramatically after ascending to C rank. But Sanhu replied that it would look pathetic, although Yeon-hee noted that it would be better if Leon failed the test, since he resembled a child whining and asking to be taken to his mother. In Yeon-hee's case, her family is a trigger that disrupts the stability of her mental state. So even after she became rich, her relationship with them did not change. Sanhu thought that while camaraderie during a test could be extremely useful, shouldn't they be more wary and attentive? As a result, Yeon-hee used her skill, and Leon's fear disappeared. Yeon-hee told Leon to prepare himself because it would be more difficult later. She knows this well, because she herself started without military training. However, Sanhu began to be plagued by doubts about whether Leon would run away and fight for the team's survival. The team went to the boss, and as a result, suffered defeat. Only Leon remained alive. From that moment, the test began for him. Sanhu was supposedly unable to move, but could speak, and told Leon to go and kill Anubis, the dungeon boss. Leon was the only one among them who could fight at the moment, but he himself didn't think so. He picked up the blade that Yeon-hee had used earlier, and decided that he would use it to kill the monster. However, he only had enough courage to think, but in reality, he was afraid to even approach the boss. As a result, he made a peculiar decision, remembering Sanhu's words about the escape seal being on his body, and if he were to tear off a piece of skin with it, the seal could be used by someone else. Leon thought that Sanhu really couldn't move a finger, so he thought he could successfully escape from here. However, as soon as the blade touched Sanhu's body, he grabbed the blade and told Leon that the test was over for him. After leaving the dungeon, Young-hee cried for a long time. Leon's funeral took place without a body, and while she was mourning him, Sanhu met with Jonathan. Now Sanhu is more focused on the banking business, saying that all the paperwork needs to be in order down to the last line, noting that that idiot in the White House is probably furious about their shenanigans. Jonathan laughed at the way Sanhu called Ed, and in the past, he would have looked back to check if anyone was eavesdropping. But now he was much more confident. The US government does not print dollars. They come from the Federal Reserve, which is why the White House is a debtor, and the financial conglomerates that control the Federal Reserve are creditors. And this is not a conspiracy theory at all. In Day of the Beginning, the main character will be a group very similar to the Rothschilds. Meanwhile, Yun-hee tried to remain calm to convince Sanha, saying that they needed new team members, but they wouldn't be raising the awakened ones themselves. Sanhu noted that there is no reason to worry, because everything is going according to plan. He said that there was another guy who understood people much better than they did, and he was sure that he would be much better at selecting and testing the awakened ones. Since last year, reports have been coming in that he is working under the name Cat. They have been collecting those who could supposedly be Cat, and there are now more than 30 suspects. They also search not only in mental hospitals, but also on the streets of cities. So it is possible that he uses the pursuit skill. Sanhu asked Yun-hee to return to Seoul, saying that he himself would go on a business trip to Germany for a while. After this, he went to Berlin to meet a very interesting person. Sanhu also had to come up with a new identity, this time as Leonard Lee, a Korean whose family has lived in the United States for 2 generations and is now traveling through Germany. Thanks to this, he was able to cast a line for Joshua and waited for the moment when he would start to act. Meanwhile, a Berlin telecom employee approached him, and upon seeing him, Sanhu remarked that he must be the 4th benefactor, a man who had reached the level of the 8 virtues and 8 sins solely through his innate combat ability, had climbed to the top despite his lack of skills and special items. Sanhu once admired him, but the 1st and 4th benefactors were enemies. Meanwhile, the man next to him seemed to have noticed something about Sanhu and was trying to say something by turning his head, thus revealing the characteristics of a stalker. The man greeted Sanha, introducing himself as Michael, and suggested they discuss everything elsewhere. A week has passed since that day. A week since Sanhu entered training camp. It was built inside a renovated mansion, and the fact that their organization specializes in firearms training proves that they have never been underground before. Sanhu asked Michael if he could finally meet with the chairman, since they had been stuck there for a week already. Michael replied that there was no need to rush, but the chairman would return that night. As a result, Sanhu was able to meet with the head of the revolution and Joshua's 1st benefactor. Joshua had been planning to go to the 1st dungeon, so he had been exploring the area for the past week. The first group of 2 awakened and 4 mercenaries never returned. He honestly gave them all the information he had and supported their choice. Michael noted that this time the chairman himself would go into the dungeon with them, after which Sanhu went into the dungeon along with Joshua, Michael, and others. On the way, Michael told him that although Sanhu was talented, it would be difficult for him due to his lack of experience, so he should stick close to him. Sanhu guessed that he must be so protective of him because there were only 2 Asians in the group, and in his past life, he would have been incredibly grateful to him. The plan to capture the dungeon was built around hired killers. Each team consisted of 2 awakened and 6 mercenaries. The leader of the movement was also an assassin. His name was Edema, and he considered Sanhu an ordinary recruit, seeing in him only an empty space. Before entering the dungeon, Joshua gave a short motivational speech, saying that everyone present was chosen. Joshua's speeches are remembered by people for a long time, because he knows how to make the blood boil in their veins. Sanhu thanked him for his trust and said that Joshua had inspired him greatly. After such a motivational speech, the group moved into the dungeon. Once inside, the group was in shock, as neither the flashlights nor the firearms inside worked, and mass hysteria ensued. This is because this dungeon is the lair of Barkland's warriors. Despite the similarities, they are much stronger than Declan's soldiers. And behind the door that was right in front of them, one of these monsters was hiding. Assassins are useless. The plan now revolves around the Awakened, with those with range skills in the rearguard, and Awakened with melee skills in the vanguard. And of course, tanks are in front of everyone, and a newcomer like Sanhu was placed in the rear. However, when the man opened the door, his head was immediately grabbed by the monster and torn from the rest of his body. After this, Joshua ordered everyone to attack the monster and not let it get close to them. However, their attacks had no effect on the monster. With such low-level skills, they couldn't even scratch its skin. The monster killed one after another, and no one and nothing could stop him. Sanhu noted that all these hundreds of people mired in hysteria cannot think rationally, although they could cope with it. Michael told Sanhu that he should be more careful, but he replied that there was no need. At that very moment, Joshua rushed straight at the monster and tried to use his skill against it. While Michael was in a panic, Joshua used the hand seal and thus found a way to survive. As a result, the first benefactor launched an attack without thinking about anything, and then a fourth joined him, and the clash of swords could be heard through the madness. As a result, Joshua entered berserker mode and defeated the monster. As soon as the monster fell, everyone immediately began to calm down, despite the fact that a dozen people were killed, including 5 awakened ones. However, the boost of spirit caused by the opportunity to fight and defeat monsters quickly passed. Behind the next door, there were already about 8 of Barkland's warriors. And of course, no one was ready for this except Sanhu, but he decided not to reveal his abilities for now. However, when Michael realized that physical attacks worked well on monsters, he was able to overcome his fear. However, there were too many monsters, and it was not easy for him to fight one-on-one. Sanhu wondered how long it would have taken them to clear this dungeon if things had gone as they had before. 6 months, a year, or even several years later, he became interested in how Joshua and Michael would develop. But it was not easy to just watch them. That's why Sanhu decided to show what he was capable of. In an instant, he slew all the monsters, when others were even afraid to look at them. This came as a huge surprise to all members of the group, including Michael and Joshua. Having defeated all the monsters, Sanhu told the first benefactor that if it was already hard for them at the very beginning, it would be even harder later. He asked Joshua if he really wanted everyone here to just die a quick death. Joshua looked over Sanhu's stats again, but they didn't indicate that he had any skills, and what's more, all of his stats were at rank F. He realized that Sanhu had deceived him and asked who he was, but Sanhu said that Joshua must first tell him his plans for the future. However, Joshua did not answer. On the contrary, he told her to be kind, not to cross the line, and to reveal her identity. However, Sanhu responded in kind, asking if Joshua wanted to know what would happen if he did cross the line. Michael asked them to calm down. After all, they were now on the same team, and asked what Sanhu wanted. Sanhu replied that he simply wanted everyone to survive, because if you look at it that way, everyone is in a panic and the leaders can't even protect their own backs. Joshua thanked him for saving them and was willing to give him the leadership position. Sanhu said that he would not do this because it was his team. But despite this, Joshua himself now belonged to him. Joshua asked if Sanhu's goal was not to bring them closer to the dungeon system, but to bring himself closer to them. The young man replied that he had the right to think as he wanted, because what was more important to him was that they were able to interest him. However, the first benefactor asked him how he would behave outside. Joshua offered him to become partners and was ready to give him half of the shares of Berlin Telecom and $100 million. But at the same time, he wanted to offer not only part of his shares, but something more expensive. And if they joined forces, they could climb to the top of the new world. Joshua offered him a partnership with the Bilderbug Club, a secret world-ruling organization made up exclusively of financiers, economists, and politicians. Sanhu replied that this was precisely why he could not allow Joshua to escape from his grip. He noted that Joshua is still a child, so he needs a helping hand from someone like him. His words and superficial attitude towards Joshua made him angry. When 5 parties of 5 people merge into one, an attacking union is created, having chosen the leader of which they receive a boost from the system, and there were exactly 25 awakened. Sanhu was the first awakened to form an attack force and received a gold box as a bonus. Despite what happened earlier, Joshua still submitted to Sanhu and received the blessing of tenacity, which gives the owner a slight resistance to crowd control skills. Joshua was elected head of the union, and despite the fact that the position of leader of his party was given to Michael, All eyes were on Sanha, an outsider who had seized command of their group. That was what he was in their eyes, and the assassins were now completely useless as well. In the end, they decided to go according to plan with the leaders of their parties, deciding everything by vote, where the vote of the head of the association had a weight of 4 points, the party leader, 2, and the other members, 1. The weight of the vote depended on the position. A similar method was used in the city of London. Now it was adopted because it was too difficult for one person to take on all the power. But later, this method would become the basis of the revolution. And the first question for the revolution vote was what to do with the now useless mercenaries. The first option was to use them as porters. The second was to distribute supplies, giving priority to the awakened. The third option was to imprison them to prevent a riot. But in the end, they decided to use the mercenaries as human shields. The resistance from the mercenaries was under control, and in the previous history, they would not have survived at all. After all, Joshua and Michael became enemies back then, as the latter had developed a friendly relationship with them due to their training together. Sanhu told Joshua that if things continued like this, his group would go over to him, and neither of them wanted that. Joshua told Sanhu not to interfere, and he didn't mind, saying he could leave right now. His superficial attitude became increasingly irritating to Joshua. However, Sanhu advised him to smile more often because he was their leader, and if he saw that look again, then the next topic of voting would be his life. When the fight began, everyone hoped for Sanhu's intervention, but he kept it to a minimum. The hired killers, with their hands tied, continued to scream furiously. The 8 awakened ones also couldn't stand it, and a conflict began to arise between them. At this time, Sanhu was calmly resting, watching what was happening from the side. Michael approached him and asked him to intervene, but Sanhu replied that he would only vote. 6 voted in favor of using mercenaries for strategic purposes. The same number voted against, and the remaining 20 abstained. Under pressure from Sanhu, Joshua nevertheless decided to hold a revote without the possibility of abstention. Joshua understood that Sanhu's decision would affect all groups, and his voice was the most important. Therefore, he decided to make sure that Sanhu's influence was minimal, because that was exactly what he was trying to achieve. As a result of a second vote, it was decided to release the mercenaries and assign them various tasks, and if the awakened line collapsed, they would join the fight, for which Joshua promised them a high reward. After this, the battles with the monsters continued, and despite the problematic situation, Sanhu did not interfere. Joshua and Michael asked him for help, but this only angered Sanha. He told them that they should not rely only on him, and that they should show what they were capable of themselves. This answer did not particularly please Joshua, since he had hoped to secure Sanhu's support. In the end, he decided to abandon his principles and began to beg Sanka for help in order to avoid casualties. Joshua's gaze was cold, but sometimes merciful even to his enemies. It was the look of a man ready to do anything for victory, the embodiment of the revolution itself. Sanhu realized that he could no longer remain inactive and that the time had come to act. He shared a piece of his power, imbuing Joshua's dagger with the skill Odin's Wrath. As a result, they still managed to clear the dungeon, although not without casualties. Everyone was shell-shocked, including the mercenaries, who were nicknamed the Skull Gang during the Bosnian Civil War. Joshua offered to accompany Sanhu to the mansion, but he refused, saying that he was going to stay at the Wilson Hotel. Joshua realized that even watching from behind, Sanhu still influenced their victory. They even managed to defeat the boss, and then Joshua thought that something would change. But the way Sanhu fought the boss was an irreversible shock to him. He couldn't forget how Sanhu called him a brat who needed help. However, he took it as a competition, at the end of which the loser would move on to the winner's group, and decided not to give up. Joshua decided that he could not lose a battle where the rules of the ordinary world applied. He wanted to book a room in the royal penthouse for Sanhu under the name Leonardo Lee, but it turned out that the room was already booked a month in advance. Joshua was extremely surprised because this is a room that costs about $70,000 a night, which is used by the German government to receive guests. Then he asked for information about Sanhu, but he was unable to find out anything. Everything that was known turned out to be a lie. He thought that Sanhu had covered his tracks and was now simply relaxing in the luxury room, which he took as a challenge. Joshua was furious and wanted to take Sanha apart piece by piece to prove his worth. With help from the main family, Joshua was able to access documents from the Department of Commerce and the U.S. Treasury Department. He managed to identify Sanhu, who was hiding under the name Leonardo Lee. He learned that the Cayman Islands money, about $1 million, was used to create multiple layers of protection around the main organization. Joshua hoped that by obtaining this information and the transmission code, he would be able to discover Sanhu's true identity. His main goal was to take the director's place in the main family in order to join the Bilderberg Club. But now, if he gets to Sanhu, he will start a revolution. They managed to find out the name of the corporation that Leonardo Lee was operating under, but it was called Hallo Joshua. Joshua was shocked and even more surprised when one of the employees reported the attack on his family. It wasn't a physical attack, but a financial one. Aggressive selling by investors sent shares down 2.25%. Joshua first thought it was a real attack, and only then breathed a sigh of relief when he learned that it was about a stock price drop. He wondered if Sanhu was involved in this, but he didn't want to believe it, writing it off as an accident. Meanwhile, Sanhu went to the head of the Karyan family, where Aaron von Karyan was already waiting for him. Aaron wanted to tell him the story of the man who dared to attack the Bank of England. At that time, it brought him fame and fortune. But the world does not know that the man has been in court for 14 years, so many believe that his success was due to the events in France in 1988. Sanhu reminded him that Aaron had already told him this story, so there was no need to repeat it. Aaron replied that in that case, they should get straight to the point and ask them to stop the attack, promising to compensate for the losses from his own pocket. He noted that there seemed to be a misunderstanding between them, because even though LTCM is part of the Jonathan Investment Financial Group, it is an investment. This made Aaron extremely angry, and he declared that this was an attack, not an investment. However, Sanhu told him that these investments were made by LTCM itself, and all hedge funds in his group make their own decisions. Aaron asked that since there was a misunderstanding, why did he come to them? And Sanhu replied that he came to see a friend. At this time, Joshua arrived at the mansion, who was surprised that John Doe himself, who was incredibly secretive, was in the mansion right now. On the way to the office, the servant told Joshua that John Doe had called him his friend. He also noted that this is an excellent opportunity for the young gentleman, because in the future, the front line will expand, and neither side will be able to take a step back. Moreover, if he stops the attack, the main family will compensate for all the losses, because if Jonathan enters this war and uses all his forces, then on his side will be capital over $1 billion. As a result, the whole of Europe will be plunged into a currency war, and only Joshua can prevent this. Joshua asked if it wouldn't be better to lure Jillian over to their side in that case. The servant noted that negotiations were already underway with Jillian, but now everything depended on Joshua. Joshua was confused because in front of him stood a man known as John Doe, although he had previously known him as Leonardo Lee. Aaron asked Joshua if they knew each other, and he replied that they had met last year in Vancouver. Sanhu confirmed this and asked if he could consider this his victory in their bet. Joshua told him that even though he was the richest man on the planet and the owner of the largest investment group, they were the Karyan family, which meant there would be no winner in this war. Sanhu responded that financial wars do not work the way he thinks, and that the one who takes everything always wins. Meanwhile, the servant reported that Telestar Investment, Gold and Silver, and Zillion Group had joined the attack. Joshua called it a betrayal by London, but Sanhu countered that it was not a betrayal, but commercial groups, not blood alliances. Therefore, Sanhu no longer offers him to give up his seat, but orders him to do so. Joshua realized that he had lost and would have to become one of Sanhu's men. He told Sank that he would go over to his side and obey him. However, Sanhu still doubted his trust and decided to make a small gift. In fact, it wasn't really a gift, but rather a demonstration of power that wasn't worth competing with. He used his skills and caused a pogrom in the mansion. Joshua thought that Sanhu wanted to kill the head of the family and begged him to stop. However, all of this was planned in advance by Sanhu and Aaron, and the head of the family told Joshua that he was the spread wings of their family, so he would have to serve valiantly and fulfill the long-standing will of the family. Aaron added that they would remove all obstacles and leave, albeit reluctantly. At that very moment, the attack on the Karyan family ceased. Aaron asked Sanha to treat his grandson well, because he would not let him down. Sanhu replied that this was precisely why he had chosen him, after which Aaron thanked him and left them alone. Joshua asked Sanhu what he should call him now, Leonard or John Doe. Sanhu replied that he could be called Odin and invited him to join his order. From then on, Joshua joined the Sanhu order and began to obey it. Meanwhile, John managed to catch Bobby, but the situation got out of control and he decided to contact him after he had sorted everything out. But Sanhu did not hesitate and immediately cut off Bobby's head, saying that they had already spent too much time on him. It had been 3.5 years since they lost Bobby, and the organization had been hunting him all that time, causing the power gap between them to become colossal. Sanhu asked John if everything was okay with the other agents, since it was not easy to catch him. John replied that they were fine, and that they had really gone all out this time, not letting him escape. Sanhu, as promised, would pay him $1 billion in any convenient way. But John was interested in whether his safety would be guaranteed after receiving the money. These words reminded Sanhu of what Mick had told him earlier, that John had been acting suspiciously lately. John again asked Sanhu if he could guarantee his safety, and he replied that he could, as well as pay the promised $1 billion. Sanhu noticed that John was clearly nervous and advised him not to forget that this was far from the last operation in his career. After all, the funds invested in the organization and real estate owned by Sanhu and others, and the private military company Whitewater is already worth more than $1 billion. So John may have been thinking about eliminating Sanhu and Yan-hee to take everything for himself. And after Bobby was captured, his confidence only grew. However, Sanhu decided to prevent this and killed John Clark. The snipers, perched on the containers, were already ready to open fire on him. But one look from him made them understand that it was better to retreat and save their lives. Meanwhile, Edema showed the warehouse of magical items to his comrade named Cheney. Upon learning of the existence of something similar in the world, they were shocked and eventually decided to join the new world. Magical items were stored in a place converted into a bomb shelter, which was called the Cat Food Warehouse. Inside were many magical artifacts, such as hunter's gloves. There were also other objects, both of lower and higher ranks. Cheney was delighted that such a thing existed and asked where they had managed to get it all. Edema said he would answer the question when Cheney's security clearance was upgraded. But in the meantime, he admitted it was better for him not to know about such things. At this time, Sanhu and Yeonhee were clearing a D-rank dungeon, which was the research center of the Barba Corps. On the 7th day after entering the dungeon, they used the quest item, and Yeonhee used the artifact known as the Plague-Hating Child. And although this creature looked like a fairy from a fantasy book, Sanhu understood perfectly well what it really was. In an instant, this unknown creature came to life and flew away wherever its eyes looked. Sanhu noted that it was because she was wearing a high-ranking necklace made of the bones of a plague master. Suddenly, something appeared behind Yeonhee. Sanhu sensed it and managed to grab it in time. As it turned out, it was a monster from the dungeon, of which there were simply countless. However, it didn't just appear out of nowhere. It was the work of a creature summoned by Yeonhee. It also hinted to them to follow him, and Sanhu and Yeonhee decided to follow, while remaining vigilant. Because the quest they received was S-rank and related to the fatal Antaguasto, the 7 Demon Kings. After their appearance, everyone was shocked to learn that there were monsters stronger than S-rank bosses. On the day when the fateful Kaso, one of the 7, emerged from the gate, the 8 evils and benefactors joined forces for the first time, and only with the utmost effort could he be defeated. Sanhu found the item in Barba's dungeon, which was protected by the fatal Antaguasto. The fatal Antaguasto was one of the strongest, even among the 7 Demon Kings. It was then that they received the task, Destroyer of the Barba Corps, where they were required to eliminate high-ranking plague creators, destroy laboratories, and destroy all creators. It was an S-rank quest related to the fatal Antaguasto, but its difficulty was simply absurd. This research, which has turned the entire Earth into a huge cemetery, is sure to cause a lot of problems for the system. Yeonhee was shocked that the monsters looked like humans, but Sanhu warned her that each of them was a real bomb, and she must not let her guard down. After experiments were carried out on their lives, the former humans were now used as human shields, and this happened to everyone who was defeated by the Barba Corps. To find the plague's creator, Sanhu used all his skills, except man overcoming difficulties. As a result, the crowd of dead monsters formed into one huge monster, similar to a dinosaur. However, His eye began to glow in an unusually strange way, as if something was about to shoot out of it. However, it was Yeon-hee who used Aegis Gaze on the monster. Even though this monster was no weaker than a boss in a low-ranking dungeon, she was able to take over its mind. As a result, the research laboratory was destroyed, and the task of destroying Barba's hull was successfully completed, with Sanhu receiving the Challenger's box as a reward. From it, he took out the Solar Cape of Ra, which increased all types of resistance by 20%, and also applied the Blessing of Ra, which could be replaced with the Solar Sword of Ra. On top of that, the cloak allowed one to absorb up to 15,000 physical and magical damage. This was the first S-rank item that Sanhu possessed. Now he had something that he had not seen even in the 8 evils and benefactors. Meanwhile, in the world, immediately after celebrating the end of the 2002 World Cup, the first shots of the war were heard in Baghdad. The news reported that President Hussein's bunker could withstand even a weak nuclear explosion. Yeon-hee asked Sanhu if he still had prophetic dreams, and if so, what the outcome of the war would be. After all, he had previously told her that he had learned about demons from prophetic dreams. And now he replied that this time he didn't know because the future was changing. They also understood that they must not stand still and must become strong enough so that Sanhu could hope to change this future. After this, Sanhu came to his parents without telling them anything in advance to give them a surprise. He asked his mother where his father was, but she replied that it was better not to ask because he was in a bad way and was drinking again. Father returned late at night, and seeing his condition, Sanhu's mother became furious. She suggested leaving her father until tomorrow until he had slept it off. But Sanhu easily lifted him up and carried him to bed. The morning was not the most favorable for the family. Mother was angry with father for yesterday. The thing was that the father was so drunk that he mistook her for his friend and said a lot of unnecessary things. Sanhu noted that if his father was having a hard time, he could try to resolve the issue through one of the companies he knows. He also said that the owner of this company is called Golden Wish among his clients, and he himself is one of the 5 owners of Jonil Group. The father was surprised that Sanhu knew such a person and asked if this was possible, if he really existed. The young man assured that he would try to settle everything because the manager of Golden Wish was in his debt. Despite all his father's fears, Sanhu asked him to trust him because after all, he was his son. After this, Sanhu and Yeon-hee went on a short vacation closer to the ocean. The fact is that his father's request was related to the Semangum Reclamation Project. Due to political agendas and the activities of environmental groups, this national project was constantly suspended and restarted. Jamie said that even if they went with the original plan and used the site for farming rather than a complex industrial complex, the proposal still wasn't very appealing. However, this was the only place that could be cleared without causing problems for the plan. However, Jamie didn't quite understand, so she asked Sanhu what the plan was all about. He explained that a world-class resort would soon be built. The area would be enclosed by a powerful protective wall, and a bunker would be built underground that could withstand a nuclear explosion. Jamie wondered if this was all because of North Korea, and it was true. And Sanhu added that their staff also understood the importance of having a secure shelter. He also stressed that they had no intention of moving the group of companies to another country, so he asked Jamie to make sure the government understood and supported them. This would enhance his father's reputation among his peers, so Sanhu had no reason to refuse. There were still about 10 years left until the start day, and so far everything was going according to plan. However, suddenly a system window appeared in front of Sanhu, which usually appears after the destruction of a dungeon. Or rather, it was a warning. In a minute, a quest was supposed to appear in which 100 awakened ones would target him, and it could be prevented for 250 contribution points. Contribution points are earned by clearing dungeons. An F-rank dungeon gives 1 point, an E-rank dungeon gives 3, a C-rank dungeon gives 10, and Sanhu currently had only 386 points. Sure, he could spend them, but using points earned from completing quests to block a quest that was meant to kill him was a stupid idea. However, he needed to calm down and think things through, because even if 1,000 awakened ones came for his life, nothing would happen to him. So Sanhu decided to look at the quest. It had his real name on it. It was considered extremely dangerous, and the person who took the quest was given a location indicator. Sanhu realized that if the system decided to deal with him, it would not stop, and it was unknown how many points he would need in the future to prevent this. As a result, a quest was created in which 100 awakened were targeted to kill him. The system itself gave Sank the quest to prevent the disaster when he destroyed Barba's hull, and then the same system made him a common enemy. Although before, he thought that the 8 evils and benefactors hated or revered her only for their own reasons. But what if it is the system that is causing this contradiction, and there is not one, but 2 systems? Assassination missions tend to work both ways, so when Yun-hee was given the mission to kill Sanha, he was given the mission to kill her too. Among all those who received the quest, Yun-hee came in first place, and Sanhu was surprised that Michael and Joshua did not come in second and third. He was also given the task of assassinating Ririki Suzuki and Chiharu Suzuki. The former was the 7th benefactor, and the latter was the 8th evil. Sanhu was now faced with urgent decisions, so he decided to ensure the safety of his family, even if it meant revealing his identity to Jamie. Meanwhile, Jamie was at a meeting of the National Business Alliance, and when she was invited to participate in the discussion, Sanhu called her. She told Director Pak that she would be away for a short while, and in the meantime, he tried to stall for time. Her behavior alarmed the other participants. As soon as Jamie was asked to express her opinion, she immediately left on the phone. Sanhu asked her to contact Jonil Bank. There should be an employee named Na Jonil there, and she needed to come up with a good reason to call him and his wife to the hotel. He also asked Jamie to stay there with them and act as quietly and safely as possible. Sanhu added that this task was more important and urgent than all the previous ones, and the guards would need firearms. After all, a few years ago, when surveillance by the South Korean government became mortally dangerous, a security group was created, ready to protect it, even at the cost of breaking the law. Sanhu also noted that Jamie is not a stupid person, and probably already understood why the group is called Chunil. However, Jamie replied that she allegedly did not understand what he was talking about, but, of course, she would carry out the order immediately. Sanhu also told her that they were facing not just one, but many dangers, and she should be especially careful. The workers inquired and asked whether it was really necessary to protect only the man and his wife. Jamie learned that they also have a son named Sanhu, and he works in the front office of Jonathan Investment. All her doubts were dispelled, and now she knew what she didn't want to know. But she still said to focus on the spouses. Meanwhile, Sanhu and Yun-hee went to the Japanese city of Osaka to the F-rank dungeon. However, they didn't go there just like that. It was a kind of meeting with 2 more awakened ones. They didn't have to wait long. The 7th benefactress and the 8th evil arrived earlier than expected. They were the Suzuki twins, Ririka and Chiharu, among the first to adapt to the system after awakening. The system provided appropriate rewards for the high level of difficulty. For capturing the Sankai-gumi gang, the sisters received valuable items. One of the rewards was the Hermes Ancle, which increased the agility rank by 1 level and absorbed physical and magical damage. And also, Guan Yin Emblem, which increased healing and healing items by 1 level, reducing cooldown by 30% and also absorbing damage. Now, these awards were in the hands of Sanhu. Despite the fact that the sisters looked down on him, they failed to kill Sanka. An exhausted Ririka said that she would not forgive him if he touched her sister and would kill him at any cost. But Sanhu had other plans. He decided to throw everyone into the dungeon portal, leaving their fate to the monsters. With them was also the chairman of Glory Group, Wang Chen, who asked to be released, promising to hush everything up. Otherwise, he would regret it. But the same fate awaited him. The fact is that everyone present was given the task of killing Sanhu, including an unknown citizen from Mokpo. Despite their confidence, they failed to kill Sanka, and they were all sent to the dungeon. 35 people to Ant Hell, another 25 into the hands of the Revolution. Sanhu has already completed 60 tasks. Due to the difference in rank between the Suzuki sisters and the other awakened ones, the items were distributed evenly, so some had a chance to escape. So Sanhu asked Yun-hee to be vigilant, determined, and attentive, and sent her to the dungeon. Meanwhile, Jamie reported that suspicious people had contacted her, but she immediately blocked them. Director Jonil is currently working from a hotel room while his wife is getting a massage. But unexpected troubles have arisen. She asked Sanka to open the news. The airwaves were full of talk about the tax service launching an investigation into Jonil Group. They are targeting Jonil Bank and probably want to get to the CEO so that he and Director Park can be brought to trial for his defense. Jamie noted that South Korean citizen Na Sanhu is considered missing and no one can disturb his parents, so he himself should be careful. Sanhu knew they were targeting Na Sanhu. Knowing he was in Japan now, were they testing the system? and his father was targeted simply because he was Na San-hoo's father. Jamie said there were only 9 people in the country with the same name as him. 5 were missing, and the remaining 3 were on their side. San-hoo noted that she had done her job well, but after his father's intervention, it became clear who exactly was the target in this mission. Therefore, San-hoo decided to immediately go to Seoul, despite all the concerns. Before this, he sent Mick a letter with a list of the 40 people remaining on the quest, and ordered him to keep an eye on them all. At this time in France, some members of the Bilderberg Club were indignant at the actions of the United States. Gillian was next to them, remembering the attack on Mark last year. When victory was so close, they received a strange order to stop the attack, which meant they could not use the power of the Carrion family. However, Gillian was tormented by doubts. Could this really mean an invitation to the Bilderberg Club? Since even the new head of the Carrion family was strangely friendly, Gillian still couldn't get used to the world between light and darkness. While he was thinking, Cassandra, the head of the Goldstein family, approached him and asked if it was true that he had known a year ago that the United States would break its promise. Gillian replied that there was no point in bringing up the topic again, since after the dot-com bubble, their group had focused on the oil market. It was difficult for him and the Jonathan group to sell their oil interests, and Cassandra can be understood. Because if you look at the market, everything becomes clear. Gillian asked if Jonathan hadn't been invited again, but she suddenly brought up John Doe. She noted that although his identity has not yet been revealed, it has become known that he is Korean. Gillian was surprised because he thought he was Chinese and had no idea that John Doe was Ethan, aka San-hoo, aka his boss. Cassandra added that if the situation had not been so tense, John Doe's identity would have been revealed tomorrow. Gillian asked what was on the agenda then and said that she should invite him, but she only expressed hope for his good intentions. However, Cassandra didn't say anything concrete and only worried Gillian further. Before leaving, she told Gillian to be careful because who knows how long Asia's capital will last. Cassandra tasked her people with tracking Jonil Group's capital, but things didn't go according to plan. When they tried to contact Jamie, she blocked them. And if they go any further, it will cause a diplomatic crisis. She didn't expect such an escalation. Could it really be that a developed Asian country was being rocked by speculative forces? Cassandra was one of the awakened, so she decided to use the system to track Sana. She informed her agents that the target had moved to Seoul and ordered them to follow him. Just as the agent was about to tell her that they were already in Seoul, an unknown person appeared behind him. The man turned out to be San-hoo, and he told Cassandra that her actions were a serious scam, asking if it wouldn't be better to call her Melissa Awit Goldstein. Meanwhile, one of the Goldstein family members, Colton Spencer, was the president of the European Council. As soon as he left the airport, he was immediately attacked by journalists. However, Chief Hong led him through a secret passage, apologizing for the incident with the journalists, and noting that the government was too busy right now. Colton asked Han if the VIP knew he was coming, and he replied that she was at a meeting about sending troops to Iraq. Colton regarded this behavior as an open disregard for the European Council. Before leaving, Melissa told Colton to get rid of San-hoo at any cost because he knows her real name. This surprised Colton, as only 4 people in their parents' house knew her real name. However, he did not understand why she was asking him about this, since there were people in their family who did similar things. Melissa explained that Samuel failed the mission because San-hoo was under Chanil's protection. Hearing this, Colton realized the scale of the problem, because Jonil is a company with enormous influence. However, he didn't see how he could cope with it if even Samuel had failed. It reminded Colton of how he had previously eliminated one of the children on Melissa's orders. He told her that he was not a murderer, and she replied that, of course, he was only the younger brother of a murderer with an ill fate. On the way, Colton asked Hong if South Korea was not interested in increasing its financial power, and Hong replied that they were, but that a VIP had made a strong threat to them. Although Colton's group is willing to support the government, Jonil Group is a symbol of the South Korean economy. Colton stated that in that case, the Goldstein family would fully cooperate. Hong didn't understand whether he really wanted interference from the shadow economy, since it wasn't worth going that far. However, after driving a short distance, the car stopped, and Han got out for a moment, asking Colton to wait. At that moment, Sang-koo got into the car and offered to talk. However, the conversation turned out to be peculiar. San-hoo found documents on the separation of banking and trading activities in Colton's possession. The principle of separating financial capital from industrial capital is important, since their merger creates the risk of violations and monopolistic tyranny. When capital provided by a bank is disguised as industrial capital, it violates the law. And to find out this, we need to find out the origin of Jeonil's starting capital during the IMF era. The Goldstein family's strategy was to start with this and destabilize the group. But after learning this, San-hoo told Colton to call Melissa. When Melissa picked up the phone, she was extremely surprised to hear San-hoo's voice, not Colton's. She started shouting that the man next to him was the president of the European Council, which meant he was a state guest. And San-hoo did not even dare think about touching him. But San-hoo only replied that she was behind all of this, and that she was alive only to realize this. These words made Melissa lose her temper and made her realize what her thoughtless actions had led to. After that, San-hoo used the seal of healing on Colton, which surprised him even more. San-hoo gave Colton one little piece of advice. Their family was slowly falling apart, and he should stop it before it was too late. Colton noted that he knew about his strange abilities, but still believed that everything was fine with their family. At that moment, San-hoo called Joshua and ordered him to collect all the funds he had lent to the Goldstein family. After the incident, Melissa was at a loss. An attack on the chairman during an official visit is unacceptable, even in North Korea. Such an event could be the start of a war. But she intended to show who really calls the shots in this world. So she went to the Karian family, hoping that if everything went well, they would be able to make up for the losses in the Iraqi and Korean wars. The Karjan family, who had long held the Rothschilds in check, had enormous influence within the Bilderberg group, and Melissa saw them as an ideal first ally. She suddenly showed up at their house and announced that this was an official report from the Goldstein family. At that moment, one of her agents called her to tell her some important news. The thing is, the loan extensions for all their family groups had just stopped. They received a unilateral notice, and it all started with the Karian group, spreading extremely quickly. Melissa was incredibly surprised, thinking that Aaron had gone crazy in his old age. This incident could be considered a direct clash that would destroy both sides and would only benefit the Rothschild. So Melissa burst into Jillian's room and tried to persuade him to join her, but he saw no reason to do so. She noted that although he was invited to the club, he was treated as an outsider, and to become a full member, he needed the support of a strong family. Melissa was confident that if they started working together, they could take on the Rothschild-Karian alliance and rebuild the entire World Club. Jillian replied that her plan would not be so easy to implement, and showed a letter ordering him to undermine the shares of all her family groups. The girl was shocked by this turn of events, but she was not going to give up. After this, Melissa went straight to the head of the Rothschild family. Meanwhile, one of the Goldstein family's agents went to Jonathan to borrow money from him. The agent also noted that if he could lend them $10 billion, they would take on any business. However, Jonathan had his own conditions, and he said that he would only give money in exchange for shares. The terms were unfavorable for the Goldstein family, but they had no other choice. After this, the agent called Melissa to ask if they were willing to accept such conditions, and she asked to put Jonathan on the line. She said that she wanted to meet him personally and give him the shares he needed, and also asked when he would be able to provide the promised $10 billion. But Jonathan replied that he was ready to give not $10 billion, but only $1, which angered Melissa even more. Meanwhile, the news reported that the Goldstein family's financial rating had fallen from AAA to A, according to German banks, and from AAA to BBB, according to British banks. Colton realized that their family was in a desperate situation, and so he decided to accept Sun-hoo's offer. To earn Sun-hoo's trust, Colton had to prove his loyalty. The transfer protocol was drawn up just as Colton became the head of the family, so that the main business of the Goldstein family will be transferred to the French branch of the J. O'Neill Group. Despite Jamie's expectations, Colton was quite calm and cool. However, he had one more request. He wanted to finish off Melissa with his own hands, addressing San-hoo as his master. San-hoo replied that he would like his method better, so now Colton just had to wait for the call. And Jamie was shocked that he called San-hoo Sir. This truly scared Jamie, and in her eyes, San-hoo began to resemble a real demon. She didn't understand how he managed to do all this, and frankly told Sok that she was afraid of him. However, San-hoo asked her if she wanted to stop there. If so, it could create a European branch of the Jonal Group, such as Jamie Corporation. San-hoo also noted that her activities over the past 6 years can be considered preparation, preparing to become the one who will shake up the world of economics from behind the curtain and become a member of the Shadow Bank. Meanwhile, Melissa was trying to find a way out of the situation and save her position. Therefore, she decided to personally meet with the head of the Rothschild family, Isaac. When she came to him, she declared that they had lost and asked when he had acquired the Carrion families and the Zillion group. She said she was ready to give up just to stop everything, because the European economy should not collapse because of a war between families. Isaac replied that she had misunderstood and had launched the attack first. He also noted that the era of the Goldstein family was over, and it was time for a change. That's why he has no intention of stopping his attacks, because even if he stops, the Carrion family and the Zillion group will not. Melissa thought Isaac was in control, but that wasn't the case. He reminded her of the incident when the Zillion group attacked the Carrion family, then stopped their attack while in a winning position and made an agreement. However, then the Carrion family was attacked by the Jonathan group, which means that Jonathan and Jillian are one, and now the Carrion family is with them. In the end, it is not Jonathan or Jillian who is behind everything that is happening, but Sanhu. Hearing Sanhu's name, Melissa was simply stunned and seemed speechless. Isaac asked if she didn't know that Sanhu was the real owner of Jonathan Group, since they even sent Ed to find out. But he himself didn't understand why Sanhu was targeting them. Melissa eventually lost her temper, lost control, and attacked Isaac. However, she wanted to make it look like he was the one who attacked her and tried to rape her. However, she miscalculated the force of the blow, and Isaac lost consciousness. At that moment, Michael and Joshua entered the room and were quite surprised to see what was happening. Upon seeing them, Melissa began to play the victim, claiming that Isaac had started to harass her. But Joshua only said that it would remain the worst meeting in history, since he heard their entire conversation. After this, Melissa attacked Joshua, trying to kill him, but she failed to do so. Moreover, Michael was nearby and easily repelled her attack. What was happening made Joshua laugh. He said that it was not yet time to show strength, and she was lucky that the master was not with them. Melissa realized that by master, he meant Sanhu, and was shocked. Following the incident, Bilderberg chairman Derek Schumacher summoned Gillian and Joshua. He noted that, from decisions on the Iraq War to the attack on the Carrion family, harmony within the club had fractured. Joshua asked if Derek was going to interrogate them, since the club was created for reaching agreements, not interrogations. Derek replied that if that was the impression they had, he apologized, as he was only trying to solve the problem. Within 2 days, France's financial system was paralyzed, so he suggested they retreat. Jillian said the collapse of the Eurozone financial system was not part of their calculations, and there was now only one way out. He meant that the club would have to compensate not only for losses, but also for potential profits. Derek was not happy with this position and took it as a mockery of the club. Derek stated that since they had taken this position, this year's meeting would have to be canceled and dismissed them. Jillian asked Joshua why he attacked the Goldsteins, since it could have destroyed the entire family. Joshua replied that sometimes it is impossible to calculate profit and loss when there is an order that must be executed. Jillian noted that he was sure that he and Jonathan were following the same orders. This infuriated Jillian, and he asked who was behind all this and how much longer he would be someone's pawn. Joshua replied that they were in the same boat and that he himself didn't know much. He also said that a new order would come soon, and it would have to be carried out unconditionally. Joshua informed Sanhu that the club meeting had been canceled and that Melissa was under heavy security at her residence. He wanted to send Michael to her, but Sanhu decided to go himself. The guards gathered near the residence, discussing how great it would be to live in such a mansion. Suddenly, one of the guards felt as if something had touched him. With the help of the shadow ring, Sanhu easily kidnapped Melissa from the mansion. When she woke up, she saw Sanka and realized that he had come to kill her. He was silent, and this frightened her even more. At that moment, she saw Colton running towards them with a huge backpack. Melissa was completely confused as to why Colton was there and what kind of backpack he was holding. Sanhu explained that she would be sent to a lower-ranked dungeon. This was her chance to save her life. Taking the bag, Melissa told him not to underestimate her and told him to wait. After all, even if this light leads to her hell, she will return and take revenge on him. Colton asked Sanhu if he would stop his feud with her if she survived. Sanhu confirmed this, but added that Colton still doesn't know much. After all, it wasn't actually a low-rank dungeon, but a D-rank one, and soon the portal's light faded and disappeared. At this time, Yeonhee informed Sanhu that more and more gangs were looking for the Suzuki sisters and might learn about the dungeon. Therefore, Sanhu decided to take action to complete the quest with the awakened ones as quickly as possible. The Goldstein family incident quickly spread around the world, but they managed to stabilize the situation. Santai Gumi head Takeuchi Ryusei heard that the female president had disappeared from her home. His agent said that this problem was none of their concern, and that they should focus on their own. However, Ryusei was waiting for Congressman Takeda, but the agent said that he would not help since the US had begun to regulate capital associated with gangs. They have already hit the Italian Camorra and the Mexican Los Zetas, and will get to them soon. So the agent suggested investing in Jonathan and the Zillion Group, although it wouldn't be easy. After all, the IT company Google will soon be created, and Jonathan Hunter was involved in its creation. Since both Wall Street and the city are interested in this, the starting capital exceeds 3 billion yen. This will help launder money. Ryusei considered this a small victory, but the ease of solving the problem made him wary. However, he became even more tense when Sanhu suddenly appeared next to him. Ryusei said that if he came for the president, he was in the wrong house. But Sanhu replied that he had come specifically for him to offer a deal. He said that if Ryusei did everything as he said, he would hand over the Suzuki Sisters organization to him. Ryusei replied that he accepted his proposal, but it was more of an order than a proposal. As a result, only representatives of 30 of the families sent returned from the dungeon. The Suzuki sisters were not among them. Aoki Yuria became the leader of the group in the dungeon. She suggested working as a team and successfully completed the cleanup. Sanhu hoped that a strong personality would emerge during this test, and his expectations were met. When Yuria came to, Sanhu told her about the Day of Beginnings. He also invited her to join him, to which Yuria immediately asked if she had a choice. However, Sanhu didn't mean just an alliance, but a contract that would ensure her employment at the Tomorrow Joint Stock Company. However, not all awakened ones were able to come to terms with their abilities, and some turned to a psychologist for help. One of these was Mr. Novak, who claimed to see Sanhu's location, but the psychologist dismissed it as a hallucination. Despite this, Novak tried to prove the reality of what was happening by showing an object indicating the coordinates. The psychologist didn't believe him and asked if he had heard of dissociative identity disorder. This disorder is also known as multiple, and it is possible that the person who purchased the item simply forgot about it. However, Novak refused to believe it, because how then could one explain the blue screen that only he could see? The psychologist suggested government treatment programs and promised to help him contact them. On the way home, Novak didn't know what to do and was afraid that he might actually be sent to a psychiatric hospital. But suddenly, an unfamiliar woman, whom he had never seen before, approached him. It was Yuria, who introduced herself as the CEO of Tomorrow and had come from Japan to receive the final location marker. Meanwhile, Sanhu and Jonathan discussed their investment in Google, which had turned out to be extremely successful. Google has become the leader in the IT market, second only to Sanhu himself. Typically, when going public, companies conduct investor research to determine the size and price of their shares. However, Google chose a different route, holding an auction for private parties, sparking controversy between Wall Street and Silicon Valley. As the main shareholders, Sanhu and Jonathan decided not to raise fees so as not to infringe on the interest of clients. In the end, Jonathan Investment, a symbol of Wall Street, went against its traditions. After the military conflicts are over, the US government may take on Jonathan, as it once did with the Jonail Group. So, he went into banking. It was a signal that if pressured, they would destroy the very foundations of Wall Street. Sanhu noted that it is for this reason that failure is unacceptable. Google's initial public offering, IPO, failed in the past, and its founder shocked everyone by announcing his salary as $1. Back then, they managed to raise only a little more than half the desired capital, and the shares fell from $100 to $80. But this time, there was a 10-day auction. Jonathan used the media to improve Google's image, while Sanhu used shell companies to boost stock prices. Therefore, the war they are waging under Jonathan's leadership must not be lost. The initial price of shares is $250, and the final price is more than $500. At the same time, Sanhu continued to clear dungeons, becoming stronger and stronger. In the end, Sanhu and Yunhee were able to complete the B-rank dungeon together. This was the result of many years of training and perseverance. For completing the quest, Sanhu received the Extract of Power, destroyed the Cormorant's hull, and opened the quest Fatal Arakuda. This quest, like Destruction of the Barba Hull, was not easy, but it was much more productive than the usual tasks. Considering that the two of them had completed a B-rank dungeon, Sanhoo noted that there was no need to rush. After 5 years, their powers had grown significantly, with most of their skills becoming B rank and some becoming A rank. Sanhoo was able to create a dome around himself and the Tomorrow Group, captained by Marco. They were inside the dome, created just in case, and Mick's team remained outside. The guys did a good job of distributing the loot obtained from the dungeons. When Sanhoo first met Yeonhee, she was 24, and now, years later, she is around 30. But due to awakening, she has not changed in appearance. Sanhoo said there were no raids planned for the near future, so she could rest, or even go on a date. Yeonhee asked if he was really that interested in her personal life, but he replied that it was just concern. She joked that he spoke exactly like her mother, with whom she now had a good relationship and could talk about her calmly. She thanked Sanka for his concern, saying that she felt more alive, but he should take care of himself too. This made Sanka think, because he hadn't been home for a long time, and perhaps it was time to visit his parents. Meanwhile, the head of the South Korean Prosecutor's Office's Central Investigation Department, Park Woo-chul, wanted to meet with Kim Ji-ae. Kim Ji-ae worked in the 3rd Security Department and was only commissioned a year ago. Chief Park recently held a security meeting that he wanted to invite Ji-ae to, but she didn't show up, so he decided to visit her in person. However, Ji-ae did not understand his intentions and thought that he wanted her to bribe him. Park offered her coffee and asked how she was finding work in the 3rd Department. She replied that she was trying to adapt, and Park said that after she adapted, she would transfer to his department, so she should work harder. However, Ji-ae replied that she had only been working for a short time, and perhaps he had confused her with someone else. Chairman Park said that her uncle is the president of Chonil Bank, and Ji-ae confirmed this. The head noted that then she should work hard to match him. After this, Ji-ae called Chonil to tell him what had happened. Chonil replied that he had simply told his boss a little about her, and he turned out to be the father of the head of the investigation department, Park Chang-shik. Ji-ae thanked her uncle for what he had done, as she was now being watched closely, perhaps even too closely. She also asked how Sanhoo was, and he replied that he was fine, but he had grown up too fast. Chonil noted that these days, cousins are almost like family, adding that he would convey her interest to Sanhoo. Jae didn't fully understand his intentions, but she would be glad to meet soon. Jamie Corporation, the overseas subsidiary of the Jonil Group, took over the Goldstein family's position. Those who are particularly attentive noticed that the names of the casinos and hotels did not change. Only the group's logos changed, so Las Vegas became part of the small Sanhoo empire. Meanwhile, Sanhoo also spoke with Edward Zuckerberg of FaceNote. He invested in his project, for which Edward was immensely grateful. This year, Sanhoo has 2 key missions, the first of which is related to the global economic crisis. The subprime mortgage crisis is coming soon, and it will affect everyone, including Jonathan. The ABX index falls, economists criticize sharply, warnings are ignored in favor of profits. When this huge nuclear warhead explodes, Sanhoo's financial power will reach its limit. The second mission involves the Destiny Group. This year, the scientists will reveal their identities as they manage to generate energy from magical stones, which is why the electricity didn't disappear after the disaster. The leader of the group was a certain Steven, and today he came to Sanhoo. Steven explained that they needed to continue working under pseudonyms, but Sanhoo had already revealed their identities. Destiny Group had only just learned to extract energy from magical stones, so it was unable to protect its rights. These maverick academics explored pseudoscientific fields as assistant professors at Ivy League universities, and remained outcasts until their recent success. However, everything would change if they started working with Sanhoo, and this was what he tried to convey to Steven. However, Steven did not trust him, saying that he knew them, but they did not know him, and all they knew was his money and influence. Sanhoo identified himself as Ethan and said he couldn't reveal more, which Steven took with disbelief. At this time, Sanhoo handed him a magic stone, saying that this was precisely why he had invited him. Steven was surprised and asked where he managed to find such a precious artifact. Sanhoo noted that if they followed his safety protocols, he would sponsor their initial research. The protocol included following the rules when using the research facility he would provide them with. However, Sanhoo did not insist on the decision and gave Steven time to discuss it with his colleagues. Steven realized that, despite Sanhoo's anonymity, cooperation with him would only bring benefits. Therefore, he decided not to delay and immediately called his colleagues for consultation. As a result, the guys brought with them a lot of what they called simple equipment. A couple more elements and the hotel will become a full-fledged research laboratory. Steven told Sanhoo what they had discovered. The stone was not a mineral at all. but rather a living organism. This discovery could be considered the beginning of a new era, and Sanhu offered to provide them with more suitable equipment. He promised to treat them better than anyone in the industry and make them billionaires if they succeeded. However, all rights to the experiments go to him, but when publishing data on the material, their names will be first. The phrase that the West is safer than the East is one of the biggest misconceptions. If Changshik is the Lord of Wealth in Korea, then Jonathan is the Lord of Wealth in the world. People greet Jonathan as a true king, with full awareness of who is in front of them. However, Sanhu knew another side of Jonathan, a man who, no matter what, loves to have fun. Together they laughed at the news that claimed Jonathan Investment's robust financial empire was collapsing after the collapse of Prey Alpha. It reminded Jonathan of the old days, when $1 billion was at stake in the financial war with Russia. Sanhu noted that the situation is similar, but this time it is just a show to escape a market that will only grow. The Prey incident was a carefully orchestrated setup, as both entry and exit are important in investing, and oil prices have already surpassed their previous highs. During the dot-com era, it was $15 a share. Now, it's $120. And the $2 trillion a year oil industry is run by Jonathan, Jillian, and the Rothschilds. If Jonathan and Jillian suddenly exit this system, the market will not support the volume of trades. And if they exit artificially, they will lose all their profits. That's why they're working on the transfer of this bomb, an operation they've been developing for 5 years, trying to exit the oil and mortgage markets by creating the Jonathan Group Axis. As a result, a single Jonathan Group Axis will emerge, and Prey Group will simply go bankrupt. So Sanhu needed to choose a hedge fund that wasn't too big and had a reputation comparable to LTCM's. And Prey fit the bill perfectly. Having replaced their board of directors, we began to create a portfolio that would minimize the consequences of imminent bankruptcy. And 5 years later, when the Prey hedge fund grew into the Prey Group, they became one of the main groups of the Jonathan Investment Finance Group. At least, that's what the news said. But Sanhu and Jonathan understood that Prey Group wasn't the whole arm of their operation. It wasn't even bigger than a fingernail. However, other people did not know this, so they began to think that the crisis that had begun at Prey Group could also reach the main company. So they wanted to find out information about the group's internal affairs, which they had decided to hide from them, saying that if Jonathan was watching their program, they would like to ask him about it. However, if Jonathan had done so, society would have thought that he had been influenced by that man's words. At the time, Brian was speaking to reporters as the CFO of Jonathan Investment Finance Group. He said that the capital they have invested in Prey Group is $100 billion US. Before leaving, he said that the situation does not interfere with the financial goals of the parent company, and they promised to do everything possible to bring this company back to life. After that, the news was full of talk about what had happened and how Prey's bankruptcy could lead to the bankruptcy of Jonathan Group as well. Then everyone became active and started buying up Jonathan's shares in order to get their hands on his company's $100 billion. Meanwhile, Isaac was thinking about how much he had lost. The Iraqi reconstruction operation, the oil development operation, the raw materials extraction operation. He had lost everything to Jonathan, so Isaac decided that he could take advantage of this moment to supposedly help them. After that, he called Jonathan and offered to collaborate because now was the time for it. He told him that they would take most of his oil shares, but it seemed that Jillian was also interested in them. However, Jonathan told him that he was not interested in such services, so let the market decide, since many companies were now entering into deals with them. Isaac continued to insist, asking how long this would last without their help, and that the oil industry needed to be returned to its rightful owner. Meanwhile, Jonathan thought that Isaac was behaving quite insolently for their first conversation, and answered him whether he really thought that he would accept his offer. Isaac asked him to calm down, because this didn't just concern Jonathan Investment Finance Group. He asked to tell Sanhu that if Jillian did not back down, Prey would not be the last victim of this incident. After this, Sanhu himself intervened in the conversation, saying that there would be no retreat, noting that most people call him John Doe, but Isaac knows his real name. He added that the day when the Rothschilds would monopolize the oil industry would never come. And Isaac asked him if he thought that if the Jonathan Group fell, the world would end. Sanhu replied that not only the US government, but also the IMF would have to support them. And even without his family's capital, nothing would happen to them. Isaac asked if he thought the US government would support a group led by an Asian for long, and in that case, he would withdraw his offer. But Sanhu asked him not to rush into a decision, as it did not necessarily have to be the oil market. Isaac replied that oil was indeed going to be tight, so he needed the mortgage lending division of Jonathan Investment Finance Group. However, Sunhoo and Jonathan did not consider this a loss and were only happy with this outcome. As a result, Isaac went to the Bilderberg meeting in Washington. Also in attendance was Sunhoo's group, consisting of Joshua, Colton, Jillian, Jessica, as well as Jamie and Daniel. Meanwhile, Isaac's so-called colleagues approached him to congratulate him on his victory. After all, he had even managed to get his hands on oil. However, they were curious to know if they would have to rescind their invitations to Jonathan and John Doe. But Isaac replied that even after losing oil and mortgages, they were still going strong. After all, their capital is still large due to shares in other promising companies. Jonathan would also be attending the club meeting this year, and Isaac asked if John Doe would be with him. However, there was no response from John Doe. So the club considered this another refusal. Isaac told them that in fact, all those people were led by John Doe, or more precisely, Sunhoo, and they needed to force him to come at any cost. However, it was quite difficult to do this, but Isaac noted that the Rothschild family guaranteed that he would not be able to start a currency war this time. So if they cooperate with him, he will force Sanha to accept the offer or pull him out of the shadows. By this time, Jonathan himself had already arrived at the club meeting. Despite their less than favorable first conversation, Jonathan shook his hand and thanked him for helping him successfully exit the oil market. Jonathan said he had no idea the Rothschilds had such financial mobility and was surprised. Isaac had to raise money from different banks using the assets of the entire family. But it was worth it. Absolute monopolization of the oil market. The era has finally arrived when even oil-producing countries will not be able to ignore the Rothschild family. That's what Isaac thought. In North America, there are 3 grades of consumer credit: Prime, Alt-A, and Subprime. Subprime arose from the subprime mortgage crisis that caused a global economic depression. The crisis acted like a bomb because banks were overlending. Then came the Asian currency crisis, followed by the dot-com bubble burst, and then terrorist attacks in North America, as the U.S. government continued to cut interest rates as the economy worsened. Since mortgage loans seemed like an easy way out for citizens, they began to borrow more and more money from banks to buy houses. Property prices continued to rise anyway, so people used the house they were buying as collateral, taking out a loan that covered its entire cost. This was the first stage. After approving too many such loans, banks ran out of money, so they started selling houses to investors as collateral, and then they issued even more loans. That was the second stage. The paradise created by banks blinded by the housing bubble and blinded by the potential threat of loans turned out to be a trap for people. The first 2 stages repeated themselves over and over again, with the pressure of the extended pot hitting the main rank. Rising interest rates made it difficult for these types of people to stay afloat, triggering a chain reaction in which people lost their homes and everything that served as collateral. The same was true of the mortgage lending division sold to the Rothschilds. It might have seemed like the goose that laid the golden eggs, but more than half of its capital was tied up in the subprime segment. So Jonathan couldn't help but laugh as he remembered Isaac's confident face, assuring him that he was in a winning position. At that moment, Jillian approached him and asked for a minute. Jonathan said that he had come just in time because he was going to give him something. He called it gratitude for support during difficult times. Upon opening the letter, Gillian saw the signature of a sponsor named Sunhoo, and Jonathan explained that this was the same Korean man everyone knew as John Doe. However, Jillian should have known that his real name was Sunhoo, and in fact, he had known him for a long time under the name Ethan. This revelation shocked Jillian. When he heard this, Jillian couldn't believe what Jonathan was telling him. Jessica asked Jillian if Jonathan had told him about the manual. Jillian was shocked to find that there was no separate management department. All activities were carried out by Sunhoo alone. He was overwhelmed with emotion, and he couldn't imagine what a genius like Sunhoo must feel when he looked at him, an ordinary ant on the road. Jessica noticed that this behavior was starting to irritate her, and Jillian apologized, suggesting they talk later. Instead, Jessica proposed marriage, saying that only then could she accept all his worries and complaints. Jillian was even more surprised. First, he learned the truth about Sunhoo, and now it seemed he was going to get married. Meanwhile, at the club meeting, Federal Reserve Chairman Jaden Powell was unhappy with Isaac's actions. Isaac urged not to rush to conclusions, arguing that the market is still unstable. However, the conflict between them did not subside, and Jonathan only watched what was happening. Isaac was angry at Jaden's ingratitude after his family had treated him so warmly. He asked his agent what would happen if interest rates rose, and he said there was a high probability they would lose income from subprime mortgages. Isaac pointed out that this was obvious even to a child, and he needed to find out how many CDOs were based on the MBS of these loans. The agent replied that there was nothing to worry about, since all of Jonathan's assets were rated AAA. This problem has already been considered, and in the worst case, even with an increase in rates, income would change little. However, Isaac was pleased, thinking that Jonathan was feeling depressed after losing assets in the oil and real estate markets. However, he considered the meeting useless, since he was unable to talk to Sanhu. Despite this, he was glad that the Rothschilds had managed to conquer the dollar and oil. Afterwards, he gathered the North American members in his room, but the discussion immediately went wrong, and no one supported his motives. Suddenly, one of the members jumped up from his chair and asked Isaac if he was crazy and how he could do such a thing. Isaac didn't understand what was going on, but when he opened the news, he saw that Bear Stearns had filed for bankruptcy protection. It was one of the 3 largest firms in the securities market, and its bankruptcy was a disaster for Isaac. The reason was the bursting of the subprime mortgage bubble. Isaac was stunned. Why did the bubble burst now? He tried to remain calm, saying Bear Stearns likely held low-grade assets out of a thirst for quick profits. However, the real reason was different. The problem started with AAA-ranked assets, like the ones they bought from Jonathan. Upon learning this, Isaac was so shocked that he fell down and lost consciousness. After this, people began to protest, demanding the dissolution of the Bilderberg Club. In the entire history of the club, something like this has never happened before, especially with protests right at the entrance. Meanwhile, Dresner Rothschild, the deputy head of the family, went to Jonathan. He came to report that the assets sold were problematic, and that Jonathan knew about it, but sold them anyway. Jonathan denied any involvement and asked how Isaac was doing, having heard that he was paralyzed in the lower part of his body, but he could still speak. He added that it would be better to talk about this with Isaac himself, since he so wanted to buy their assets and was happy to watch his group end up in danger. Dresner offered a compromise, saying he would give Jonathan a chance, but Jonathan didn't understand what possibility he was talking about. Dresner explained that their family never goes into debt. They charge interest, but always pay it back because they are based on trust, and Jonathan should not offend them. Jonathan understood that Dresner's threats were empty words, since Isaac himself had recently fallen out with the North American members, their main connections. However, Dresner promised to bring back the mortgage lending division for $1 billion. Jonathan asked him if he really thought he was stupid enough to buy the trash. He noted that a compromise would not work, since everyone would have to sacrifice something. However, he could provide financial assistance to the Rothschild family in exchange for something of value, such as influence over Federal Reserve rates. 3 months had passed since that meeting at the club, and Dresner was unable to return to the United Kingdom, instead shuttling between Washington and Wall Street, trying to mend fences. However, with about 30% of American banks and investment firms failing, and the banking panic continuing, the situation spiraled out of control. However, Ed invited Dresner to the White House to discuss the Rothschilds' business and offer them $200 billion. But to restart the Rothschild family's business, they need $3 trillion. This shocked the others. Ed answered him that $3 trillion was the government's annual expenditure. Dresner noted that he understands this, but the Rothschilds themselves cannot solve the problem. Much of their family's assets have been mortgaged, and it will take them more than $3 trillion to save the business. Dresner also revealed that he had just filed for bankruptcy protection, a nuclear bomb worth $3 trillion. And accepting it would mean dying with the Rothschild family. While the Rothschild company filed for bankruptcy protection on a scale of $3.2 trillion, Sanhu continued to clear out the dungeons. Sanhu's skills grew with each dungeon run, and with his new Sun Sword of Ra, he dealt with monsters with ease. However, despite the destructive power of his weapons, there were monsters that were quite difficult to defeat. If it weren't for Yun He, who healed him every time he was injured, he would most likely have died already. To defeat the monster, Sanhu had to use Odin's Wrath on Ra's Sun Sword to strengthen it. As a result, Sanhu was able to break through the enemy's defense and plunge the sword straight into his body. With his destructive power, he destroyed the monster, leaving not the slightest piece of flesh behind. However, Sanhu himself had a hard time enduring such attacks, and after them, he almost had to be put back together piece by piece. It took only a day for the body to recover from such injuries, but after a month on the brink of life and death, A good rest was necessary. While Sanhu and Yanhee were sleeping in a hotel in Las Vegas, news about the Rothschilds reached them. Yanhee noted that she had heard that their assets were worth 5 trillion. Could they really go bankrupt? Sanhu replied that this figure was greatly exaggerated, and they were staying afloat only thanks to their last name. Yanhee asked if something was bothering him, as he looked rather gloomy. The thing is, Sanhu's power had risen to S rank, and he became the first awakened with that level. But instead of the challenger's box, he received the privilege of a second attempt. Using this privilege resets all ranks, characteristics, skills, and points, and the new development limit becomes SS rank. At the same time, the limit on the number of skills, characteristics, items, and badges of distinction increases to 10. Although this privilege could be used by the first 10 awakened, Sanhu decided that only he would use it. In response to Yunhee's question, he replied that half the journey had already been completed, that 10 years remained until the day of the beginning. It would come in 2018, and that he could not cope without her. Using the special privilege in the testing ground is tantamount to suicide. So Sanhu will have to raise all his stats to S rank and reset them by that day. To do this, he and Yunhee will have to clear 370 B-rank dungeons in 10 years. Currently, one takes a month, which means there are no guarantees. Yunhee's reaction to such a grueling schedule shocked Sanha. She only asked if the items would stay with him. Sanhu confirmed this and thanked her for her understanding and support. Yunhee said that in that case, she would hand over the medical corporation to the younger ones, since they would be busy with the dungeons for the next 10 years. Sanhu noted that they would take a short break every time the rank of an indicator increased. While Sanhu continued to wander the dungeons, Jonathan strengthened their financial power. Ed came to him and said that he wanted to report the administration's decision. He explained that the president was concerned about the monopoly of Jonathan Investment Finance Group. Ed noted that although the mortgage crisis occurred under the Rothschilds, it was created by their group. Jonathan asked if he really thought they had created the crisis, since even a freshman wouldn't say that. He added that he had no time for such nonsense and asked to get to the point. Ed reported that Jonathan probably already knew about the existence of a fund with a similar purpose. The International Wildlife Fund is confronting an environmental foundation created by the Rothschilds and other shareholders. According to publicly available information, the Environmental Fund claims to protect the environment of developing countries, but in reality, it buys up their land. The fund's owners plan to allocate small amounts of funding and take land as collateral, hoping to acquire more than 30% of the planet. So Jonathan offered Ed a partnership. If they destroyed the conservation fund, they would start over with the International Wildlife Fund. Ed replied that the president would hardly approve of such a thing, to which Jonathan stated that in that case, he had nothing to do in the elections. Jonathan also asked Ed to put him in touch with the president to discuss things in person. He asked the president if the Rothschilds had called him before, and he replied that they had. After a short conversation, he handed the phone to Ed, who began talking excitedly. Ed informed Jonathan that the administration would be at the opening of the new fund and would help organize the old one. Jonathan remarked that this was excellent and asked that some documents be given to the president, promising to recommend Ed as the new Fed chairman. Ed asked what Jonathan's stake in the Federal Reserve Bank was. Jonathan replied that his share was a whole $1. The next day, Jillian sent the first invitations, and Jonathan decided to send them out again to former Bilderberg members. As a result, they were all incredibly angry with him. Dresner informed Isaac that they had backed the Wildlife Fund and transferred all assets to the Federal Reserve Bank. At the same time, he conveyed to him an invitation from Jonathan. He noted that he had trampled on the invitation right in front of Jonathan. But then, after waiting for everyone to leave, he picked it up and straightened it out. Dresner also said that it was Isaac's turn now. But in response, he only asked if he really wanted to make a clown out of him. Dresner was furious and told Isaac that he would not let his family fall so easily. So he asked Isaac to play the role of a worthy leader until the very end, for the sake of future generations. Isaac was shaking from the fact that Dresner grabbed him, and he did not understand what future generation he was talking about, because their family was on the verge of extinction. However, Dresner begged him to stay afloat, or at least try to survive. Meanwhile, Sanhu decided to hold a small conference, and he thought that representatives of some groups would refuse to participate. But absolutely everyone came. Even the Rothschilds, who had previously announced that they had a meeting scheduled for the same date, were the first to bow their heads and join the others. There were many famous and successful people in the hall, and everyone was waiting for one thing: Sanhu's appearance. When Sanhu finally took the stage, the hall seemed to freeze, and absolute silence reigned. However, Sanhu began his speech quite harshly, stating that if anyone thought this was a place for cooperation, they should leave. He announced that as the Bilderberg Club, they were going to create a world government, but they did not need an alliance to do so. Those who were ready to follow them could stay, but he asked the rest to leave. Silence reigned in the hall. No one left. Everyone remained in their seats. Joshua was a little scared as he watched the emperor of the new world being born. Sanhu looked exactly like this. In his left hand, he held a wad of money. In his right, a sword. When that day comes, he will become even stronger, and history has never known such a powerful man. Everyone waited with bated breath to hear what he would say, thinking that he would make unreasonable demands. However, Sanhu noted that he would first like to talk about what they would do in the event of an extraterrestrial attack. Everyone was puzzled by his words, and only Isaac raised his hand and replied that then they would need to stop the mass riots and chaos. Sanhu suggested focusing on the topic of extraterrestrial attack, saying he had recently become familiar with the White House's military plans. The U.S. government prepared these plans precisely for such situations, and they were developed back in the days of the Bilderberg Club. The White House's greatest fear is scenarios that would shut down the global economy, such as the use of nuclear weapons. Sanhu noted that they cannot allow chaos to spread within their group, so he would like to clarify something. If that day comes, economic systems like banks and other financial institutions must not be allowed to collapse. However, those present did not quite understand what he was talking about and considered it nonsense. Sanhu asked them to remember this, because the extraterrestrial invasion was just one example. He would not stand idly by and watch the destruction of the order they had established. Even if they are attacked by extraterrestrial forces, he will personally go to the front lines with all his wealth. Sanhu's words exerted enormous pressure on everyone present. After this, Sanhu, Jillian, and Jonathan gathered to discuss what was happening, and Jonathan was perplexed. Was Sanhu really proposing to liquidate all their capital? Sanhu said they would start slowly, starting in 2016. Otherwise, a crisis worse than the mortgage crisis could occur. Jonathan didn't understand the point of all this, and Jillian asked how much Sanhu wanted to save in cash, and whether there was even one market left that required investment. Sanhu explained that he had spoken about this on the first day of the club meeting, and everyone probably thought it was intimidation. However, the day will come very soon, and they will need more cash than they can even imagine. Although this does not make things any easier for Jonathan and Jillian. Then Sanhu decided to demonstrate to them the so-called extraterrestrial power, and at the same time, answer why he calls himself Odin. He said that he was preparing for that day, and really hoped that he could save the world. 8 years have passed since then, and the long-awaited year 2017 has arrived. While New Year's greetings were playing on TV, Jonathan was training physically. Although he had not yet had any particular success, he did not give up. His sparring partner was a military man who had spent his entire life on the battlefield, and he was surprised that Jonathan was still standing after taking so many blows. After training, Sanhu suddenly snuck up on him, noting that his movements had noticeably improved. Yan-hee was with Sanhu, and Jonathan joked that he was jealous of her because who would have thought that they were the same age? Yan-hee replied that he too was becoming more handsome every day, middle-aged beauty. But Jonathan didn't take it as a compliment. Meanwhile, Sanhu gave Jonathan a small gift, gold, which would be very valuable in the new world. Jonathan asked if he would have time to prepare properly for that day. Sanhu replied that he had done everything he could, and noted that this was their last face-to-face meeting. More than 10 years had passed since their first meeting, and only 1 year remained until the day of the beginning. However, Sanhu and Jonathan remained calm and believed that they would succeed, promising each other to survive no matter what and meet in the new world. Meanwhile, Yun-hee and Sanhu continued training and clearing dungeons after Sanhu reset his stats. Since it was a B-rank dungeon, the rewards were small, which made Yun-hee a little worried. She noted that because of this, Sanhu was never able to level up his skills to at least D rank. But Sanhu said that she shouldn't worry, because they would definitely be able to survive after the start day. Surely everyone would like to return to the years of their youth. But Jonil was not one of them. Social status, wealth, excellent relationships with his wife and son. He wasn't sure he could succeed the same way again. That's why he decided to retire, because he can't work until he dies. Jamie was somewhat disappointed that Jonil had decided to resign. However, he noted that everyone leaves at some point, and he is no exception. Meanwhile, Jamie handed him the tickets, saying that this was his last assignment. The tickets were for a 100-day stay in VIP rooms at the Semangum Resort, and Jamie noted that they were a thank you from the group and asked her to use them with friends and family. In addition, all employees will receive paid leave, and those who run their own business will receive a certificate stating that they will not incur losses during the leave. Jonil was surprised and asked again, "Is this all true?" Jamie responded that the group would resolve any problems that might arise during his stay at the resort, as he had done a good job as the bank president. Returning home, Chonil told his family about this and said that he could not refuse because the resort was already booked. For this occasion, Sanhu also returned to them to spend this holiday with them. Besides Sanhu, there were other Awakened Revolution and Tomorrow members at the resort who looked worried as they waited for the day of beginnings. But the Destiny group, as well as important members of their group and their families, were able to enjoy a sudden vacation. Yunhee also thanks Sanhu for such care for her family, but she herself will remain in the United States until the test site opens. Through the efforts of the Chonil Club, they managed to completely avoid the use of nuclear weapons. But the current president remained completely unpredictable. Yeonhee's skill, Aegis's gaze, will become humanity's last bastion. Sanhu also promised her that this was not their last meeting and that they would see each other again. After Yeonhee left, Sanhu spent 3 days in his room. He kept thinking about the day of beginnings, and that if 10 years had not been enough to build up his strength, then no amount of time would change the picture. However, Jonathan and Jillian supported him, saying that everything would be fine because Wall Street and the city would not stop. As a result, they prepared everything they need to survive the mass input crisis. The stock market needs to show its strength so that people can trust the system. Some dictators cannot be controlled, but the cogs of the financial world that are accessible to Sanhu must continue to turn. And then Jonathan announced that it had all begun. The day of the beginning had arrived. Immediately, Sanhu's parents ran into the room, and his father told him that foreigners with weapons had invaded their home. But Sanhu reassured him, saying that everything was not as he thought. Foreigners with weapons, he explained, are people who will protect them, and noted that right now, it is safest here. Meanwhile, monsters even appeared in New York, causing panic. The monsters were destroying everything, and they appeared right in Brooklyn, where an investment briefing was taking place. At the time, people thought it was a terrorist attack, but it was something much more horrific. Now other investors understand why Jonathan is supposedly leaving the market. Meanwhile, Brian announced that despite the destruction of the bank building, all user financial data was saved on various servers, so all their deposits are safe. But that was clearly not what most people wanted to hear. Chris couldn't believe what he was hearing when he picked up the phone. Hadn't Jonathan activated the emergency plan? The stock market had automatically closed, but was supposed to open again in 10 minutes. Chris didn't understand what Jonathan and the other major shareholders were doing with their money now. However, he was confident that they had enough power to resist it. Chris called one of the employees and told him to use their capital to catch the stocks that were flowing out of the market right now. At the same time, the military came to his aid and asked him to go with them as soon as possible. Meanwhile, chaos reigned everywhere. The agent said that Jonathan should try to cash out even the shares, but he only told them to return to their places. Jonathan noted that if the financial system collapses, they will return to the Stone Age, and they should understand this better than anyone. So now they must do everything they can to prevent this from happening. Jonathan contacted Sanhu and told him everything, adding that Silverman and Morgan were selling everything they had, thereby betraying the club. Sanhu told him to act on the 3rd and 4th programs because Japan was about to fall, and now he needed to focus on the City of London. The City Futures Market closed, but they've already reopened it. Meanwhile, Isaac simply watched as Sanhu, just like Odin, the king of the gods, prevented the collapse of the entire world. Sanhu immediately called him and asked if he really thought he would let this world die. Sanhu told Isaac that he better make the right choice and not forget who gave him this chance. Isaac was so impressed by the situation in the world that he followed Sanhu's instructions without a single objection. Dresner noted that although the monsters are ferocious and cruel, news is already circulating around the world that they can be dealt with. Isaac realized that the time had finally come to change the head of the family, and now this office was passing into the hands of Dresner. The Rothschilds stopped selling and went back to buying, and it didn't matter to Sanhu whether they took his warning seriously or not. When the markets began to stabilize, the fear would begin to pass. Banks were willing to take term bonds from Jonathan Investment and return them later. Sanhu noted that the monster attacks had stopped, but this was only the calm before the storm. After the panic, groups will start selling off all their capital. Everyone will try to sell all their property as quickly as possible. Sanhu and Jonathan will do something different. They will buy everything. They will buy the whole world. The market was already overflowing with goods, and the city of London was short of funds. So Jonathan asked Sanha to stop the market for at least a minute. At the same time, the news reported that a Russian strategic bomber had been set in motion. Its target was the gate that had opened in the northern part of the Moscow region. Fortunately for Sanhu, it turned out to be just a dream, or rather, a terrible nightmare. A week has passed since the start date, and the global market has gradually begun to stabilize, with the New York stock market making a successful recovery. Jamie, being with him at that moment, was scared and shocked, thinking about what their world would have turned into if it weren't for Sanhu. But it was still too early to relax, because starting this evening, monsters would begin to appear that humanity would not be able to cope with. We needed to hold out a little longer. If civilians can be evacuated and the use of nuclear weapons prevented, then the awakened who have passed through the testing ground will be able to cope with the threat. Jamie also informed Sanhu that preparations for the press conference were complete. Sanhu wanted to create an organization and call it the World Association of Awakened Ones. Joshua knew they had been preparing for this day for a long time, but he had no idea they would actually be able to pull it off. Sanhu managed to buy up all the discarded goods, thanks to which the market stabilized. Joshua trembled, not understanding whether from fear or admiration. Jamie asked if everything was okay and noted that the press conference was ready. Sanhu trusted Joshua to speak at the press conference, saying that only he could convince everyone that the situation was under control. He entrusted him with the reputation of the head of the association, because only a few hours remained before the opening of the testing ground. Gaining confidence, Joshua stood up to the crowd and explained the situation. Meanwhile, everyone thanked Jonathan, believing that it was he who saved the market, which angered him, because no one knew that all this was due to Sanhu. He also told Brian that no matter whether they were thanked or blamed, once the truth was revealed, everyone would start judging them. So they decided to use the cross-trading method, splitting into ghost companies and erasing transaction data. Jonathan also noted that in just a few hours, the frequency of monster invasions would reach a new level, and the army would not be able to cope with them. Brian asked if things were that bad, shouldn't they just drop everything and run? Jonathan explained that although the army couldn't handle it, it would now be the job of the World Association of Awakened Ones. Joshua announced that the attack would soon be repeated, and this time, people would not be able to cope with it with either firearms or nuclear weapons. There is only one way to resist them: the power of the awakened, endowed with supernatural abilities. Joshua also said that the testing site would open in an hour, and some people would be selected. Time flows differently at the training ground, and for those who end up there, it will seem to stand still in the real world. To the rest of us, it will look like they disappeared and reappeared in the same instant. So Joshua asks us to remain hopeful and wait for their return. At 1700, high-ranking monsters began to break through the gates, destroying everything in their path. In a past life, the US had already announced the use of nuclear weapons at 5:55 p.m. But now the news about the monster attack was still playing on the screens. Sanhu managed to prevent the use of a nuclear strike. He packed his things to go to the training ground, and before leaving, he only told his father that he would be back soon. Father didn't even have time to understand anything before Sanhu had already disappeared. Other people from all over the world were also sent to the test site. However, the training ground did not look like a military facility. The place was more reminiscent of an ordinary city. The awakened were met by a guide who informed them that he would take them through the first scene of the first act. He explained that although the place might seem familiar, different laws apply here, and time flows differently. Many elements are created for their growth, and one of them is tasks. But the guide's speech was interrupted by a man who started shouting that he had a family and did not intend to listen to this nonsense. The guide's smile, which had previously seemed like a fairy, was replaced by a sinister grin. The man's face began to distort, as if devouring itself, and eventually his head exploded. Now the guide didn't look like a sweet fairy. He resembled a servant of hell. Shocked by what they saw, people began to run away in panic, looking for shelter. The firearms at the firing range were not working, and soldier Liu Gyuboom tried to take control of the situation. hiding the fact that he himself could not shoot. However, not everyone wanted to follow his instructions, and one of them, Kwon Song-il, reminded him that this world was completely different. Song-il explained that in this world there is a status window, and it can be called up with a special phrase. While Gyubum hesitated, another man activated the system and received a reward box. After that, chaos ensued. The unrest grew, and Song-il decided that he would be better off going after someone else. When he went outside, he noticed a man in the yellow raincoat and asked him to wait. The man in the yellow cloak turned out to be San-hoo, who was not too happy that Song-il was following him. San-hoo said it would be safer to stay with the others, but Song-il insisted on going together. San-hoo did not object, but warned that following him could result in his death. At this time, the guide continued to explain the structure of the new world and created the Wave Quest, noting that there would be enough time to prepare to begin with. Song-il didn't understand what the guide was talking about, while San-hoo entered the portal. After this, Song-il began to doubt whether he could really go after Sanha. All the paths were blocked, but a black thing that looked like a portal seemed to lead somewhere, but other people were afraid to go through it. As a result, a group of awakened people decided to unite, gathering everything in one place and fairly distributing objects, emblems, personal belongings, everything they had. Many people didn't like Gyubum commanding them, and at that moment, a system window appeared with a message about the completion of the Wave Quest. While the others were setting up safe places and were afraid to go outside, San-hoo was already fighting the monsters. The guide was surprised because he did not expect the task to be completed so quickly. Gyubum asked the guide if it was possible to change the skills he had acquired, or if he could do it. The guide replied that he did not have such power, but the tester did, and by fulfilling all the conditions, they themselves could become one. The guide kept silent about the conditions, saying that they would have to find out about it themselves. Gyubum thanked him and stated that they would move on to the second scene of the first act. The guide's face immediately changed, and he asked Gyubum if he really thought they were ready. Maybe they should take a rest. As a result, he gave the task Untitled, the goal of which was to choose one outcast among the survivors and kill him. The rest of the Awakened were stunned by the new task. Would they really have to kill someone with their own hands? At that moment, San-hoo appeared, which greatly frightened the others. Gyubum asked him how he completed the task, but he only replied that he simply killed all the monsters. The soldier was dissatisfied with this answer, noting that San-hoo had done it too quickly and thus created a problem for them. San-hoo said that they would have to get used to this, because something like this would happen every time the guide wanted it to. Gyubum realized that in front of him was a member of the World Association of Awakened Ones. San-hoo said that they needed to decide on the principle by which to choose the victim, and asked Gyubum not to interfere in his affairs. Song-il came over and said that they should listen to San-hoo, since he was the one who told him about the rewards for awakening, so they should be grateful to him. San-hoo realized that Gyubum wanted to shift the responsibility for the quest onto him, but he denied it. After this, the lieutenant left, saying that it was better to wait until the situation became clearer. Song-il noted that others only cared about their own skins, so San-hoo should also be prepared for trouble. After all, the lieutenant wouldn't be afraid to point a gun at him. But San-hoo replied that he didn't understand this and asked if he didn't know that when you work with someone who has a gun pointed at them, you yourself end up in the crosshairs. Song-il said that his girlfriend left him because she couldn't understand it either. Meanwhile, San-hoo asked what skill he received for the quest, but the item and emblem were taken from him by the soldiers. Song-il noted that he seemed to have the highest strength among all of them, and strength is the most important thing in a man. His fighting spirit intrigued San-hoo, and he asked him if he would like to go with him, even if it was dangerous. Despite his fear, Song-il agreed, saying that he trusted San-hoo more than the lieutenant. He apologized for running away then, but San-hoo replied that it was okay. If he had gone then, it could have caused problems. After this, San-hoo introduced himself, but did not give his Korean name. Now in this world, he is called Odin. In the end, the lieutenant made up his mind and chose the victim himself, killing her. After this, Gyubum offered San-hoo a partnership and asked him to leave the next wave to them so that they could gain combat experience. San-hoo replied that, as he had said before, he would not interfere with them, so they had nothing to worry about. At that moment, the guide appeared and said that there would be less time to prepare this time, but it was still enough. This time, the monsters will attack from 2 directions, and the second wave quest will begin in 20 hours. The guide emphasized that the awakened ones had better prepare properly in order not to fail. Sanhu told the lieutenant that he was leaving the southern side to them. Then Sanhu and Song-il went to a different direction from where they had been before. There were corpses of monsters and people lying around, and Song-il was in despair at what he saw. But Sanhu noted that they have no time for tears and regrets. While others tried to restore order, Sanhu and Song-il dealt with the 4th wave, risking their lives more than once. However, the rewards were well worth the risk. The guide was incredibly surprised by their speed, saying that they had the highest rank among all. He admitted that he had underestimated them and promised to work harder to meet their expectations. Song-il was exhausted and needed rest now. Sanhu asked him to stay with the main group during the next wave to get used to the new characteristics. Song-il was surprised that Sanhu was really asking him to protect the others, since they had recently wanted to kill him. Sanhu replied that he could not help for free, so everything depended on him. A doctor named Yu Chol-young appeared in the main group, but he had no healing skills. Chol-young explained that he was chosen as a doctor because he provided first aid, and people believed in him. Song-il added that they survived thanks to Odin, a man from the World Association of Awakened. He also said that he asked them to help, but the only free cheese is in a mousetrap. Chol-young replied that he understood everything, and that they would gather everything they had to give. But Song-il said that he was not interested in money or benefits. If you rip open the monster's belly, magic stones will fall out, and he will accept them as payment. At that time, no one knew what magic stones were, but very soon they would become the local currency, and order would be restored at the training ground. Since large stones were difficult to move, banks would begin to emerge, as society needed an economy to survive and grow. In the cleared regions, it was possible to buy water and meat. Although the latter looked extremely tasteless, it remained edible. Sung-il noted that it would be nice if they could eat the monsters right away, instead of having to bother with cooking. He also exchanged 1 fish for 2 magic stones, saying that he had enough food, and all that was required from people were the stones. Because the 3rd and 4th waves were stopped right at the entrance, the number of magic stones in the city was greatly reduced. Therefore, many people asked for mercy, and to simply give them food and other supplies. But this was already a violation of the order. Despite fear and other factors, people had to understand that in order to survive here, they needed to hunt monsters. Chol-young also supported Song-il's words that they needed to hunt to survive, and suggested creating a hunting party. Song-il also joined them, saying that he would help them cross the border. Returning to Sanhu, he told him about Chol-young, and that guys like him have the gift of words, and that he had set aside 20% of the magic stones as the city's fund. Song-il noted that they definitely needed to meet, but Sanhu replied that one shouldn't trust everyone, especially smart people. But Song-il only replied that Sanhu shouldn't worry, because he had his own way of weeding out bad people. Meanwhile, a new quest, the 5th wave, has already been created, which will begin in 20 hours, and this time, there will be 5 entry points. After destroying the nest where the monsters spawn and completing the secret task, 3 gold boxes would appear at each entry point. Thanks to this, Sanhu's agility and strength have already reached D rank. Sanhu also noticed that the guide had been following him the whole time and asked him to show himself. The guide noted that having a challenger under his control was both an honor and a burden. Only the first act of the test, and Sanhu already had the privilege of a second attempt, which was surprising. Sanhu told the guide that he wanted to change the system, but the guide replied that it was not that simple and asked what he wanted. Sanhu replied that the first thing he wanted was for the guide to stop getting in the way. However, the guide responded to his request in a peculiar and rude manner. Sanhu noted that he wants to change the box system, since currently the rewards are random and you can get not only skills and items, but also stat upgrades. And no matter how hard the work, survival depends only on luck. That's why Sanhu said he wants to choose the reward from the box himself, or more precisely, the category, and leave the reward itself random. Sanhu asked the guide what test he needed to pass for this, and immediately his challenger characteristic was activated. A special quest, the Solemn Trial, was created for him, the purpose of which was to destroy the Fatal Chaos. Fatal Chaos is the one who had the highest rank among the 7 demon kings. Sanhu realized that the system was indeed split in 2. And then a system window appeared in front of him, asking if he wanted to move to the mission location now. Even though he answered no, The guide thought completely differently and moved him to the quest location. The conditions for victory in the battle were to destroy the Altar of Doom Chaos or kill all enemies. There were countless monsters, and when they learned of Sanhu's invasion, they formed an army of 1 Declan Air Squad and 2 Sorcerer Squads. Meanwhile, another squad of giant monsters was formed, and in total there were about 1,000 monsters. It reminded Sanhu of the day he entered the dungeon all alone. And even with all the skills and items, the chances of survival were about the same as then. However, he certainly didn't plan to give up so easily, so he decided to enter the fight with pride, using the Ring of Domination. After which Sanhu, without a second thought, rushed into battle, cutting down the monsters one after another. Meanwhile, there were only 2 hours left until the start of the 5th wave, and Chol-yun approached Song-il to ask where Sanhu was. He replied that while he was not there yet, he was probably blocking 3 entry points, since he said that he would take on 4 out of 5. Chol-yong began to worry that something had gone wrong, but Song-il assured him that everything was fine. However, Chol-yong was indeed no ordinary doctor, and if he had noticed that the financial system had survived the first monster invasion, his life would have turned out differently. Therefore, he decided to stay close to Sanhu and Song-il, because when they returned to the world, power would fall into the hands of the Awakened Association. 2 hours passed, and the monsters burst out of the portals. Too many monsters appeared from all points except the first. Chul-yun was confused as to whether Sanhu had died at the very first point. Meanwhile, the 5th point was under threat. Monsters were oozing out from all corners. Song-il also found himself in a critical situation, having been attacked by too many monsters. Chul-yong decided that the situation was hopeless, so he quietly packed his things and abandoned everyone, trying to escape. However, right as he was escaping, he felt a strange force pulsating behind him, and this power came from none other than Sanhu, although many thought that he had died. Seeing that Sanhu had returned, everyone was overjoyed because they realized that they finally had hope for survival. However, Sanhu's condition left much to be desired. But Song-il was heading straight to Chul-yun. Sanhu asked Song-il to protect him once everything was over, until he woke up. Meanwhile, Chul-yun tried to explain his actions, saying that it was a mistake. But Song-il had already decided to say goodbye to him. While Sanhu was unconscious, Song-il opened 5 silver boxes. Meanwhile, he understood that he still needed to become stronger, and for this, he needed to work hard, because he almost died because of his slowness. So he decided to choose the Dexterity Upgrade box. And as a result, he was able to increase his dexterity to F rank. At this time, an unfamiliar girl named Lee Su-ah knocked on their door, introducing herself as a doctor. The girl noted that since most of the magic stones go to them, she would like to charge for the treatment. Song-il was angry because Sanhu was the one who saved their lives, and she wanted to take payment for his recovery. The girl wasn't sure that treating Sanka for free would be more profitable, since judging by the fact that he wanted to use the stones as currency, it was possible that he also worked in the financial sector, like her. However, she took little for her work, only 10 magic stones, since as a healer she could use the body healing skill on Sanhu. Su-ah suggested that Song-il take a little rest too, but he didn't trust her, so he kept an eye on her. He said that he already knew one doctor who, at first glance, seemed kind. After some time, Sanhu came to his senses and finally opened his eyes. Sung-il said that it was Su-ah's fault, to which she replied that she didn't do it for free. Sanhu replied that he understood everything and was even glad about it, asking if she was the new leader. However, now, instead of a single leader, a council emerged. The system created by Cho-young remained. 20% of the magic stones were used as the city fund, and 10 people formed a council and became the new leaders. At Sanhu's request, Sue revealed that she previously worked for Yoido at Daehu Securities. Sanku noted that before the landfill, he also worked in this field, but at Telestar Investment. Telestar Investment is a shadowy company run by Jessica, who is also Sua's idol. After the restoration, Sanhu decided to see how the town had developed over time. In this terrifying environment, where people had to survive brutal battles, trade gradually began to develop, and people calculated the prices of goods themselves and developed financial strategies. Everyone looked tired, but no one despaired. That's exactly what Sanhu wanted to see. Over time, the people got used to the fighting. After the 6th wave, they stopped suffering losses, the number of wounded decreased, and even the guide was pleased with their unity. He noted that there are now more than 80 survivors here and expressed hope that no one will die during the last wave. However, his face again distorted into a devilish grin, and he said that he had to try hard to match their level. Sanhoo announced that only he and Song-il would fight in the last wave and asked the others to evacuate. He also took Sua into the team, because you can't do without a healer in this world. The girl, of course, did not object and promised to try her best. Suddenly, a huge monster appeared from around the corner of one of the buildings, and Song-il was surprised because before, they had only encountered small creatures. Along with the huge monster, dozens of other small monsters appeared. Since the effects of similar items are amplified when used, Sanhoo increased the power of his fire skills by obtaining the Sun Cape of Ra. Thanks to this, he unlocked the skill, Way of the Fire Demon King, which gives the team protection from damage and a fire effect in the area of effect. Sanhoo activated many other stats, such as Gifted and Sensitivity, before launching an attack on the monster. While he was fighting the monster, Song-il dealt with the smaller monsters, and thanks to the flame effect, he did it faster. He said that he could hold off the small monsters, and Sua should help Sanhoo, but she replied that she couldn't use the skill because Sanhoo hadn't received damage yet, which Song-il found unbelievable. He was so surprised that he let his guard down, but thanks to Sue, he remained unharmed. Sue's agility was excellent, and she was useful in battle, not only as a healer. Sanhoo continued to fight the main monster, but his attacks seemed to do no damage. Even after using Odin's Wrath, he was unable to defeat his opponent. The monster entered a state of invincibility. Such difficulties are permissible in the second act, but not in the first scene of the first. Sanhoo began to suspect that the guide really wanted to kill them, and Song-il and Sua might have to sacrifice themselves. However, if they survive, they will prove that they are worthy of being part of the team. The fight was hellish. Song-il was so exhausted that he could no longer distinguish where his blood was and where the monster's blood was. When his attention waned, the monster pierced his body. He didn't understand where Sua was or why she wasn't helping, but as he fell to the ground, he noticed something that resembled her head. Looking up, he began to hallucinate. This was caused by absorbing the monster's blood. He began to see memories of his family, how he had once left them. Having lost consciousness, he remembered his son and wife, without having time to say goodbye. When he thought the end was near, Kang Ja-sung seemed to use the skill Body Healing. This awakened confidence and courage in him, and he entered the fight again. Despite the pain and hardship, he continued to fight to at least delay the monster and buy time for Sanhoo. He hoped that his blows would weaken the enemy, but he was still strong. Suddenly, a system window appeared. The 10th wave task had been completed. That was the end. Sanhoo's group managed to defeat the huge monster. After this, Song-il lost consciousness, having used up all his strength. Sanhoo was amazed by his resilience. Despite the threat, he did not give up. After the victory, Sua and Sanhoo discussed the distribution of magic stones, since the others wanted him to do it. When the magic stones became valuable, robberies began, and the council could not control them. So Sanhoo wanted to create a bank. At the same time, Song-il finally woke up and was a little on edge when he saw Sua because he thought she was dead. Sua apologized for losing him during the fight and not being able to help him properly. Song-il said that he saw everything. He saw her dead and that she was not who she claimed to be. But Sanhoo explained to him that these were just hallucinations since he had drunk too much monster blood. Therefore, in the future, they should be more careful because the more monster blood you drink, the stronger the hallucinations. Because Song-il fought in several areas of the battle at once, he absorbed a lot of blood. After this, Song-il told them about everything he had seen and who he had met. Sanhoo noted that only Sua's corpse was an illusion. The rest was true, as was the child who saved him. Meanwhile, Song-il could do with a good rest, because in this condition, he wouldn't last long. After that, Sanhoo went to Ja-sung and asked him why he was there, since he clearly told him to stay in the shelter. Ja-sung replied that even if they lost, the monsters would still get to them, so he decided to help. Sanhoo realized that the young man was not an ordinary child, but if he chose the wrong path, he would become something like a sixth benefactor. As a reward for his courage, Sanhoo gave him the Wind Warrior's protective ring and told him to contact him if any problems arose. He also gave him a bank check, which he can use to get good equipment and much more. Thanks to Sue, Sanhoo managed to establish a small bank and introduce bank checks for magic stones. People only had to sign a contract and leave a handprint, which served as their bank book. Sue was in charge of all of this directly, as she had a sufficient level of knowledge. People also wondered what would happen if their contract was stolen. Suwa replied that they shouldn't worry because they knew everyone's faces. However, it is better to keep an eye on your contract, as situations vary. Moreover, there will be even more of them very soon, since there are many other groups. And it is quite possible that among good people, there will be those who will use kindness as a weakness. Therefore, some believed that instead of fighting monsters, it was better to steal items and kill members of other groups. One of the leaders of such a group was Huang Kwang-ho, a gangster who built his fortune on gambling, drugs, and microloans. In his criminal organization, disguised as a business, he was the most brutal, which is why he was called the Director. His right hand, accountant Min Suk-zu, was with him. Kwang-ho wanted to do the same thing as in the ordinary world, organize crime and bring everyone under his control. Therefore, his goal was to find and kill the leader of the group, so that the others would go over to his side under fear. There were about 34 survivors in their group, the strength that remained after the weak had been weeded out. Therefore, Kwang-ho decided to attack the group led by San-hu. Under pressure, the girl said that there were 80 people in their group, but there was no leader as such. Kwang-ho didn't believe it, said that this couldn't be, and stabbed her in the leg. Then she named the leader, Odin. They only knew that he was the strongest among them, and nothing more. He is so strong that he single-handedly defeated all the monsters, including the largest one from the last wave. However, Kwang-ho considered her words to be a lie and killed the innocent girl. He asked Seok-ju if he really thought that the fat guy in their group was the leader. Their group truly survived only thanks to him, because he possessed fighting skills and hunting mastery that were not typical for his era. No matter how strong Kwang-ho's goal was, the outcome was always the same. He won. However, on that day, everything changed, and his meeting with Song-il was not at all what he expected. Song-il was so much stronger than them that no magical attack could harm him. He himself did not understand what was happening and why he was suddenly attacked. Song-il said that if Kwang-ho was so strong, he could heal himself, and broke his leg. Song-il was one of the 2 people who completed all the missions, including the secret ones, and received a reward in the last wave. To compensate for the quest's arbitrary difficulty increase, the rewards have been improved to make it only available to members of the Awakened Association. Kwang-ho begged for mercy, calling Song-il Odin, but upon realizing that it was not San-hu in front of him, he was shocked. At this time, Suwa was carrying in her arms a girl named Jin-hee, the same one who had been attacked by Kwang-ho earlier. After this, the criminal group got what they deserved, despite their attempts to justify themselves by citing a lack of choice. Su-ae noted that they also survive, but they don't do such stupid things. Song-ju recognized Suwa because he had seen her before. He said they met at a Jeonil Group corporate event last year when he was the director of the 3rd Financial Department. The Jeonil Group Employee Evening is an event that brings together both senior management and ordinary employees of the subsidiaries. Suwa remembered his look back then, arrogant and condescending, just because she was the head of a subsidiary company, so she decided to repay him in kind, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and that it was quite unexpected to see him like this. 7 people, including Kwang-ho, died trying to kill Song-il, and the rest were driven out in nothing but their underwear. At the same time, the guide returned, announcing that, thanks to their excellent results, he had been chosen as the guide for the 2nd scene of the 1st act. In this scene, 5 groups will be combined. San-hu's team will be in the center, and the other 4 will be on the edges. The guide also said that the mission would take place in the central area, so they would receive a special bonus for preparing for danger. All participants were given silver boxes, but that was not what Sanka was interested in. San-hu was looking for a better reward, namely, the secret bonus of the 2nd scene of the 1st act. After this, the guide announced the beginning of the scene, and a huge tower appeared in front of them. It was a spire covered in tentacles, with 7 floors and an external staircase to each of them, with the number of doors decreasing as you went up. There were 7 doors on the 1st floor, 6 on the 2nd, and so on up to the 7th, where there was only 1 door, and the essence of the scene was to pass the tests behind each door in the allotted time. Before leaving, San-hu told Song-il that if he didn't return, he should find Mari. At one time, the 8 evils and 8 goodness were strong in almost everything, but each had its own key feature. For example, the 1st evil had the skill, Man Overcoming Difficulties, just like San-hu. The 2nd evil is the skill Aegis Gaze, the same as Yun-hee's. The 3rd evil possessed the item, Dragon Skeleton Worshipped Even by Immortals. The 4th evil wielded the item, Zeus's Thunder Spear. The 5th evil possessed an outstanding rare skill, Jin form. The sixth evil had a mysterious skill, Seth's Death Wave. The seventh evil wielded a powerful item, the Sword of Shiva. The eighth evil possessed the skill, Western Thousand-Year Spider Queen Mother. The first benefactor had the skill, Devi Sword, and Sanhu had the same. The second benefactor was granted the skill, Territory of Osiris. The third benefactor possessed a powerful item, the Clown's Dagger. The fourth one had a rare skill, Hera's Madness. The fifth one received the mysterious skill, Accuser. The sixth benefactor had a monstrously powerful skill, Odin's Wrath. The seventh benefactor possessed the skill, Lakshmi's Lucky Dagger. The eighth is the skill, Buddha's Palm. The only trait that could be obtained from the training ground was the dragon skeleton worshipped even by immortals. This item was located at the top of the spire, and Sanhu was going to get it at the cost of his own life. Although the system wanted everything to proceed in order, Sanhu decided to disrupt its course. Song-il was amazed by his determination to immediately rise to the top, something that only the strongest possessed. However, he was worried about the words that if Sanhu did not return, he would have to look for Mari. At this time, Sanhu had already reached the first floor and demanded that the guide open the last door. The guide's face twisted, and he opened the final door. As soon as Sanhu entered, the top of the spire immediately exploded. A monster resembling a giant bone dragon appeared at the top. Song-il didn't understand what all this was about and who Marie was. Meanwhile, the dragon rose into the sky, terrifying everyone around, but it looked like it didn't want to fight. Song-il was scared, but he knew he had to fight, no matter the cost. Suddenly, the monster collapsed, and it was as if someone was trying to get out of it. A man with long hair emerged from the dragon's body and was exhausted. He had a glowing amulet, and his face resembled Sanka. The man took a step and collapsed, and Song-il was shocked. Could it really be Sanhu? At the same time, another group appeared and demanded to meet with their leader for a fight. Sanhu had already come to his senses and was happy that he had received an S-rank item, the dragon skeleton that even immortals worship. Although for the others it was only a few minutes, for Sanhu at the summit it was at least 3 years. Initially there was a temple of the dead at the top, but then Sanhu found himself in the lands of the dead, where he met the followers of the Doom Integuasto and other undead. Ever since 100 awakened ones tried to kill him, the system has been using every opportunity to eliminate Sanha. Until the influence of the Doom Chaos is removed, this will continue to happen, and Sanhu will have to go through a lot to change the system. While he was thinking about this, Song-il approached him, happy that he was alive. Sanhu asked what was going on outside since there was noise. Song-il explained that the Eastern and Western groups are demanding a battle for leadership. He also asked what kind of amulet it was. Could it really allow one to transform into that monster? Sanhu replied that this was just the beginning, and that one should not be surprised by such trifles. Once Sanhu came to his senses, Song-il offered to show him how he would fight. Meanwhile, the situation was getting tense, and the number of people was growing. Sanhu noted that the change to the random reward system proved effective. More people survived than before. However, he was interested in where Yun-hee was. After all, if the groups were mixed, she should be nearby. Suddenly, one guy from another group recognized him and said that he went to Shinin Middle School. He added that even though Sanhu has grown his hair, he is still just as quiet. But he also contemptuously noted that Sanhu was a big shot at school. But now he doesn't have a single magical item on him. He was one of the people Sanhu beat up in high school. He thought that since Sanhu didn't have a single magical item, it meant he wasn't that strong anymore, and in that case, he could take revenge on him. However, he decided not to do this, because he was no longer just a child, but a powerful, awakened one. He told Sanhu that he came from the West and that he was lucky to meet him because their boss, Chae-young, would take everything into his own hands. He noted that Chae-young is so strong that she has been able to maintain her position as leader to this day. She's so good that thanks to her, their group finally started to function somehow. Meanwhile, Song-il came out to fight them and show that they were not so easy to break. Along with Lee Chae-yun was also the leader of the East, Ji Hyun-woo. Chae-young noted that it seemed like Song-il was underestimating her just because she was a woman. So now she would make him think differently. However, Song-il didn't care what they thought because he was confident of his victory and told them to attack. But the cohesion between the leaders of the East and West left much to be desired. Chae-yun decided to use Hyun-woo as a human shield and kicked him straight at Song-il. Hyun-woo, of course, expected that she would not cooperate with him. But he didn't think that she would stab him in the back from the very beginning. Song-il didn't care what was between them. He immediately attacked Hyun-woo, but Hyun-woo was able to block his blow with his shield. While Sung-il was focused on Hyun-woo, Chae-yeon attacked him from behind. Chae-yeon's agility was at a sufficient level that she was able to easily land dozens of blows to Song-il's back. But despite Chae-yeon and Hyun-woo striking him many times, Song-il did not give up. Sang-hoo noted that Chae-yeon indeed has decent skills, but that is not enough. The difference in strength and skill between them and Song-il is too great. Sung-il grabbed her leg and then slammed her head right into Hyun-woo's shield. After that, Song-il hit Hyun-woo's shield several more times. This was his signature move, human caliber. As a result, Hyun-woo and Chae-young surrendered, and Sung-il won. After this, the Central, East, and West groups went to the spire. There, Hyun-woo met a stranger from the 58th Territory who introduced himself as a member of the Heavenly Sky Guild. Many territory groups failed to get past the second scene of the first act, resulting in the spire monsters emerging and filling the entire area. Therefore, the survivors were forced to flee to those areas where the spire had been cleared. The Heavenly Sky Guild, established in the 12th Territory, became a beacon of hope for the survivors. Therefore, many survivors tried to get to them by any means necessary to save themselves. In exchange for admission to the guild, people promised to do everything in their power. However, they didn't just accept everyone into the guild. They conducted small tests for this purpose. Based on the test results, they decided whether a person could join their guild or not. There were groups that hunted only monsters, as well as those who fought other people. Song-il and San-hoo were looking for the leader named Mari, Yeon-hee, hoping that she was somewhere here. Meanwhile, Sung Jin-gyu, who had just joined the Heavenly Sky Guild, didn't yet understand what was going on and was simply collecting magic stones from monsters. Hyun-woo noted that Jin-gyu is now an official member of their attack force. To ensure no one had any doubts, the guild emblem was carved on his shield. A square as the shield bearer's sign, and a lightning bolt as the guild's sign. Hyun-woo also told him that he would have no problem going into town now, but he had to remember one thing. Under no circumstances should he ask about Odin. Jin-gyu asked if he was really the one running the city, but Hyun-woo replied that it wasn't exactly like that. He wasn't even in the city right now, but he was something to be avoided. Hyun-woo noted that the guild leader herself told him this, and it was better to follow her orders. The leader of the Heavenly Sky Guild was Su-ae. She was also the leader of the gold mining squad, the president of the bank, and the chairman of the trading department. At this time, San-hoo and Song-il continued to search for Mari, and one of the people told them that he was familiar with this name. That was the name of their leader. Song-il was glad that they finally managed to find her. But San-hoo understood that the guy in front of them was lying. However, she would only return in a few hours, so the guy asked them to go with him. Sang-hoo only went this far because of a rumor that a certain Korean woman, who was a member of the Awakened Association, had instantly united as many as 10 territories here. But Yeon-hee had no need to talk about the association. Besides, the guy described their leader differently from how Yeon-hee looked. Arriving at their group's place, the guys treated them to ramen. Eating something like that in this world was a precious rarity. Meanwhile, San-hoo also asked to bring them soju, since he knew they had it. Song-il was surprised how San-hoo managed to find out about this, and was glad that he would finally try drinking after a long time. Meanwhile, several hours passed, and the leader named Marie finally returned. And the ramen she made wasn't just any ramen. She'd laced it with an elephantine dose of sleeping pills, trying to tie them up while they were unconscious. However, not everything went as she thought, and the sleeping pill did not work on Sanka. Or rather, San-hoo used the seal because he couldn't pass up the chance to eat ramen. San-hoo noted that the girl looked very strong and cautious, which meant that she had met someone from the Awakened Association before. She asked him if he was really interested in the fate of his allies. San-hoo asked her if they were dead, and the girl replied that she could not leave someone like that alive. It all started with their past leader, who may not have always been what he became. He had a sense of justice, and on those days when he had to kill for the good, his mind left him. And at some point, he turned into a real devil. He began to kill for the slightest mistake, hiding behind the duty of a leader and committing terrible acts. It got to the point that on the day of his death, the cries of joy were louder than when they cleared the spire. However, his words then alerted them. He introduced himself as a member of Tomorrow, one of the two main divisions of the Association of Awakened. He also said that when the territories were united, they would meet his allies again, and they had better behave themselves. She decided that San-hoo was the same as their previous leader, so she tried to kill him using the skill 12 Faceless Stone Statues. However, Sanhu understood that the divine skill he received for clearing the spire made him unmatched by others. He used the skill Hanuman's tail and dealt with the statues without any difficulty. But even then, the girl did not give up. Sanhu noted that it seemed she had indeed united the 10 territories and asked why she had killed their former leader. She replied that he was a real devil to them and asked if the Awakened Association really was committed to death and cruelty. Sanhu said he was sorry, but even he didn't know the intentions of each participant. The girl asked if he really wasn't a member of Tomorrow. Sanhu replied that there was one task that needed to be completed, but they didn't give a box for it. But they give a lot of points, no less than 500,000, which is enough to open the Lord's box. He noted that she could enjoy many benefits by gaining power and strength, but for now, she is still at the level of a child. Everything she has now, he can take away from her at any moment. This has happened to him before. So Sanhu told her that she could attain a world that was incomparable to the present one. A world with a divine name. In simple words, he invited her to join his team. The changes to the system increased the number of survivors, but a problem remained. The economic system created by Sanhu had made people too lax. They began to avoid battles and live as if they had not been sent to the training ground. But Sanhu needs an army of strong and motivated awakened ones. The girl everyone called Mari was actually named Shin Gyung-ah, and she specialized in close combat. This was a great buff for Sanhu, with Sua being the healer and Gyung-ah and Sung-il being the damage dealers. By then, Sung-il had finally woken up and was surprised to see Gyung-a, but Sanhu reminded them that they didn't have time to get to know each other. They needed to go to the 12th territory. The 12th territory was considered the safest, and a peaceful life reigned there, where no one knew danger. Sung-il noted that their city had truly blossomed from the first day. He gave Gyung-ah a little tour, and first showed her the bank. He also introduced her to the head of the bank, Su-a, explaining that she used magic stones as currency. However, Sua already knew Kyung-ah. They were good friends in the previous world. It was their first meeting since then, and the friends were glad to see each other. Kyung-ah was younger than Sua, but she respected her, so she followed her into the world of finance. Sua told Kyung-ah that Sanhu used to work at Telestar Investment, the company Jessica ran. Since Sua was literally obsessed with Jessica, she believed that through Sanha she had a chance to meet her. However, Gyeon-a noted that it didn't matter now. The main thing was that the Awakened Association was divided into two organizations, namely Tomorrow and Revolution, with Sanhu being a member of the latter. Meanwhile, the leader of the revolution was someone she probably knew, Joshua. Sua wondered if Sanhu was related to the incident when the Karyan family became more active after the fall of the Goldsteins and Rothschilds. She always regretted choosing the wrong side. But this time, she was lucky. However, there were also those who couldn't get close to Sanhu, but really wanted to. For example, Kang Gi-nam, the leader of the Miracle Raid Squad. He was informed that Sanhu had returned to the city with a woman named Kyun-ah, and all of her equipment was no less than C rank. Gi-nam noted that if her equipment was of that level, it meant they had found an excellent fighter somewhere. He added that he would soon have to introduce himself to Sanhu and ordered one of the fighters to organize this. He replied that he would try, but Gi-nam was dissatisfied. It was an order, not a request. It wasn't difficult to arrange a meeting with Sanhu, but no one wanted to get close to him. Some considered him a monster and were afraid. Moreover, there were crazy rumors about Sanhu, the strongest member of the Paradise Sky, the person who controlled the caliber, and the guild leader with unimaginable strength. In addition, he was cold enough to instantly eliminate anyone he didn't like. However, at this time, the guide appeared, thanked everyone who had reached the final scene of the first act, and announced its beginning. Some decided that the final scene signified the end of the training ground and a quick return to their previous lives. But the guide said that this was only the end of the first act, asked not to interrupt him, and killed the man. He then stated that they had all prepared well for the first two scenes, but had only participated in small fights before that. This time, their enemies will be much more aggressive and powerful. They have already formed an army and are ready to destroy their precious home. In the final scene, the Awakened will have to fight this army, and those who have developed their skills will need to unite against a common enemy. This scene will be reminiscent of the waves they faced earlier, but the opponents will be much stronger. Now they have to fight with Commander Shippo and his army, and the guide noted that they are so terrible that it is hard to imagine. However, as a guide, he believes that the Awakened will be able to prevail. The final scene of the first act has begun. There are 3 acts in total on the testing ground. each of which is divided into 3 scenes. And in the final scene, the awakened have to fight an entire army. Meanwhile, by using the explorer skill, Sanhu managed to discover as many as 23 entrances. He also found out that the commander would emerge from the 152nd territory, namely from the 8th entrance. So he decided to take charge of the 8th entrance himself and entrust the remaining ones to Sua and Gyunga. He also noted that it is necessary to assemble at least 5 squads of elite fighters for each entry and strive to obtain rating bonuses. Since there is a special item that will appear during the final scene of Act 1, Song-il will have to obtain it. However, Gyeon-ae didn't quite understand his plan. Wasn't she supposed to go with Sanhu? Song-il told her not to interfere with Sanhu's decisions, and she replied that she joined their group specifically to work with him. Sanhu admitted that she was right, because he did make a promise to her. But on to the next scene. So he asked her to focus on the task at hand if she wanted to live to see the day when they would fight together. After all, if her intentions don't change, they will definitely go to the end together. At this time, monsters were already running out of all the exits, but other awakened ones successfully dealt with them. At least some of them, because there were too many monsters, and they were winning by numbers. An even greater threat was the commander, whose kill would award bonuses in the form of a challenger's box and a master's box. Only Sanhu, given his skills, was capable of dealing with this monster. Using the dragon skeleton worshipped even by immortals, he burned away most of the advancing monsters. However, the commander survived without serious injuries, after which he immediately rushed at Sanka. Despite the commander's strength and the B-rank quest for killing him, he posed no threat to Sanhu. As a result, Sanhu cut Commander Kashipo's body into pieces and defeated him without batting an eye. This caused surprise among the other awakened ones. Could someone so strong really exist? As his first bonus, he received the coveted Challenger's box. But he was more concerned with how Song-il was doing. In the crowd of Shippo's bodies, the huge body of Song-il stood out clearly. He had completed his task. He managed to obtain the Kashippo Divine Artifact, which contained the concentrated power of the Kashippo army, and allowed him to set up a return point. Despite being tired and injured, Sua and Gyunga remained by Sanhu's side. Meanwhile, he called the guide and demanded that the rank system be replaced with a level system. To increase your rank, you need to score 100 points and level up 4 different stats. That's too much. Therefore, Sanhu proposed a system where 5 points equaled 1 level, and that strength would be represented by a number rather than a rank. Getting 5 points is easy, so survivors can constantly level up, and congratulations will increase motivation. He would also like to introduce mastery of skills and characteristics to use them more effectively and more often. He noted that this is only a change in the display of power provided by the system, and nothing radical. The guide noted that after such changes, awakened ones may forget about the generosity of the system, and begin to perceive it as a source of strength for hard work. Sanhu replied that it was the awakened who were fighting, not the system, and asked what was more important to the system, loyalty or the survival of humanity. The guide said that such changes are possible if they correspond to the rate of scoring. After this, the Challenger characteristic was activated, and Solemn Trial number 2 was created, the purpose of which was to kill King Cormorant. Sanhu expected a difficult quest, but this one turned out to be much more difficult. The guide took them to the testing site and wished them luck with a devilish grin. Sanhu noted that nothing could be done about it. Besides, their squad consisted of 4 of the strongest fighters, and everything would be fine with them. At that moment, a system window appeared. Yeon-hee had joined the group. Yeon-hee was the most useful fighter that Sang-hoo had been looking for so long, and her appearance made him a little angry. He didn't want to involve her in such a dangerous quest, but now she was here, and that couldn't be changed. So he asked how she had come to be with them. Yeon-hee replied that she had received a quest related to him and accepted it immediately. Meanwhile, other members of the squad had also been transported to the testing site, but the first meeting with Yeon-hee was tense. She penetrated their minds to find out what happened to them while they were with San-hoo. What affected the relationship? Sua said that she hadn't heard of her before and asked Song-il what he knew about her. However, Song-il himself knew little about her and was also frightened at their first meeting. However, Yeon-hee is now part of the team, and they need to find out more about her. When San-hoo trained her, he didn't think she would use her abilities in this way. In passing, he asked again how she had joined them. As before, Yeon-hee said she joined for the same reason. She accepted the quest. Help the one the system points to. However, San-hoo told her to get rid of this quest because its goal and rewards were too vague. but she did not listen to him then. She said she forgot about it, but later a quest chain appeared leading to it and noted that something was wrong with the system. Sanhu replied that everything was fine with the system and all the changes were his doing, and the quest was also part of the system's restructuring. Yeon-hee noted that after all the innovations, many more awakened ones survived than she expected. But she asked if it was a good thing that the awakened ones were becoming stronger and more resilient, because when people change, they gain too much power and become completely different. Her words began to anger Sanha a little, as they began to sound more like the ideology of the 8 evils. Yeon-hee apologized for this, noting that it now became clear to her why Sanhu was so careful in selecting people. He noted that there are many people in the world who are like trash, so they need to select the best. That is why they created the Awakened Association, and he asked them not to push away those they chose. After this, Sanhu decided to give a short briefing. Every place here is dangerous, and they should remember to be vigilant. There are many races, each living in its own dimension, and what unites them is that they all worship the 7 demon kings. This religion is different from others because their gods are supreme beings and directly influence the civilizations that worship them. Cormorant's followers worship a demon named Doom Arukuda. High-ranking commanders receive orders directly from their deity, so fighting Cormorant's army on their territory is suicide. The only way to kill the king is to lure him into a duel. Therefore, Sanhu handed them the equipment and asked them to come in the following order: Song-il, Su-ah, Gyung-ah. Meanwhile, something strange started to happen to Gyung-ah, as if something was affecting her mind. However, Sanhu understood the reason, because at the first eye contact with Yeon-hee, she trembled like an aspen leaf, and now she looks at her with devotion. So he asked Kyung-ah, who was standing next to him, and if she could describe that person in detail. Kyung-ah replied that the person standing next to him was Ms. Mari, but the description didn't quite match Yeon-hee's appearance. She described her as a lively young man with a cool mustache, who might like surfing. While Song-il and Su-ah were confused about what had happened to Kyung-ah, Sang-hoo asked Yeon-hee to go away with him. Yeon-hee said that Kyung-ah joined the group for the trophies and had no intention of risking her life, so she took control of her mind. She noted that people like Kyung-ah always create problems and believes that she did the right thing. Her words reminded Sang of the motives of the second evil. She also controlled the leaders of other groups like her toys and got pleasure from it. This cruel demon carried out mass murders, and although her identity was a mystery due to Bobby's miscalculation, Sanhu managed to discover her gender because the first evil was then on the verge of death. Sanhu thought he had managed to destroy her, just like the first evil, and he didn't want to believe that Yeon-hee would take her place. However, he was still frightened by the thought that Yeon-hee could become the second evil. About 10 days had passed since they had been transported to the quest location, and fighting monsters had become a daily occurrence. The monsters were incredibly strong, but the boys were no less powerful. Sometimes they lost sight of each other, which led to them getting into trouble and ending up in the clutches of monsters. Song-il asked Su-ah to stay close so as not to get hurt, but in the end, he himself lost sight of the monster. However, thanks to Kyung-ah's strength and agility, deadly scenarios were avoided. Sung-il noted that Kyung-ah looked like she didn't know what fear was. When Yeon-hee joined them, Kyung-ah looked depressed, but now, everything is back to normal. Sung-il also told Su-ah that his shield was gone, and her role in the team had become even more valuable. Su-ah was interested in something else. If Yeon-hee was also a healer, then why did she feel that it was not so? While the 3 of them were struggling to deal with the 2 monsters, Yeon-hee was destroying them in batches, albeit with the help of Sanhu. Song-il noted that for him and Sanhu, monster hunting is like a date. However, he tried to cheer Su-ah up by saying that he would always protect her. Su-ah didn't quite understand what he meant, and Song-il asked her to just stay close so that she would be safer. As a result, the group had already traveled over 1,500 kilometers, fighting for 2 months. And Yeon-hee was proud that Sanhu's stats had returned to their pre-reset levels. However, not everyone in the squad had the same endurance as Yeon-hee and Sanhu, so they set up camp. At this time, Su-ah asked Yeon-hee for help, or rather, asked how she could improve her abilities. Song-il also wanted to ask Yeon-hee for help, but he didn't know how, so he simply called her the leader. Sanhu noted that he chose the right way to address her, since Yeon-hee was older after all. Sung-il was shocked to learn that Sanhu was older than him, but he was even more shocked by Yun-hee's age. Despite this, he considered himself a good man because he did not call the younger boss. However, he found the address scheme confusing and suggested that Sua call him Oppa. Sua did not object and supported his idea. Yun-hee noted that their group seemed to be at peace, as Sua seemed to like Sung-il and she cared about him too. She asked Sanka if he hadn't noticed this, or if romantic relationships within the team were still unacceptable to him. Sanhoo replied that they did more harm than good because he, better than anyone, knew how dangerous emotions were in battle. Therefore, he must keep his distance from Yun-hee and must not become her lover. Despite the fact that they were just monsters, over all this time they were able to create a small town that resembled a civilization. When Sung-il saw that monsters were able to build a city, he was extremely surprised. Sanhoo noted that their target was King Cormorant, and he was most likely located in the very center of the capital, so he needed to be lured out. Yun-hee said she could go to the city herself, but Sanhoo replied that there was no need for that yet. He explained that they didn't need to enter the city. It was enough to distract the monsters. Sanhoo wanted the boys to be the anvil and him to be the hammer, like in 1997 when Hong Kong rates soared 400% overnight. Then Seoul fell from within, and now they need to instill the same fear. That will force the Cormorant King to come out. In their culture, a king is not a ruler, but the strongest warrior. And although he is unlikely to fall for such a trick, Sanhoo was ready to use all his strength. Suddenly, a huge eye appeared in the sky, watching them. Sanhoo immediately realized that this was the gaze of the Doom Autokud, but he did not understand why it appeared now. At that moment, the squad members felt unbearable pressure, their minds filled with pain. Sung-il, Sua, and Gyung-a's minds were subjugated, and Sanhoo received the hidden quest, Worship of the Fatal Arukuda, to preserve their sanity and destroy the Cormorant Legion. Yun-hee could only save one person's mind, but she didn't know who to choose. At first, Sanhoo wanted to choose Gyung-a, but soon changed his mind and ordered Sung-il to be saved. Yun-hee managed to clear Sung-il's mind, and he returned to duty. So he completed the hidden quest and received a bonus, plus 5% power resistance. However, at the moment of his weakness, Sua appeared behind him and was about to cut off his head. Sanhoo managed to cut off her hand before she could wound him. After this, Sua and Kyung-a disappeared, but the team did not have time to give chase. Yun-hee, exhausted from clearing her mind, noted that the demon only needed one glance to cause such harm. Sanhoo added that if the eye had appeared because of them, they would not have survived, because they had ended up at the Great Cormorant Ceremony. Sung-il asked if there was a chance to save Sua and Kyung-a, but their minds were already lost. He was lucky. A little more, and he would have been among them. The fatal Arukuda needed only one glance to deprive Sanka of two comrades. That's the difference between them. But there is no point in giving in to despair, because Gyung-a could return as a dangerous enemy. Sanhoo warned that Sua and Kyung-a might show up as part of the Legion, and delay would cost lives. There is no time to think. It is time to disrupt the ceremony. The fifth benefactor and his team were special. They did not seek a reward, but hunted the most dangerous. These people were obsessed with killing, hiding behind good intentions, until one day the fifth one reached the level of 8 evils. In the battles for life in the land of the dead and in the Cormorant Legion, Sanhoo understood how the fifth gained strength through the passionate characteristic. This characteristic is strengthened with each battle, and having received it, Sanhoo reached the limit. 10 characteristics. From that moment on, the man who overcame difficulties and passionate became a nightmare for the Baklans. While Sanhoo used the dragon skeleton that even immortals fear, Yun-hee and Sung-il acted as one. At this time, Sanhoo had already arrived in the city and created real chaos. The monsters couldn't stop him. They couldn't even reach him. However, this artifact was needed not for simple battles, but to instill fear in the king. At this time, an army moved towards him, wyvern riders and elite fighters of Cormorant. This place could be called an S-rank dungeon or higher. In addition to fighters and riders, there were also high-ranking shamans, but even they weren't a problem. Sanhoo activated his most powerful skills and was ready for battle. All of his stats rose by 1 rank, and his agility reached SS, causing a massive change. Using the Devi sword, he destroyed a group of monsters. Then, using Odin's wrath, he killed dozens more enemies, but there were still many of them. He exterminated them one by one, trying to do without the artifacts, and The Man Who Overcomes Difficulties. At this time, Yun-hee and Sung-il were also fighting, and thanks to the Aegis gaze, she controlled the monsters like puppets. Sung-il was amazed. She used one monster as a weapon against another. She switched between targets with such speed that it was as if she were controlling several at once. Soon, Sung-il met Su-ah, but not in the condition he had hoped for. She wanted to kill him, and he had to fight. Despite her agility, the difference in strength was great, and she was not a serious opponent. However, he did not kill her, hoping that he could save her and survive with her. But Su-ah was completely out of her mind and didn't hear his words. She continued to attack, and he continued to call her to consciousness. If Yun-hee hadn't intervened, the fight between Sung-il and Su-ah could have dragged on for a very long time. She explained that if it were possible to save Su-ah, she would have done it a long time ago. But now, they had no choice but to kill her. During this time, Sanhu continued to fight the Cormorant Legion, almost achieving victory, but his body was weakening under the influence of the poison. Even though Sanhu's strength was almost exhausted, he did not stop fighting. However, there were too many monsters, and although they could not defeat him, they still surrounded him and dealt fatal damage. Then his most powerful skill, Man Overcoming Difficulties, was activated, granting him a second wind. His regeneration increased, the negative effects disappeared, and his strength returned to him. The flow of energy was so powerful that it was impossible not to notice, and so the Cormorant King intervened. At that moment, Yun-hee and Sung-il joined him, and Sanhu warned them that the king was about to appear, so they needed to prepare. Sung-il reported that he received a new characteristic, Fist of Destruction, and became significantly stronger. At this time, King Cormorant was approaching them, and Sanhu told them not to do anything until the battle quest began. The Cormorant King is not only the leader of his people, but also the greatest warrior among millions of soldiers, a priest of the highest rank, and the bearer of the power of the fatal Arukud. Along with him came the dragon, born in the Great Plains and sworn to serve the king. With this event, the hidden quest Confession was activated, the goal of which was to defeat the king. At the same time, the system notified Sanka that the fatal Arakuda was watching him with excessive interest. The king's strength was immeasurable, but even so, Sanhu was not afraid and entered the battle. However, the king's power was so great that Sanhu's body could barely withstand it. Despite the huge difference in strength, Sanhu dealt significant damage, and he had a strong healer on his side. Gathering all his will into a fist, Sanhu broke through the king's defense with a powerful blow, putting everything into it. The explosion from the impact was so powerful that it was difficult to tell who was left alive. But victory remained with Sanhu, and the ranking system was replaced by a level system. The new system raised many questions, even among those who thought they understood everything. The special skill, item, and stat windows have been replaced with mastery levels, item levels, and skill ranks. Now all this was called mastery, and the awakened ones could develop it. Some saw the new system as a chance to survive. Others, another trap. Because the level system was different from the rank system, many people began to think of themselves as godlike, such as Hyunwoo, who was level 246. Sanhu reached level 482, and along with killing the king, he completed the challenger's special quest, the Solemn Trial. He also received the chain quest, Birth of the Fatal Man 1, for his service to the Fatal Chaos, which could lead to his reincarnation. To complete it, you need to reach level 561, after which Birth of the Fatal Man 2 will unlock. Sanhu realized that the system was trying to make him the 8th Demon King by offering to cancel the quest for 10,000 contribution points. He noted that the system seemed to be short-sighted, as his contribution points disappeared after using the second chance. But even if they had remained, he still would not have canceled the mission. By becoming the 8th Demon King, he could theoretically stop the invasion. Meanwhile, Sung-il was in poor condition, and Yun-hee was not around. Sanhu used a special signal from the Awakened, similar to telepathy. Although the signal range depended on the level, he was still unable to contact her. At this time, the effect of the Man Who Overcomes Difficulties characteristic ended, and Sanhu fell to the ground without strength. When he came to, Sung-il was there, and the system notified that Su-ah and Gyung-ah had left the group. Or rather, they were unable to return, And although Song-il saw the system window, he did not react in any way. They were soon found by another group, but Song-il, in a rage, ordered them to leave. One of them, Ja-song, recognized him and was happy to see him, despite Song-il's condition. He was also glad to see Ja-song and asked to examine his leg. Ja-sung was in a group with Hyun-woo and became alarmed when he saw San-hoo. He greeted him, introducing himself as the leader of the raiding party of the Heavenly Sky Guild, and expressed the honor of meeting him. San-hoo simply asked how long it had been since they disappeared, and Hyun-woo replied, about 6 months. He also asked not to disturb them, saying that they would stay here for a little while longer, and he would leave with the group. Meanwhile, Ja-sung treated Song-il's leg, who was amazed by his progress. At the same time, a meeting of the Paradise Sky was taking place, where 10 heads of detachments discussed hunting grounds. Gi-nam insisted on banning strangers from using the lands without permission, and proposed increasing the registration fee 20-fold. However, not everyone agreed with him. Lee, for example, believed that it was not worth controlling society the way Gi-nam and Chae-young did. Hyun-woo, the leader of the Shield Squad, approached them. He said that he met Sanha in the western village of the 15th Territory, but Sua and Kyung-ah were not with him. Only Song-il. Gi-nam noted that they must do everything to ensure that neither San-hoo nor Song-il return, because then their guild will become the greatest. They believed that their guild only existed because of these two, and if it weren't for them, they would have been absorbed by the Ilsen Guild long ago. Therefore, believing that they were already on a completely different level, they decided that they could compete with San-hoo's strength. However, their confident speech was interrupted by Chu Pan-suk, the head of the Gold Raiding Party and the president of the Magic Stone Bank, who declared that San-hoo was a terrible person. He noted that San-hoo didn't care about this place, but there was a high probability that he would send his man here because he knew how to manage people. Therefore, they are obliged to stop him because the head of the 12th Territory was killed directly by San-hoo. Pan-suk added that, apparently, the same fate awaited them all. Gi-nam took Pan-suk's words into account and stated that the Heavenly Sky Guild would not accept San-hoo's group. Meanwhile, Song-il found a drink and hurried to tell San-hoo about it. Perhaps he needed it to get rid of the feeling of loss. Song-il also shared with San-hoo that since he became awakened, his tolerance for alcohol has improved even more. Soju is now like water to him. San-hoo asked Song-il to tell him about his new characteristic, Fist of Destruction. Song-il thought that San-hoo could see for himself what kind of skills he had, but that turned out not to be the case. Fist of Destruction increases the Awakened's attack power when not using a weapon, allowing it to reach stats comparable to high-ranking weapons. San-hoo noted that this characteristic allows him to fight with his bare hands as if he were using a powerful weapon. However, Sung-il admitted that he was worried about Young-hee and asked if she was okay. San-hoo replied that they would stay here until tomorrow, and Song-il decided to save up some magic stones during this time. While Song-il was fighting the monsters, he noticed a group of people and decided to approach them. Among them, he recognized Pan-suk. At first glance, it seemed that Pan-suk was glad to see him, and in passing he asked where San-hoo was and why he was alone. Song-il replied that San-hoo was in the village on the other side. He then asked where they were heading, whether they were at war, but Pan-suk only noted that he was amazed at his self-confidence. Song-il asked again why he kept avoiding the answer and where they were going. But instead of answering, Pan-suk and the others drew their swords, and then everything became clear to Song-il. Thanks to his experience in the distribution business, Pan-suk has learned to make quick decisions. While others were still hesitating, he was the first to start collecting magic stones, then buying and selling goods, controlling market prices. During battles, attack items were the most expensive, and during recovery periods, healing items were the most expensive. And this is how he made a fortune. San-hoo is certainly strong, but the awakened ones who passed the last scene of the first act are also fearsome. They are divided into the Northern Guild Ilsen and the Southern Paradise Sky. Therefore, Pan-suk believed that he could overcome both Sanha and Song-il with his numbers. However, his plans fell apart when he saw how easily Song-il dealt with several opponents at once. Even Hyun-woo, who had a powerful shield, couldn't stop him. Chae-yeon, who couldn't be called weak, trembled as she looked at Song-il. Eventually, Sung-il was able to break Hyun-woo's shield and defeat him. Despite his strength, he could not fight at such a pace forever. So in the end, he was captured. Pan-suk wanted to use Song-il as a bargaining chip in his conversation with San-hoo, But everything changed. He told Song-il that he was forced to kill him to maintain his authority. While fighting him, Pansok realized that confronting Sanhu would be more difficult than he thought, and decided to seek an alliance with the Ilsen Guild. Before his possible death, Song-il gave Pansok some advice. If he decided to attack Sanha, he should stand in the vanguard. Pansok didn't understand why he needed this, because he was about to cut off his head and give others a chance to become famous. But at the moment when he had already swung, his own head fell from his shoulders. By that time, Sanhu had recovered and moved to help Song-il. The first thing he asked the others to give at least one reason not to kill them, and they said that they were commanded by Pansok and Gi Nam. They themselves had nothing to do with it. Having calmed down, they explained that Jinam was worried about the discipline of his subordinates and was afraid that with Sanhu's return, the entire system would collapse. Following the system change, a meeting was held in the Heavenly Sky Guild to discuss control of hunting grounds and increasing the registration fee for raiding parties. Sanhu was furious to learn that someone had decided to destroy the system that cost Suwa and Gyeonga their lives. To convince him to spare them, the boys offered to cooperate and told him about the guild's internal affairs. Kim Yoon-chul noted that he could connect Sanha with the Ilsen Guild, as he had previously traded actively with them. Sanhu decided that these were probably Gyeone's people, and before he could kill them, he ordered that the King of the North be told that he wanted to talk. If they refuse, he will come himself. But then the conversation will be much less friendly. After this, Yoon-chul conveyed a message to the Northern King of the Ilsen Guild about Sanhu's desire to meet. However, the King of the North did not like this way of doing things. The King of the North was the young head of the largest Korean chaebol, Ilsung Group, Lee Tae-han. He noted that this testing ground is not eternal. Sooner or later, everyone will return to the ordinary world. So Tae-han asked Yoon-chul for help, promising him something in exchange for cooperation that even Sanhu wouldn't give, neither here nor in the real world. But Yoon-chul refused, saying that Tae-han was trying to drag him to hell and that he hadn't even met Sanhu yet. He told him that even thousands of warriors could not stand before Sanhu. He killed them without blinking an eye. But this only made Tae-han laugh, and he said that Yoon-chul didn't understand anything. He noted that he also has informants, so he does not intend to act recklessly. Tae-han only needs one favor: joining the Heavenly Sky Guild, and then he will give Sanhu all his power. There were 3 major Korean chaebols in the world, and among them, Ilsung Group occupied a leading position in the high-tech industry. Tae-han was the youngest of 5 children, 2 daughters and 3 sons, and never dreamed of becoming chairman. The order of succession was clear. All power belonged to the elder sister, not to her younger brothers. At some point, my father decided to retire, handing over his financial affairs. Then the controlling stake ended up in the hands of Jonil Investment. Although the father transferred the shares to his eldest daughter, this did not solve anything as long as the majority share remained with Jonil. Tae-han said that in that case, she would have to surpass herself. And then her father asked if he knew how to raise the strongest char. He explained that to do this, they needed to add a catfish to the fish. Then they would begin to fight for survival and become stronger. Therefore, the father decided that from tomorrow onwards, Tae-han would occupy the chairman's secretary's office in order to be close to his sister. At the time, Tae-han didn't understand whose side the Sohm was on or what his father's intentions were. But in the end, the chaebol ended up in his hands. The road to Sanhu reminded him of the day he first walked into the chairman's office and realized that to find out who would be the catfish, he just had to wait and watch. The first thing Sanhu asked Tae-han was whether he thought the title King of the North was too grandiose. Before receiving an answer, Sanhu put forward 2 conditions: not to interfere with the economy of magic stones, and not to restrain the growth of the awakened through control of the lands. He noted that if Tae-han fulfilled these conditions, the Heavenly Sky Guild would become his. But if he violates them, he will find himself in the place of the previous leaders. Tae-han was worried and confused. Did Sanhu really want to unite the guilds to become stronger by the beginning of the second act? At the same time, Sanhu asked not to bother him with trifles, addressing him as Chairman Tae-han. Tae-han was shocked that even after recognizing him, Sanhu continued to act so coldly. This meeting haunted him, and he wanted to know more about Sanhu, calling his classmate. For this reason, he appointed him as the head of the detachment and asked him to tell everything he knew about Sanhu. The new head of Kim said that in this world, his name is Odin, and in the real world, Sanhoo. He is a member of the Awakened Association and the Karyon family, and his father held a high position in Jonil Bank. Taehan was surprised to learn that Sanhoo was the son of a former Jonil Bank employee. He was sure that his only son had moved to Jonathan Investment Finance Group, but it turned out that he was also connected to the Karan family. Jonil, Jonathan Investment, and Karyon were associated with the Bilderberg Club. Realizing this, Taehan understood why the world economy did not collapse on the day of the beginning. He began to think that Sanhoo was humanity's secret weapon, cultivated for the day of the beginning. He hoped to regain power and control over Ilsung, but he realized that the criminal underworld was no joke. He also informed Chief Kim that Sanhoo had entrusted him with the management of the Heavenly Sky Guild. From that moment on, their goal became the unification of the Heavenly Sky and Ilsen guilds. After this, the Heavenly Sky Guild disappeared, and the Ilsen Kingdom appeared in its place. This was Sanhoo's order, and no one dared to dispute it, nor did anyone want to. Since then, Sanhoo and his right hand had disappeared, but Taehan still felt like he was in the palm of his hand. It was as if he had fallen into the trap of the power behind the Bilderberg Club. Meanwhile, the guide congratulated them on becoming citizens of the Ilsen Kingdom. He announced that it was time for the first scene of the second act, and now they would unite with the other awakened ones. The participants were divided into camps: the Ilsen Kingdom, the Blue Dragon Group, the Rune Brothers Group, the Descendants of the Vikings, and the Revolution. Of all of them, Sanhoo was most interested in the members of the Revolution. Even though they appeared to be low level, Cuspus's army had been weak in the first act, and now Cormorant's army was waiting for them. The guide noted that they would be given time to get to know their allies, but he had a special task for the most shy ones. This is how the Kill the Awakened quest was created, with a reward of experience points and a box, the rank of which depended on the number of kills. For 1 to 10 people, bronze; 11 to 20, silver; 21 to 50, gold; 51 to 100, platinum; for 101 to 500, diamond; 501 to 1000, master; and for over 10,000, challenger's box with a huge amount of experience points. This task can be completed multiple times, and the quest will continue until the end of the training ground. Last time, it appeared only in the third act, which greatly angered Sanka. Did the system really want him to kill as many as he saved? He would have liked to receive the challenger's box, but he suspected that it might be a trap. Meanwhile, a crowd of awakened ones was already moving towards them, eager to kill them. One of the crowd tried to use the enlightenment skill to look at Sanhoo's status window, and Sanhoo took it as a declaration of war. After this, Sanhoo was the first to enter the battle and killed the impudent man, who, in fact, tried to look into his soul. Sanhoo and Song-il killed the awakened ones one by one, sparing no one. However, a girl named Angela, who had previously been in Joshua's group, ran out of the crowd and asked Sanha to stop. She apologized for her group members, explaining that they had recently joined and did not yet know all the intricacies of the situation. Song-il noted that the guy next to her, named Gunnarsson, was a real diamond who was able to withstand all his attacks. He shouted something in another language, and Angela explained that Gunnarsson wanted to finish off the one he had fought with his fists. Sanhoo took this as disrespect and showed what happens to those who take him for a weakling. After this, Song-il asked Sanhoo if these were the guys from the revolution that Kyung-ae had told him about. At the time, she thought that he was in cahoots with them and wanted to join later. But unfortunately, things turned out differently. Sanhoo noted that they will not interact closely, except perhaps with Taehan. Song-il was surprised that Sanhoo was friends with the chairman of Il-sung Group. Sanhoo explained that Taehan would be working under Sung-il, so he should prepare himself. Song-il was even more surprised. Could it really be that the chairman of Il-sung would be his subordinate? In that case, he wouldn't have to worry about a new mobile phone. He added that it would be nice if the training ground ended as late as possible. Then his ex-wife would regret leaving him. At that moment, Angela came up to them again and apologized again for Gunnarsson. Sanhoo asked her why they couldn't unite if they had 2 awakened ones to begin with. Angela said that initially there were 3 of them, but when the quest related to killing Sanhoo appeared, serious problems began. While fighting against Kashipo's legion, the 3 awakened united, but the assassination quest split them into 2 factions. Lindegard betrayed them and created chaos in their territory. Angela said that if they allowed her, she would deal with him personally. But Sanhoo instructed her to find Taehan from the Il-sung Kingdom. He will take Lindegard on himself, so she has nothing to worry about. After this, Angela went to Taehan and told him that Sanhoo had sent her to him, telling him to prepare for the second act and join him in the revolution. Taehan was surprised. Was this really the same girl who represented Berlin Telecom together with Joshua? At the same time, Taehan told her that he suspected the Awakened Association had connections with the Bilderberg Club. Angela asked if he didn't know that the club had been disbanded long ago. The so-called Bilderberg Club is now under the control of the Jeonil Club. Angela said that the first meeting of the Jeonil Club took place at the closed Jeonil Resort Hotel. Taehan didn't understand how it was possible for the entire world to be ruled by a shadow government with an Oriental name. She also said that although she has a higher rank in the revolution, their positions are now equal. Such is the will of Sanhu. Taehan was worried. Was Sanhu really on the same level as Joshua, or even higher? At this time, the entrance to the second act was opened. The Legion and Guild system was unlocked, and the Pillar of Light was created. The Revolution Guild, 12, was founded, with Taehan as its master, and the number of members exceeded 70,000. The system has activated legions and guilds, so future battles will be more structured. At the same time, the quest Throne of Power appeared, the goal of which was to kill the guildmaster. The system encouraged endless hostility. Meanwhile, the guide greeted them, noting that, as expected from the Kingdom of Ilsen, now the Revolution, the unity was at the highest level. The guide informed the awakened ones that the first task was connected with a huge and beautiful pillar of light. However, his existence will only harm them, because he makes them weak and his enemies strong. So the main goal of the first scene of the second act is his destruction. At the first stage, the Pillar of Light reduces stats. At the second stage, it blocks items. At the third stage, it cancels skills and parameters. And at the fourth stage, everything becomes useless. In addition, attacks will occur every night, and the scene itself is divided into several zones. The inner part is the red zone, filled with dangerous creatures. The outside is the black zone, from where attacks come, and in the blue are the 8 cities of the awakened. Therefore, during the day they need to attack the red zone, and at night defend the blue one, because the destruction of the city will lead to the transition of the pillar to the next stage. They should also not forget about their internal enemies, because sometimes people can be more dangerous than monsters. At this time, Lindegard, who founded the guild Great System, urged his comrades to defend the pillar, claiming that this was a test of the system. But his speech was cut short when Sanhu came for him. Sanhu asked what he was thinking while trying to protect the pillar that needed to be destroyed. However, Lindegard objected. Did he really think that an organization created by people could surpass the system? He noted that although it was a long time ago, he remembers the words about a creature that poses a threat and develops exponentially. So they are punished for not stopping him, and the birth of the revolution was a fatal mistake, which makes the trials ever more severe. Lindegard also stated that the real traitors are Angela and Gunnarsson, because they are trying to justify the actions of the revolution. After such a loud speech, his life was cut short, and his death became an example for those who are ready to sacrifice themselves for the sake of the system. Meanwhile, Song-il dealt with the remaining members of the Lindegard Guild. At this time, Taehan had already occupied one of the cities and renamed it Temporary Headquarters. The system awarded awakened ones points for completing quests within the city, which they could use to build and strengthen defensive systems. The defensive system was a hint at the imminent arrival of the night ambush, which was radically different from the previous waves of monsters. At the same time, a system message appeared stating that Song-il had occupied the city Great System and renamed it No Entry. Song-il noted that if Sanhu was able to kill even the Cormorant King, then he could also cope with a night ambush. The fact that the system was damaged by the fatal chaos and Sanhu was able to change it with the challenger's task proved that the system was not omnipotent. As the awakened progressed through the testing grounds, they were given various quests and rewards. This wasn't just a way to strengthen them, but a way to distribute resources among the worthy. When the ranking system was replaced by a level system and mastery was introduced, she began to worry that awakened ones would gain power through their own skills. As a result, the growth rate based on skill leveling was adjusted to match the rate of point earning, and it became clear that the system was expecting recognition from the awakened. However, for a person who was forced into war, this is not easy to accept. At this time, Sanhu decided to go alone and told Song-il that their party had disbanded and his further growth depended only on him. Song-il promised not to disappoint him because he owed him a great debt and would not limit himself to gratitude alone. Sanhu replied that despite the party's disbandment, they would continue to go through the training ground together. At the same time, a guide named Luer approached them, saying that he had been sent by the management. Song-il asked if he was the same guide from before, but Luer did not answer. Instead, he tried to tell about the new stage, but Sanhu interrupted him. saying that it was better to give out the quest right away. Luar was surprised by their impatience and reported that there were currently 12 tasks available in the barriers and 9 for the night ambush. There were also quests that required squads and legions, but Song-il said that with Sanhu, they were both a raid and a squad, 2 in 1. Luar did not approve of this tone of communication, but still gave them a new quest. It was the quest, Queen, My Queen, which stated that the first Cormorant Queen would soon appear, and the first task was to destroy 200 of her followers. Meanwhile, Taehan continued to pass through the barriers one after another and reached the 8th zone of the first floor. But it was physically impossible to go further. This was different from the first stage, and now he had to distribute his defensive points wisely. Taehan decided that the hunting quests should be completed first, and each city should focus on building its outer walls. After this, the strike teams of Kim Joo-hoon, Gunnarsson, and Angela took on quests for which the system only awarded 1 point, but they managed to collect 100. Thanks to this, they made progress in strengthening the defense and built several outer walls. At this time, Sanhu and Song-il destroyed the barrier of the 8th zone of the first floor, and Taehan couldn't believe that they had succeeded in doing it together. He conveyed a message to all guild members that the city of No Entry lived up to its name, and entry was closed. For completing quests, Sanhu received level 483 and about 1 million experience points, while Song-il received about 30,000. Within days, the cities became better protected thanks to outer walls, including those built from the bodies of monsters. The magic stones that only dropped from commanders were especially valuable, and the bartender, seeing them, asked if Sanhu was really from this city. Sanhu replied that no, he had come because he had heard about the local grain whiskey, and the bartender was concerned that he might be from No Entry. The bartender said that if Sanhu continued to joke, nothing good would happen. The bar became noisy. One of the awakened was angry about a failed quest. The bartender tried to calm him down and offered him a drink. Sanhu was surprised that after battles, the awakened found time to rest and drink, since before, everyone had hallucinations from the blood of monsters. After taking some whiskey, Sanhu returned to Song-il, who was delighted to see the drink. Suddenly, an unknown girl approached them, and Sanhu thought that perhaps she had fallen behind the group, as an ambush would soon begin. But Song-il said that she came to him and knew him as Sanhu, not as Odin. Sanhu was surprised that someone at the training ground knew his real name, and wondered if it was Yeon-hee. At this time, Ju-hong continued to dig under Sanhu and found information about his father. He wanted to use this to get closer to Sanhu and protect himself from the monsters. However, the unknown girl who decided to enter No Entry was not Yeon-hee. It turned out to be Jie, Sanhu's cousin, one of the first to realize that he was not an ordinary child. She didn't know where to start, so she simply thanked him for the Ring of Hermes, an A-rank item that he put in her bag. Sanhu said it was enough for him that they met again and asked permission to look at her status window. Despite having an A-rank item, she only reached level 242, but the ring helped her survive until the second scene of Act 1. After the final scene, she had to go into hiding because the Ilsung Guild, which controlled the north, was connected to the Ilsung group, with which she had a strained relationship. Although the Chaebols and the government are closely linked, they constantly restrain each other. Her branch's main task was to tame the Chaebols, and since she was investigating Taehan's succession, she became a nuisance to him. Sanhu said he would handle it, and asked how she found it, to which Jie replied that the leader of the Ilsen Guild branch told her about it. This leader turned out to be none other than Ju-hong, who told Jie about Sanhu. Ju-hong wanted to use Jie to impress Sanhu, and prayed that his plan would work. When Sanhu came to him, he was surprised that he was still alive, and Ju-hong immediately fell to his knees. Sanhu noted that he would spare him, but wanted to understand whether he really hoped for anything. Ju-hong replied that he had never even thought of anything like that. Sanhu said that he would remember him, and maybe one day save him, at least once. Ju-hong was overjoyed. His plan worked. Sanhu invited Jie to the party, and they went on quests together. However, fighting monsters of this level was different from anything she had encountered before. However, leveling up in this zone was worth the effort. In just 2 hours, Jie raised 20 levels. Meanwhile, Song-il approached her to find out if everything was okay, even though he had already lost his left arm. He said he was fine. After the seal and sleep, he would be as good as new. And Jie was amazed at what he was willing to do to fight Sanhu. He could be a leader in a safer place, where one man commands a squad and takes all the rewards. That's the strong man's method. Jie also benefited from Sanhu, a feeling she had experienced when she transferred to the Public Security Department of the Supreme Prosecutor's Office. Then, as now, it seemed excessive to her, but she coped, doing her part and coming across as a confident professional. However, here, everything is different. Here, she can only blindly follow Sanhu. Moreover, she believed that if Sanhu hadn't held back because of her, he would have dealt with the monsters long ago. So she decided she was too useless and more like an anchor than an ally. She eventually decided to leave, telling Sanhu that it was enough for her to just see him. But he objected that he would not be able to look his father in the eye if he let her go just like that. Ga replied that she was no longer a child and could not be his burden forever, so she would go on alone. Sanhu suggested that she stay until she reached the diamond level so that he would feel more at ease. Je said that anyone in her place would be happy, but the atmosphere is oppressive. The monsters sense that she is the weak link and constantly attack her. Of course, Sanhu killed them before they reached her, but often she was only one mistake away from death. That's why she said that she should know her place. And besides, now she doesn't have to be afraid of Chairman Taehan. Sanhu didn't stop her, but informed Taehan of her decision and gave her a few items before leaving. Song-il noted that this was the first time he had heard of Sanhu caring so much about someone. And that was good. A strong man should be kind to his family. This even became a motivation for him. He decided that after his return, he would be the same with his loved ones. The day before the Pillar of Light entered the first danger stage, the guild troops gathered at the last barrier of the first floor, and Sanhu learned of Ge's location. The third floor of the barrier was destroyed 2 months after the start of Act 2, by which time Sanhu's level had exceeded 500, and Song-il had almost reached mastery. Song-il was shocked to learn how much experience was now required for the next level. Under the old system, he would already be an A-rank awakened, and with his stats, he could become a first-class awakened if he found a signature skill. He is also into quests, and seems to have been inspired by the awakened from Revolution. At this time, Luar appeared and said that their previous guide had something to convey to Sanhu and Song-il. Luar noticed that he had apparently forgotten, and added that if he had been promoted, this would not have happened. Sanhu didn't understand what he was talking about, but suddenly he felt a strong pressure, the same as when he saw the gaze of the fatal Arokud. Then a system message appeared. Their previous guide had been replaced for refusing to submit to the Great System. Immediately, a message came about the excessive interference of the fatal chaos. It spread its influence through the breach, damaging the system. No one understood what was happening. It was only clear that all the awakened were being teleported somewhere. Luar merely said that a great battle for the glory of the Great System was about to begin. A new quest, Battle until only one remains, appeared. The idea was that if 3 people placed in the same space, only one would survive. Sanhu wondered if this was a response to the Marut clan's ritual, meaning that his power was exhausted and his influence in the system was limited. He didn't know what Fatal Chaos had planned, but now he was sure that he wouldn't leave him alive. As a result of the quest, the guild's membership was reduced to 44,991 and continued to decline. Even the survivors were crushed, their anger and despair directed into the void. It could only be described in one word: disaster. The guild's membership dropped to 37,500, putting even more pressure on Taehan. At this time, Sanhu asked him what was wrong with Jie. Taehan replied that they had agreed to meet at the central square, which meant she was probably alive. However, the despair he felt now was 2 or 3 times stronger than that of the others. Everything he had painstakingly built was crumbling before his eyes. The guild had lost 1/3 of its members, and with such a number, it would be difficult to pass the night ambush. Therefore, Sanu handed over several valuable items from the inventory to Taehan. He asked him to distribute them between Angela and Gunnarsson. They would be useful to the main forces. Taehan was amazed at how Sanhu managed to collect so many A-rank and above items. Song-il appeared after the guild's membership had dropped to 20,000 people. There was no way the battle could have lasted that long, and it was an extremely difficult decision for him to make. He had done a lot in this life and killed hundreds of monsters, but the feeling when an ally dies at your hands is the most disgusting thing he had ever experienced. Sanhu noted that the real battle was only just beginning, so Song-il needed to gather his thoughts and head to the next city. Despite his depressed state, Song-il still did not give up and headed to the 7th city to help there. Meanwhile, Sanhu completed the quest, Potential Danger, and received a diamond box as a reward. But an even greater quest awaited him. The system notified him that most of the power of the Fatal Chaos had disappeared. but the remaining part was concentrated on the task, Birth of the Fatal Man. At the same time, it became impossible to change the system's operation. Therefore, tasks like Potential Danger, Assassination, and Throne of Power were removed and will no longer appear. It was a rather crude method of taming on the part of the Fatal Chaos, but Sanhu nevertheless intends to return the favor. Therefore, now all of Sanhu's strength and energy are focused on fighting monsters and protecting those close to him. Night Ambush was an extremely difficult test. There were simply countless monsters. They ran in hundreds. The defensive line was broken through one after another, but Sanu could not allow new victims. He decided that since Fatal Chaos was challenging him, he would not retreat, but on the contrary, he would strike first. But now he needs to deal with the monsters as effectively as possible, and the Sun Sword of Ra copes with this best. Sanhu's anger crossed all boundaries. The only thing he wanted now was to kill absolutely all the monsters. The monsters died one after another, and the night ambush seemed to be slowly dying down. The other awakened ones were inspired by Sanhu's courage and also did not stand aside. Anger tore him apart from the inside. He couldn't believe that tens of thousands of people had died because of such a stupid quest. And even now, people continue to die one after another, causing the Pillar of Light to enter the first stage of danger. Even with Song Il's items and those given by Sanhu, it was extremely difficult to resist such a number of evil spirits. Anger was tearing Sanka apart from the inside, and he used all the skills he had. It was a terrible night that seemed like it would never end, but it finally came to an end. The bloody mess was over, and the number of guild members was 14,002, while previously it exceeded 70,000. The awakened were in despair. Their comrades were dying one after another, and when it seemed that life on the training ground had stabilized, it collapsed again. And Taehan made the right decision. He didn't fall into despair, but became a symbol of resilience for others. Sanhu had planned to replace him if he broke down, but after seeing his resilience, he felt a strong sense of relief. He asked Taehan if he remembered that after every destroyed city and every saved barrier, the danger of the Pillar of Light increases. At the second stage, items are blocked. At the third, skills and characteristics are cancelled. And at the fourth, all statistics are cancelled. Therefore, if their items are blocked in the current situation, they will simply be destroyed. Taehan replied that he understood this, but they already had a debuff on attack power. In addition, they need points to build the necessary defensive structures and restore the old ones, and Sanhu promised to provide them for all cities. He also said that he would handle the rest of the problems himself. Taehan was surprised that Sanhu was really going to complete the barrier quests alone. If he really succeeds in doing this, there will be a glimmer of hope for the rest of the awakened. However, Taehan said that this would not be enough, no matter how embarrassing it was to admit. After all, even if he orders the others to join the battle, they won't obey. Everyone is afraid that a quest like yesterday's will appear again. So Taehan had a small request for Sanhu. Since brutal quests like Potential Danger have been removed, it must be said that this is Odin's doing, to give the awakened hope. Taehan begged Sanhu to allow him to do this, since he was their only hope right now. And despite all his misgivings, Sanhu agreed. He acknowledged that there was some sense in Taehan's words. Furthermore, the influence of the Fatal Chaos is now completely focused on him, so such quests will no longer appear. Taehan was amazed to see that Sanhu was really ready to fight the Fatal Chaos as an ordinary person. Sanghu confirmed this, and now Taehan can confidently say that the system's arbitrariness is over. The 7 Demon Kings are transcendental existences, incomparable to the monsters they have encountered before, but even they are surpassed by the one who wields divine power, the Fatal Chaos. It was also shocking that besides him, there was someone else who influenced the system, Sanhu, the same person as all the awakened ones. Moreover, he is fighting the influence of the Fatal Chaos alone and is still trying his best to save others. For this, Sanhu was nicknamed the Savior. And today, Taehan will introduce him as a hero among the awakened. Taehan began his loud speech by saying that it is normal to be afraid. He was the same way, but he did not give up and continues to lead others. He said he had learned the truth about the system breakdown and the sudden disappearance of brutal quests, and was ready to share this truth. His loud speech attracted the attention of all the awakened ones, and everyone eagerly awaited his words. Taehan announced that such quests would no longer appear, as they had a savior, who could withstand the destructive power of the fatal chaos. The very man they were afraid to even look into the eyes, and whom they perceived as an object of fear, known as Odin, put an end to the cruelty of the system. After this, Taehan renamed the city Temporary Headquarters to Savior City in honor of Sanhu. Taehan's speech lit a fire within the awakened ones. From now on, Sanhu became their new hope for a bright future. As Taehan's speech spread throughout the city, the cult of Sanhu gained momentum. It was inevitable. A more cohesive organization than the guild had to be created. When leveling up, vitality was always the priority. But since Sanhu had enough firepower, the need for endurance arose. Even though Sanhu had reached the limit of his vitality as a contender, the issue of lack of sleep remained open. As a result, he fell asleep for an entire month. In order to maintain the 7th stage of passion for a month, Sanhu got by with only 1 hour of sleep, and Song-il was quite alarmed by this. Song-il explained to Sanhu that since he had not woken up for a long time, he had become scared and was forced to do something like this. Sanhu's head was bursting, his nerves were on edge, even the smallest things irritated him, and his body was tense like a string. But today, Sanhu would finally be able to complete the last quests of the Pillar of Light barrier. The thought of it alone kept him moving forward. The awakened cried out his name and followed him through all difficulties. It seemed that everyone felt that today was the last day of the first scene of the second act. The ringing in Sanhu's ears continued due to the shouting of the crowd, which made his temper even more irritable. However, we managed to destroy the 7th floor barrier and move forward. As soon as the barrier of the last zone was destroyed, a huge monster appeared with a bunch of its minions. This was the boss of the first scene of the second act. He was the one the Elite Legion was supposed to fight against. But today, he was only rewarded with Sanhu's half-asleep reflexive blows. Sanhu did not make any unnecessary movements. It seemed to him that the system had dissolved into his body. Extreme situations caused his body to jump to unexpected heights. As a result, he was able to complete the quest, Keeper of the Pillar of Light, receiving a challenger's box as a reward and reached level 534, after which Sanhu again fell into a deep sleep, as his body could not withstand such a long load. At the same time, the Frank Guild, numbering more than 50,000 people, was celebrating its victory with all its might. They all idolized their leader, the Great Indra, as they called him. At that same hour, a guide named Lu Sar, who had been promoted to guide for the second scene of the first act, thanks to his guild, appeared to Indra. He told them that the new stage would be as extended as the second scene of the first act. And since they had already encountered this, he would not explain it at length. People from other stages understood that the Frank Guild, which started in the central region, needed special treatment. Lusar also announced that guild division leaders will receive a platinum box each. Corps commanders will receive diamond boxes, and the guild master will receive a master's box. Indra was glad that this time they didn't get a quest like potential danger and were given a normal reward. He didn't yet know why that happened. The rest of the guild members said they couldn't sit idly by. Since they were the central camp, the others would try to challenge them. So they suggested checking out the third camp, the World Association of Awakened People, to see if it was true. However, one of the participants, named Bale, suggested checking the intentions of the revolution. He explained this by saying that the second and third camps were unlikely to unite with them. As they were large, it was necessary to win over the weak to their side. Indra noted the thinking of Bale, who, as always, skillfully achieves merit. As a result, members of the Frank Guild went to the territory of the Revolution camp. Walking a little further, they came across the city of No Entry, where there was only one resident and the mayor, Song-il. Bale thought it was a joke. How could a city with one resident and one level of defense not yet be destroyed? At that very moment, none other than Song-il appeared to them. Song-il was angry with them because, despite the title, No Entry, they still went ahead. Bile told Song-il that they came from the central zone and wanted to meet the guild leader. But he spoke in English. Song-il replied that he did not understand him and suggested speaking in Korean. Beale also did not understand what he was talking about and was about to kill Song-il, but changed his mind. So he decided to retreat, telling Song-il that they were not here to fight. Perhaps if he had said it in Korean, Song-il would have understood him, but not in this case. Beale was shocked by the monstrous force of the blow. And Song-il, meanwhile, asked them if they really thought they could get away with angering him. After meeting with Taehan about the second act, second scene, Sang-hoo returned to Sum-il. However, when he arrived, he saw only a crowd of slaughtered strangers. one of whom was talking about Indra. Song-il told Sanhu that Baal kept muttering about some Indra and couldn't calm down. Sanhu replied that it seemed like their lives could be saved if they apologized to Indra, and asked Song-il why he left them alive. Sung-il replied that this was the first time he had encountered another guild, and he was waiting for Sanhu's decision. However, Sanhu told Song-il that in the future he should not wait for his decision, but should immediately destroy the violators who invaded their territory. As a result, Sanhu used the Dawi sword, finished off the strangers, and asked Song-il to change the name of the city. From now on, the city was called Death by Unauthorized Occupation. After the nightmare with the fatal chaos, Song-il suffered mentally. He was worried about the safety of his family because they could also be drawn into the testing ground. But Sanhu told him that the chance of becoming awakened was about 0.6%, so he shouldn't worry too much. Sung-il apologized for making Sanhu witness such an unpleasant sight, but Sanhu replied that it was okay. When it came to family, anyone would be worried. Since the Sanhu area is located in the far north, they bypassed the center stage and headed south. Of course, they would have liked to avoid unnecessary conflicts, but it was not so easy. And after walking just a little bit, they came across an unpleasant situation. On the way, Sanhu and Song-il came across the site of a large-scale battle, but arrived at the end. Sanhu asked them what their camp was called and what they were doing there, but the guys decided not to rush into an answer. After talking for a while, one of them said that they would call the leader now. The leader wasn't thrilled to learn that Sanhu and Song-il were Korean, but despite this, she introduced herself as the head of the cat food warehouse camp. Cat food warehouse is the name of Sanhu's storage facility, meaning the camp was set up by someone who worked for him, so he said he wanted to meet their guildmaster. The girl asked him what position he held in the revolution, and Sanhu replied that he was the mayor. After that, they went straight to the cat food depot camp, not on foot, but on counts. Song-il was surprised and also didn't know what kind of creatures they were, but Sanhu explained that they were counts and that they were easier to fight than cormorants. Meanwhile, they approached the city of Bravo, where the defense level was as high as 32. The mayor of the cat food warehouse was Mason Brown, and he was surprised to hear about what happened to the Frank Guild members. Dorothy, the girl who led the group, also said that they had brought the mayor of the Revolution camp. Mason didn't yet know that the mayor of the Revolution was Sanhu, and thought that it was just someone hiding behind such a big name. However, his face changed dramatically when Dorothy said that the boys she brought were Koreans. Mason was a contract mercenary hired by the private military company Whitewater. One day, while participating in battles, he was noticed by the leadership and joined the secret organization. It was a mysterious organization associated with people with unexplainable powers, codenamed Cat. The items that only the cats could use were called cat food and were stored in a bunker that could withstand a nuclear blast. The day Mason first saw the cat enter the gate was unforgettable. Back then, Mason knew him not as Sanhu or Odin, but as Ethan. Even Yun-hee, who joined later, tirelessly entered the gate and returned with magical items. Looking back now, Mason gets goosebumps. He didn't know back then that the A-code items filling the bunker were actually A-rank items from the master's boxes. Therefore, Mason decided to avoid clashes with units consisting of Koreans, such as the policy of the cat food depot. When he saw Sanka, he was pleasantly surprised that he was able to meet him here and that he had not forgotten him. He couldn't even believe that he saw him again. And Song-il, meanwhile, was surprised by Mason's knowledge of the Korean language. But Sanhu preferred to speak in English so as not to inconvenience Mason, and casually asked who their guildmaster was. Mason revealed that the guildmaster was Adema, who was in charge of the cat food warehouse, and also mentioned Cheney, a member of the organization. He added that the real master of the guild was Sanhu, but their conversation was interrupted by Dorothy. She burst in and informed Mason about the attack of the Frank Guild. Along the way, she said that the first collision seemed to have been just a diversionary tactic. When Mason came out, he saw a whole crowd of Frank Guild members. That's why he immediately decided to upgrade the flame tower to level 5. But then Sanhu approached him and gave him advice that the tower was useful against counts, but against people, it only bought time. Sanhu noted that since he was the owner of this guild, he couldn't let things slide. He built an absolute battlefield and protected the city with a dome, which surprised the Franks even more. After defeating the final boss of the Pillar of Light, Sanhu received the golden armor of Odin. It included the holy helmet of Adonis, the gauntlets of Neo, the sun cloak of Ra, the rings of Attis and Minerva, the feather of Frigg, and the treasure of Loki. Because the armor was too conspicuous, Sanhu disabled its visualization. It was S rank and allowed one to transform into the gods of death, battle, and war. And the skill Odin's Wrath was enhanced to Storm God. Odin's Storm strengthened Odin's Wrath, and God of Battle allowed the summoning of the A-rank creature Valkyrie, which was quite useful. But what Sanhu liked most was God of War, which allowed him to deploy Odin's ultimate battlefield. It was a territory that could not be left until Sanhu was defeated. Something similar to the power of the Fatal Chaos. Meanwhile, Sanhu asked Mason to call him Odin, because that was how he saw himself in the new world. After this, Sanhu rushed into the crowd of opponents, and a powerful explosion occurred at the site of the collision. Mason was shocked. Was such a level of firepower really possible for a human? He had previously wondered if humanity would be able to suppress the awakened, but now he realized that no. Sanhu was not just a hero of humanity, but a true transcendental being. At this time, Indra was informed of the events in the city, which was under Sanhu's control, and of the failed attempt to enter the cat food warehouse from behind the barrier. When the barrier disappeared, they discovered that there was no one behind it. Indra suspected that there was a traitor in their guild, but the guy he suspected denied everything. Indra noted that the balance of power between the first and second camps was shaken by just one betrayal. Moreover, the price for such betrayal is death. Indra was filled with anger and gave the order to immediately move to the territory of the revolution. Arriving in the city of death by unauthorized occupation, Indra saw the corpse of Beel and the other guild members. He was amazed that someone could handle him and his men alone. However, this played into Indra's hands. He believed that now he would be able to deal with the enemy more quickly. This was because Indra possessed the skill Indra's Sword, a single-target attack that was ideal for duels. After a short time, they managed to find a capture point. They needed to step on it to begin the process of capturing the territory. However, this did not happen quickly, and it was necessary to stand motionless in one place for a full 10 minutes. Indra thought that he would be able to easily capture the city of Sanhu. But at that moment, Sanhu's own leg appeared out of nowhere. At the last moment, Indra managed to dodge and avoid damage, and one could only guess what would have happened to him if he had thought about it for even a second. Sanhu noted that Indra had achieved good results thanks to his determination, but from now on, he should be more careful. Indra tried to look at Sanhu's status window, but it was useless. While Sanhu easily looked through his status and found out that the guy was actually called Gerard de Goldstein, and also revealed his main skill. Gerard said that the struggle between their camps was only beneficial to third parties, and that a merger was inevitable. So he proposed resolving everything with words, without bloodshed. However, Sanhu only asked if he had undergone training for successors, the same training that is mandatory for every member of the direct line of the Goldstein family. Gerard replied that he had passed it, because Colton was his uncle, and added that if Sanhu knew his family, then he would probably understand that it would be better to join him. After that, he asked Sanhu how well he knew the Goldstein family. In response, Sanhu asked if he knew about Chonil Club. He introduced himself as the ruler of the Chonil Club and told Gerard not to act so arrogantly just because he was the heir of some lowly house. But this only made Gerard laugh, because when he got here, his first goal was to find Sanha, at least to avenge Melissa's death. After these words, Gerard activated the skill Indra's Sword, but it was useless against Sanhu. Sanhu realized that Gerard was the heir of the line of Cassandra, that is, Melissa. In response to his attack, Sanhu counterattacked using the skill Davi's Sword. Immediately after this, the system notified everyone that the Frankie Guild had been disbanded, and at that moment, Taehan headed towards Sanhu. He thought he was late, but in fact, he arrived just in time. Sanhu asked Taehan to bring order to the new guild members, and when he was finished, to meet him in the central district. However, Taehan wanted to warn Sanhu that he was going too far in the last scene and needed people to help him. He added that he could unite all forces within the framework of the revolution. Even if he was inferior to Indra and Joshua, he would do everything in his power. But Sanhu replied that Taehan was free to do as he saw fit. He also added that there are things that cannot be expressed in words, so everyone lives at their own discretion. After all, Joshua was the one who, after completing the testing ground, was ready to lead the worldwide association of awakened ones. However, given the lawlessness of the Franks, there is no guarantee that he will survive at all. Sanhu also asked the Cat Corps commanders about Joshua, Jonathan, and Mika, but they knew nothing. So they needed a new coordinator, and Taehan was perfect for the role. If Taehan is truly willing to try to rebuild the World Awakened Association, Sanhu won't object. Moreover, if he succeeded, Sanhu promised to return to him the controlling stake in Ilsung Group and all shares of its subsidiaries. This left Taehan in shock. Could he really get his shares back in the family company and its subsidiaries? Sanhu reminded him that it was important not to forget why these companies were created and how global financial markets survived on the day of the beginning. Therefore, from that moment on, Taehan became an integral part of Sanhu's activities. For Taehan, this was a great honor and an opportunity to prove himself and prove his strength. Several months have passed since the beginning of the second act of the second scene, during which time Taehan has united the entire arena and stabilized the situation. Meanwhile, Sanhu was busy searching for a rare item. He posted a wanted poster for the Black Fragment, promising a generous reward for its recovery and severe punishment for anyone using it without permission. This wasn't just an announcement on behalf of the World Awakened Association. It was an official order from Taehan. Meanwhile, Song-il seems to have managed to find out something about the fragment, and it seems to be related to the Black Fragment. He brought an announcement in which Xiao Yang's raiding party was looking for assistance to carry out a special task. Song-il also reported that someone in the squad was afraid of Odin, and he learned this from one of his men. He suggested simply going and taking the fragment from them, but Sanhu said it was useless if the quest had already begun. The Black Fragment is a starting quest item that has appeared throughout the quest, but no one has been able to complete it. According to the sixth evil, who had progressed the furthest, the final reward of the quest chain was supposed to be an item directly related to one of the 7 demon kings. It was this quest that first told Sanu about the existence of the demon kings, but it ended in vain, and the item itself was also a hidden reward in Act 2, Scene 2. Meanwhile, Sunhu arrived at the place indicated in the advertisement, where he was met by a girl named Ling Ling, but he did not reveal his identity, hiding behind the status of an ordinary awakened level 260. Lin was surprised and asked why he came to them if he already had such a high level. Sunhu replied that he was interested in their unit and would like to join it. This made her wary, because a platinum level awakened can join any squad, and she wondered why he chose them. Sunhu explained that he had his own circumstances, and if they didn't have space, they'd better vacate it. His self-confidence impressed the girl. But even so, they did not want to get involved with criminals. To this, Sanhu said that he had done nothing of the sort. He simply had problems with his girlfriend. He talked about Ji Hong's girlfriend, which surprised her because Ji Hong was the commander of the Ilsen Corps. Sanhu told her that Ji Hoon couldn't satisfy his girlfriend, so he was here. This story made her doubt, and the girl said that she needed to find out if it was all true. But Sanhu replied that if she was against it, he could leave. Although together, they would be missing a good opportunity. Ling Ling asked him to stop and not go anywhere, saying that she needed to consult with her elders. When she returned, she asked his name, and Sanhu said his name was Quan Gi Chol. She asked what the man who had a place in the association was doing here. This surprised her even more, and she noted that it seemed he was not lying, because the commander of the Ilsen looked angry. However, they are willing to accept Sana into their squad, but it will be difficult for them to hide him, so he will only receive experience as a reward. But Sanhu warned that if she thought she had found his weak spot, she would pay dearly for not taking him seriously. However, Lin assured him that if he followed her, he would not regret it, and added that they should meet the leader. The squad's leaders were Xiao Yan and Ling, both of whom were platinum rank, while the rest of the members were gold rank and below. They were so eager for the quest related to the Demon Kings that they even recruited Weak Awakened into their party. Sanghu was also greeted by Wu Kang, Song Ilu's informer, who seemed like a slippery boy at first glance. If he hadn't leaked the information, these guys would have been killed long ago, and the quest would have disappeared along with them. Sanhu noted that their squad didn't seem to understand the dangerous situation they were in. Both Xiao Yan and Ling were hiding the truth from them. On the outskirts of the city, there was a quest zone that was only visited by low-level awakened. Even in such a place, the association secretary appointed by Tae-han was in charge of the raiding parties to clear the dungeons. There were awakened ones here who couldn't even handle an F-rank quest. Previously, this would cause monsters to emerge from the dungeon, but now it is sealed again if the awakened ones refuse the quest. And even if they don't have the seal of escape and the dungeon isn't cleared, they can freely enter and exit. after the influence of the Doom Chaos disappears. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan's squad entered the E-rank dungeon in the Maruka clan's main barracks zone. Awakened characters now receive information about the dungeon even without the Explorer stat. However, this characteristic remains useful for obtaining extended information. Thanks to this, Sanhu realized that this was the very place that the sixth evil had predicted, the quest leading to the item Fatal Integuasto. However, the location turned out to be more difficult than Lin and Xiao Yan thought. The monsters spat poison, but Xiao Yan was not afraid and rushed into battle. Besides poisonous ones, there were also monsters that copied the enemy's form and attack style. The battle quest was activated. Monsters surrounded Xiao Yan, and he had no choice but to abandon the task. Lin intervened in the battle and ordered the squad to attack. Sanhu was in no hurry to engage in battle, but gave orders, telling the rangers to stay behind because the monster's behavior was different from usual. Lin did not approve of his actions and called him a coward, and she herself rushed into battle. However, the monsters were too unpredictable, and Sanhu noted that the long-range ones needed to aim better. Then an explosion thundered at the place where the monsters were concentrated, and the enemies were destroyed. After the fight, Lin asked if he had encountered the Maruka clan before. Sanhu replied that yes, and added that she should be grateful for such luck. When she asked why he hadn't followed her orders, Sanhu said that he had been protecting the long-range fighters and not simply rushing into battle. He added that if she wanted to command, she should first learn to give proper orders, since she should know that a D-rank Maruk dungeon in the city center had been cleared last month. Sanhu clarified that he was there then too, and Lin began to make excuses, but to no avail. After that, Lin asked if he would like to lead their squad. Sanhu replied that it sounded suspicious and asked why they were clearing an E-rank dungeon with such a weak squad. Lin said it was not very polite to ask a lady so many questions and asked if he would help them. Sanhu agreed to help if they really wanted to clear the dungeon. However, he will not ask to hand over command, but will simply ask not to interfere with him and not to drag him down. Even after discovering the black fragment, Xiao Yan did not report it to the association, not taking the revolution incident seriously. Although some stories about Sanhu were exaggerated, under his command was Tae Han, a man who built a new system in an instant, and also Caliber Man, who single-handedly cleared a D-rank dungeon. However, Xiao Yan decided to ignore the association rules and put the entire attacking squad at risk. That's why Wukong leaked the information, confident that Sanhu was a member of the association. He realized that Sanhu's level was much higher than Platinum, because he would have had enough strength to destroy the squad and take the fragment. However, if he fell for Ling Ling's tricks, it would most likely be the end for Wukong. The day before the boss fight, while the party was preparing on a dry patch of land, Ling Ling approached Sanhu to talk. She said she had never met a man like him before, someone who could take control of a situation wherever he went. Ling Ling noted that she seemed to understand why the Ilsen Corps commander's girlfriend fell in love with him. Sanhu asked if this was a veiled way of saying that she wouldn't leave him alone, but instead of answering, Ling Ling asked if she could take a look at his status window. He only said that several people had already lost their heads when trying to do it. However, Ling Ling was not deterred, and Sanhu asked her what she really wanted. Ling Ling asked if he could give it his all during the boss fight, since it was a piece of cake for him. She also talked about a hidden quest that unlocks after defeating the boss, and if successful, he can take over as the leader. Because this is not just a hidden quest, but a big quest related to the Demon Kings. However, the boss itself turned out to be no less difficult than regular monsters, especially for low-level awakened ones. Due to his poisonous spit, he even caused trouble for Xiao Yan, but still didn't pose a serious threat. After defeating the boss, the long-awaited moment of sharing the rewards arrived. The fatigue from the battle seemed to vanish by magic, and everyone's eyes lit up with a greedy gleam. However, Ling Ling stated that the reward for the first run was enough for her and Xiao Yan, and that they could split the rest between themselves, which raised suspicions. They decided that this was a test of loyalty, and offered to choose Sanhu's reward first, but he also refused. Wukong said that the guy should be grateful to them, and instead of being suspicious, it would be better to think about how to divide the spoils. Sanhu noted that Wukong seemed to have realized something and quickly diverted the squad's attention, amazed at his intelligence. Sanhu, Ling Ling, and Xiao Yan set out to complete a hidden quest, but after activating it, everything went wrong. Something strange started happening to Xiao Yan the moment the quest started. It was like poison, and he became a carrier of infection. He vomited out small monsters that instantly turned into huge monsters, but Ling Ling quickly destroyed them. After this, a system window appeared with a message about the completion of the quest, lost weapon of the 7 Demon Kings. Sanhu noted that Xiao Yan didn't even notice the energy flowing through his body, and Lingling had no idea that the parasite could use him as a vessel. Despite all this, Xiao Yan's attack force managed to destroy the E-rank Maruk clan's dungeon. They returned 2 weeks later, and although 5 died, successfully completing a dungeon of that rank was rare. Despite the envious glances of the other squads, Xiao Yan's face remained gloomy. He said that the next quest was a D-rank dungeon. Lingling noted that after the E-rank was cleared, people would be drawn to them, and they were counting on the army's help. But Sanhu asked if they didn't know that the only squad that cleared the D rank was under the command of human caliber. Besides, the quest has already brought them to D rank, and no one knows where this chain will lead them. Lingling asked if he was suggesting giving up the quest. Didn't he want to return to the association after this? Xiao Yan replied that he was a man of his word, and if they completed the quest, he would help Sanhu return. Sanhu replied that saying and doing are 2 different things, and that believing in words doesn't work that way. Nevertheless, Xiao Yan wanted to keep him in the squad and promised to do everything to strengthen their composition. Sanhu said that simply leaving in case of danger would not work. One could die before one had a chance to escape. Despite this, Xiao Yan knelt down and begged him to stay and help him complete the quest. Xiao Yan and Lingling were from the outskirts of the testing ground, and the new triad system dealt with them harshly. After joining the association through the 7 Demon Kings quest, Xiao Yan gritted his teeth, dreaming of revenge on the leadership. And regardless of the reasons, Sanhu was not going to turn a blind eye to his violation of the rules. At that moment, Mr. Lutzi approached them. When he heard that they wanted to clear out D rank, everyone except Wu Kong ignored it. The other members were at the gold level, and Lutzi was almost at the diamond level. He was one of the best in the Blue Dragon Corps, to which their leader belonged. Lucci asked if Xiao Yan was really that confident after one successful raid at E rank. He noted that Xiao Yan's eyes were clouded with self-confidence, and he did not understand the difference between ranks. Xiao Yan had spent all his fortune to hire Lu Qi, and now retreat was up to him. Sanhu realized that Lutzi would leave at the first sign of danger, and the leader would have to abandon the quest. At this time, one of the building's residents burst into the room and told Lutzi that the commander was looking for him. The corps commander was Song Il. Since this was a city of low-level awakened ones, most of them were treated with disdain. But after the association was established and justice was ensured, its high-ranking members were treated as heroes. The Blue Dragon Corps commander was Zhang Yi-sung, and it was an honor for him to meet Song Il. Sung Il said that he heard about their plans to clear out the D rank, and he liked their attitude, so he dropped by to see them. However, Luzi considered this madness, because none of them had a diamond, but they were still going to go into the dungeon. And San replied that it didn't matter, because they were supported by Mr. Caliber himself, which meant that their efforts could reach Odin. Everyone knew how they had been treated before, and to miss such a chance now would be unforgivable. Yi-san announced that they would use the full power of the Blue Dragon Corps to gain the support of the association. He also said that since Xiao Yan is the leader of his squad, he will be the one to answer for everything. Xiao Yan replied that Yi-san didn't need to worry. He was ready to take responsibility. Lingling noted that things were getting worse and asked Sanhu to try not to say too much. After this, the entire elite of the Blue Dragon Corps was mobilized, although most of them would not return. It was a D-rank dungeon located in the territory of the Baron of the Maruka clan. As soon as the monster saw Sanka, he immediately became furious, as if he recognized him from the past. It wasn't just a memory of Baron Orca. It was a memory of a count named Lucera, and although this shocked the Maruk tribe, the memory turned out to be so ancient that it began to fade from memory. It was a twisted species, incapable of sharing either experience or emotion. Just one man single-handedly killed the count and all his subordinates. Seeing the expression in the eyes of this insignificant creature, the Baron was finally convinced of something, namely that other members of his tribe will soon see the memories of their own death. At the testing ground of the original world, Sanhu found himself in the same position as Xiao Yan in Act 2, Scene 2. As a member of a C-rank attack unit, he has visited F-rank dungeons. There, he encountered a D-rank dungeon for the first time. But this happened much later, already being a member of a North American guild. Even though the raid was led by an A-rank awakened, Sanhu was left with only terrible memories. The leader's death nearly wiped out the entire group. The creature calling itself Orki reminded Sank of his previous boss monster. However, in the end, Sanhu didn't even have to use man overcoming difficulties. Of the 25 people, only 6 remained, and only Sanhu was okay. The rest had lost consciousness or were in an even worse condition. And it all started with the body of the squad leader, Xiao Yan. While Sanhu prevented them from taking over the bodies of the survivors, the insects moved into the body of the Baron and other monsters. The quest chain didn't end there. The infected kept returning, bringing more and more energy into the commander's body. Once everything stabilized, Sanhu raised Xiao Yan and Ling Ling, and also healed Wukong's body. Wukong was amazed that Sanhu was able to defeat everyone single-handedly. Sanhu asked if he had managed to level up even a little, and Wukong replied that he had reached platinum. After this, Sanhu told Wukong to find Taihan and tell him that he sent him. Wukong was immensely grateful to Sanhu for everything he did for him. After some time, Xiao Yan and Ling Ling woke up, but Xiao Yan's nightmares did not leave him, and Ling Ling asked Sanhu what happened. Sanhu revealed that it was indeed a quest chain involving the Demon Kings, and that what came out of Xiao Yan was the reason for his survival. If this had not happened, most likely everyone would have died without having time to do anything. Xiao Yan admitted that he now doesn't know how to tell the Corps and the Association about this. He can't say that he survived thanks to the 7 Demon Kings. Sanhu replied that this was the only way. They must quickly complete the task and get energy. Then no one would doubt him. Xiao Yan agreed and admitted that he had initially considered this quest unworthy of attention. The next task will be in an A-rank dungeon, and remembering the D rank, he is afraid to imagine what will happen next. However, Sanhu noticed that a person capable of clearing an A-rank dungeon existed, and he asked what they were thinking when they wanted to take away what belonged to him. For completing the previous quest, Xiao Yan received the Archduke Amon's key, which upgrades the dungeon to A rank. Sanhu declared that only he and Xiao Yan would go into the dungeon. Ling Ling would only get in the way. After that, Xiao Yan and Sanhu went to the A-rank dungeon. Along the way, everyone exclaimed Xiao Yan's name with admiration, surprised that he had recovered so quickly. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan demanded entrance to the Maruka tribe's F-rank dungeon. When he said that he would go in there right now and the two of them, it caused even more surprise. However, Xiao Yan's attack force entered the Maruka tribe's A-rank dungeon. Immediately after that, Xiao Yan used the key and changed the dungeon's rank. At that moment, something strange began to happen to him. The same feeling as when he first encountered the parasite. After the portal opened, Archduke Amon entered Xiao Yan's body. Sanhu was surprised that the Archduke met him in person and promised to give him a quick death. Then Sanhu grabbed Xiao Yan and returned his consciousness, driving out Amon. To avoid any incidents during the cleanup, Sanhu also summoned the Battle Valkyries. Sanhu asked if Xiao Yan knew that Song Il had the title of Master. He explained that everyone around him is on this level and will protect him. In the Maruk dungeon, you can often see people laughing in hallucinations, even with half their heads melted. These dungeons are like hell, and that's no exaggeration. The poison melts the flesh and drives the mind crazy. Initially, the Marek tribe and the Count clan came from the same places. Traces of this are still visible on Amun. His exoskeleton belonged to the ancestors of the tribe. This is the sign of a noble being, not like the poor nobles who were collected piece by piece. Amun has been preserved since time immemorial. However, Amon was in no hurry to meet Sanhu personally. Instead, he sent Orca to him. Amon noted that he felt threatened by a mere representative of the human race, and he was undoubtedly targeting the offering prepared for Lord Insectum. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan could no longer stand on his feet, so Sanhu had to drag him. Once the Valkyrie's summoning time ended, Xiao Yan became a burden, and this would continue until the cooldown was completed. What irritated Sanhu most was that the structure of the dungeon was constantly changing. As a result, he had already passed the same place several times. At this time, he noticed Orca trying to sneak up on him. Sanhu was a little surprised to see him again, wondering if everything had become clear to him from their first meeting. In fact, it wasn't the same monster that died in the D-rank dungeon. It was a new body, implanted with the memories and emotions of the dead Baron Orca. Such are the abilities of the Maruk tribe. But even so, his strength will not be enough to defeat Sanka, or even wound him. It wasn't difficult for Sanhu to defeat him again, especially with the use of the skill Odin's Wrath. Then it seemed to him that he had finished with Orca forever, even crushing his head. Sanhu realized that Amon was avoiding direct confrontation, He was changing the structure of the dungeon and reviving his subordinates to wear him down. While Sanhu was lost in thought, something from underground grabbed his body. It was Orki again, and this time he thought he could defeat Sanha. Even though the tentacles had wrapped around Sanhu's body, he was able to escape. And yet again he destroyed the monster without much effort. At this time, the monsters discussed how a mon could not stop a human, and even if they all united, nothing would change. As a result, everything that the Fatal Insectum did to defeat the Fatal Intiguasto will be in vain. Then they decided that if they couldn't defeat Sanhu, they would just have to seal him away. But for this, they will need an equivalent offering. Therefore, they decided to offer the treasure of the Maruk tribe and their souls to the Fatal Chaos. After some time, Sanhu reached Archduke Amon and killed him, thereby completing the quest and clearing the dungeon. After this, a reward for the quest, the lost weapon of the 7 demon kings, appeared. When Xiaoyan tried to touch the unknown object, he immediately paid for it. The reward was a mysterious sphere, but its rank and level remained unknown. It was the lost weapon of the Fatal Intiguasto, and when Sanhu grabbed it, he barely managed to hold on to it. To complete the formation of the sphere, you need to hold it in your hand until 100%, but if you let go, everything will reset. The longer you hold the sphere, the more intense the pain. But Sanhu had no choice, because he wanted to complete the process, even if it was painful as death. When Xiaoyan, who had lost consciousness from the brief touch, came to his senses, it seemed as if he had seen death itself. Sanhu realized that Xiaoyan was no longer of use and told him to find Taihan after leaving the dungeon. Sanhu still decided to spare Xiaoyan, despite the fact that he violated the rules of the association. However, he also told him not to show up in front of him again, otherwise the next meeting would be his last. Xiaoyan had sinned by breaking the rule, but after experiencing the horrors of the A-rank dungeon, Sanhu decided to let him live. Xiaoyan's gratitude knew no bounds, and he promised to tell everyone about Sanhu's generosity. After his departure, only the sphere and Sanhu remained, waging their own struggle. The completion process happened very slowly, as if it took forever. When the percentage exceeded 60, Sanhu thought that this was the limit of pain, but he did not give up. The pain was unbearable. And when the end came, the skill, Man Overcoming Difficulties, was activated. The force inside the sphere was monstrous, and Sanhu's arm was torn off. However, he held onto the sphere until the end, and completed the quest, the lost weapon of Doom Intiguasto, after which it became the Vessel of Life. Vessel of Life, or the skill, Immortality, allows Sanhu to heal even after death. Sanhu couldn't believe that he had actually received immortality. He considered this a great victory for his patience and the path he had traveled. At this time, the system warned that his power resistance had become much lower. Sanhu found himself in a nightmare full of human corpses. The worst thing was that Song-il was standing over them, and Sanhu didn't understand what had happened. Song-il's face and demeanor changed. When Sanhu asked, he replied that he was just having a little fun. Sanhu didn't recognize him, as if someone had replaced Song-il. Suddenly, Song-il pounced on him, and it was clear from his expression that he wanted to kill. Out of fear, Sanhu attacked first and cut him down without realizing it. The nightmare continued, and Sanhu found himself in the ordinary world, where the news said that Taihan had declared war on humanity. Sanhu did not understand anything. His consciousness was clouded. Then Taihan said that humanity in error is no better than cattle, and he declared war on it. He explained this by saying that those who climb to the top without knowing their place must be slaughtered. The association, on the contrary, was created to stop such people. But this is inherent in human nature and cannot be saved. However, Taihan assured him that there would be no war, and at that moment, Yun-hee came to them. However, Yun-hee also differed from her former self, and said that there would be no war because they actually just wanted to control the minds of all humanity. She also warned Sanka that it would be better for him not to try anything to do with her, since she had already prepared herself. Before coming to him, Yun-hee took control of his parents' minds, placing them in her web, and if she dies, they will die too. After passing the testing ground, Yun-hee began to commit evil, as if she had taken the place of the second sin. Jonathan and Joshua continued to fight each other for power. They became the 8th evil and the 8th virtue, killing all living things. After this, Sanhu fell into despair and destroyed himself and everything he had achieved through back-breaking labor. So his life changed dramatically, and trips to the dungeons were replaced by meals. Sanhu's weight has crossed the 300 kilograms mark, namely 320 kilograms. And all this just a few weeks after the completion of the training ground. The workers were also surprised at how he could eat enough food for 30 people at once. They refused to believe that Sanhu was an S-rank awakened being in the past, and this angered him. Without any hesitation, he grabbed the girl and began to strangle her, saying that he had finally caught him. However, this was all just a hallucination created by the influence of the orca's tentacles. After some time, Sanhu was able to regain consciousness and escape from the trap. When he got out, he didn't understand where he was, and the first person he saw in front of him was Orki. This made him even more angry, and now Sanhu wanted to finish him off once and for all. At that time, Sanhu did not know how long he was stuck there, and meanwhile, the return stone did not respond. And when he destroyed the walls, seawater flowed out of them. It was just him and the orcs here, trapped in a structure that sat on the edge of the deep secluded sea. Sanhu noted that Orca's actions had also changed compared to before. He was now a guard, preserving the tribe's secret. Suddenly, Sanhu began to eat the monster's tentacles, no matter how disgusted he was. Sanhu noted that, judging by various data, the system's power was somehow concentrated here, and there was definitely a way out of this place. He explained to the monster that he would find a way out of here, even at the cost of the memories of the entire Maruka tribe. After Sanhu killed him over 100 times, the monster gave in. Although it was an extremely simple solution, it turned out to be quite effective. The E-class dungeon was inhabited by the lower-class members of the Maruka tribe, who were created through division. And if the system opens the entrance to this dungeon, then Sanhu and the orcs will become open bosses. A long time had passed since they had been expecting the guests to arrive, and it was around then that Sanhu was about to break down the wall. However, Sanhu's plan worked, and people ended up in the dungeon. Orki wanted to mock them, but Sanhu warned him that if he died, the entrance to the dungeon would close, so it would be better to tie them up properly. Although the monster acted as if he didn't understand Sanka, in fact, he guessed everything. Among the people was also Sean Brown, who was at level 225, or gold level. He was surprised when he saw the man, but Sanhu nevertheless told him to explain the current situation in the world. According to Sean, the trial had reached Act 2, Scene 5. Originally, there were 3 chapters in one act, but then the course of events changed. Quite a while had passed since Sanhu was sealed in Act 2, Scene 2, but there was something that bothered him the most. Sean told him that when the guild leaders changed, many had to flee because they became obsessed with quests and just threw people into dungeons. He mentioned this woman and explained that she was just like him. She could control monsters like pets. Sean was surprised that Sanhu didn't know about her, but he understood everything when he said her name. Mari. At this time, Yunhee was subjugating monsters to kill other monsters. She couldn't complete the quest because the second act hadn't been completed yet, and that's how she learned of Sanhu's location. After that, Sanhu began searching for her, and while wandering around the world, he saw a crowd of undead. But they were just monsters, not related to the 7 demon kings. The place became more like the lands of the dead. This was the price for touching the things of the fatal Antiguasto. However, it was more important for Sanhu to find Yunhee, who was on quest at the time. Yunhee made a deal with the guildmaster of the final bastion, Sung Ju Huan. She told him that she had managed to complete over 200 quests, but the guild had only reached 80, so she said that if things continued like this, she would soon help him achieve more by making him her puppet. Ju Huan thought about acting first, but even thinking about it was dangerous, since people with psychic abilities could drive others crazy. However, at that very moment, someone broke through the wall in the building where the guild members were located, and that someone was none other than Sanhu, who came to ask them where Yunhee was. When the boys first met Yunhee, they thought she had crossed all boundaries of reason. But looking at Sanka, it became clear that there was someone with even greater power and strength. The information that Sanghu received from Ju Huan on his way to Yunhee matched what Sean had given him. In the 4th scene of the 2nd act, a lifeless space is created. And in the 5th chapter, the struggle between the living and the dead continues. The reason why the tasks aimed at vitality follow one after another is the following. In an effort to free Sanhu from the seal, the system accumulated enough energy that the number of unnecessary casualties increased, and Yunhee, who tried her best to save him, began to be treated as evil. Using the signal, Sanhu tried to tell Yunhee that he was back, and she didn't have to do this anymore. Luckily for him, she picked up the signal and heard his message. They managed to find each other and meet for the first time in a long time. However, Yunhee was a little different from her former self. She looked and spoke differently. She said she had been worried about him, but now everything was okay, and that made her happy. Sanhoo replied that it was all thanks to her, and the fact that the door to the area where he was sealed had opened here. He felt like something was pushing him away, but he didn't understand why. So he asked Yeon-hee why, when the Cormorant Core returned, she didn't use the return stone. In response, Yeon-hee asked if he still hadn't realized that it was better for him not to get involved with her. Now in this world, she is called the Witch Marie, an enemy of the people. And how can the one who will lead humanity be associated with a witch? He should think about what will happen if she stays with him, because then others will doubt his sincerity. But Sanhoo said that all her words were complete nonsense, because if she was a witch, then he was the most terrible villain imaginable. He wasn't lying when he said he had become the ruler of the world and had ruined many lives by playing with the global economy, a unifying authority, overwhelming the media, and silencing those who came close. It is hard to imagine how many people died as a result of his actions. However, Yeon-hee denied his words, claiming that it was something completely different. She insisted that Sanhoo had saved humanity, and he insisted that she had done it, which meant that she had saved the world. Yeon-hee continued to deny it, saying that she did everything only for him. Despite this, Sang-hoo convinced her that she was deeply mistaken in considering herself an enemy of the people. He said that he was only here because of her, and even if he weren't there, she would still be fighting for peace. So regardless of their initial goals, they both save humanity. Hugging her, Sanhoo said that everything they had done and would do in the future was something only they could do. Ever since he received the life vessel, the system started asking him for a target for the rescue vessel. It could be an object, an animal, a summon, and so on. Sanhoo had to be careful because he couldn't change his mind later, and he initially wanted to choose one of the Valkyries. However, he later realized that the Vessel of Life could be used against the 7 Demon Kings, as these entities could see even through the inventory. There is no point in wasting his life energy on what he has. He needs a safe place, and someone who will fight for him, even if the whole world turns its back. Someone who will protect the rescue ship like his own life. And in the entire universe, there is only one such person, Yeon-hee. After this, Sanhoo activated Odin's Wrath and erected Odin's ultimate battlefield. This was necessary so that no one else would see him and Yeon-hee tying the knot. He was in such a state that he didn't care, even if the fatal chaos began. He would cope. He was overcome with a strange feeling as he tried to keep distance between himself and Yeon-hee, but ended up being consumed by the feeling. He wondered how much Yeon-hee had suffered, wandering alone in search of him. Now he intends to do everything to protect her and prevent another separation. After the long-awaited meeting and the outburst of emotions, Sanhoo noted that the final act would most likely begin soon. If time has stopped in this dimension, it doesn't mean the army of the 7 Demon Kings is idle. They are probably looking for a way to them. During all this time, they had only 2 rituals. One from the Maruka tribe. The second one is from the Cormorant Core. So from now on, they need to be especially careful. Sanhoo noted that he had already seen a similar ritual in the homeland of Baklan. The system is not omnipotent and cannot hold space and time indefinitely. So Sanhoo suggested checking if this was true, but Yeon-hee didn't understand how exactly. Only one could help them. The orcs from the Maruka tribe. Yeon-hee was surprised that Sanhoo managed to tame him, because such monsters are not known for their intelligence. However, it amused her, because she had long wanted to meet these guys again. Getting into his head, she learned that he felt guilty towards his tribe. As Sanhoo already said, the Maruka tribe was planning a large-scale invasion. All this is clear evidence that space and time in their world will soon be disrupted. Therefore, Sanhoo turned to the system and ordered the door to his stage to be opened, since that was where his main power was. But even with all the concentration of power, he felt like a pawn on a chessboard. The system did not respond to his request, and this irritated him. Sanhoo couldn't even imagine what would happen in the next act, and whether Song Yi-lu and Tae-han would be able to survive. Time is running out, and the planned battles of the 3rd act have not yet begun. The system will surely do something. He always insisted that the system should not be given much importance. But looking at its actions, he could not restrain himself. At this time, Yeon-hee asked him if he had ever heard of the Elder. She saw this name in the memories of the Maruka tribe, but she could not directly convey the tribe's language. However, they most likely believe that the system is a person rather than a state, and consider it a defense mechanism created by the will of someone called the Elder. For Sanhoo, all this sounded incomprehensible, and at the same time, eerie. The being that rose up against the fatal chaos was a certain elder, and the entire universe is engulfed in a battle between the two monsters. Hearing this, Sanhu suggested to Yunhee that they keep this conversation between them, since if it were made public, the system fanatics might become even more angry. Moreover, it is unknown what the so-called elder is capable of. Therefore, Sanhu asked Yunhee to promise him that if a dangerous situation arose, she would stay away. Because if a demon-level enemy appeared, anyone would become an abuse for him. Meanwhile, Yunhee said that even if he begged her to fight by his side, she could no longer do so because she now had a reason to survive, no matter what. It's all because inside the absolute battlefield, Sang-hoo chose Yunhee as the rescue ship. Since he considered Yunhee to be the closest person to him after his parents, he used the rescue ship on her. And as long as Yunhee is alive, Sanhui will also be unable to die. A sort of dual immortality. While it may be less romantic than putting a ring on a finger, it's still more meaningful than anything else, as it's about people trusting each other with their lives. Either way, Yunhee said that they should avoid activating the rescue ship as long as possible. Sanhu agreed, and noted that to do this, they would need to level up by completing all the stage's tasks. At the same time, he decided to take Orky with him as a pet. On the one hand, Orky was happy, but on the other, he wasn't, and it was a strange feeling. As a result, their group consisted of 2 monsters and 1 human pair, a strange, previously unseen combination. However, there are still many difficulties ahead of them, which they will go through together. At the same time, Song-il was fighting off a crowd of undead that seemed endless. There were too many monsters, and it was difficult to fight them alone. However, he was paired with Priya Dutta, the commander of the Priya Corps. She had a similar ability to Yunhee, but less powerful. Sung-il noted that if Yunhee were here, she would have cleared the way in an instant. But since she was not there, all the responsibility fell on him. Anger filled Sung-il, and he killed the monsters one after another. When the attack stopped, Priya passed out while trying to locate one of the monsters. Sung-il decided that in this case, keeping her on the team was pointless and even dangerous. However, he could not even imagine the pain Priya was going through when looking into the mind of a zombie. This attitude from Sung-il angered her, and she asked what she had done wrong for him to treat her like that. Sung-il replied that it was obvious that she was too weak to participate in the fight. Priya said that she was already giving it her all, and if Odin were with them, he would treat her differently. After the mention of Sanhu's pseudonym, the situation became even more tense. Priya was sure that Sanhu had been dead for a long time, but she was the only one who thought so. This greatly angered Sung-il, but Tae-han was able to calm him down, reminding him that there was no time to waste. The necromancers were gaining strength. Priya wondered what would happen if Sanhu became a ghoul, and whether the association would be able to handle him then. However, she also planned to use Sanha if she succeeded in mind control. After the conflict, the group nevertheless went on to exterminate the undead. On the way, they came across Gunnarsson, but he was no longer awakened, but a zombie. Angela was with him and suffered the same fate. And the last of the trio was Mason, who also became a monster. At the same time, Sanhu and Young-hee were also exterminating the undead, and Sanhu raised his level to 551, 10 more to complete the quest. He noted that as soon as the necromancer dies, the ghouls become ordinary corpses. Even the ghoul whose mind was controlled by Yan-hee disappeared after the necromancer's death. Sanhu recognized him as the man who had been with Michael when they first met. He was a stalker, just like the casino chip. Yun-hee was surprised to hear this name and asked if Leon had not died then, would he have been able to live until now? Sanhu replied that it would be very hard for him because even those who became famous died senselessly here. And now even more are dying. Tae-han realized how dangerous the situation was. Their opponents were now awakened ghouls of at least diamond level. Song-il, seeing all this, could not contain his rage and was ready to rush into battle. The battlefield was strewn with corpses, all of which had previously been awakened. Song-il fought to the last and found himself under a pile of bodies. Seeing that there was no one around, he was surprised and did not want to believe that everyone except him had died. But he wasn't the only one who survived. Right below him was Ju Hong, who asked him to get off him. Song-il immediately helped him by saying that Ju Hong was a cool guy, not like he seemed when they first met. Ju Hong asked if such a battle meant the end of the final scene. Song-il replied that it would be cruel if the system forced him to experience something like that again. and told Ju-hoon to look for Taehan. At that moment, Lure appeared to them and was pleasantly surprised, saying that there were more survivors than he expected. He also noted that with such determination, they should enter the next scene, after which the training ground will end and all the survivors will return home. At the same time, Luar told them, or rather boasted, that he had been promoted to the title of Director of the Final Scene, in which all the awakened from all the camps would gather together. This couldn't help but make Song-il happy, because then he would most likely meet Yeon-hee. A total of 8 camps were created at the site. Revolution 12, Association of the Awakened, Tomorrow, Revolution 30, Tomorrow 19, Jonathan Investment Finance Group, as well as Revolution 28 and Revolution 42. Yeon-hee noted that the Awakened Association and Jonathan's group were still here, but Sang-hoo said that didn't mean Joshua and Jonathan had survived. As a result, only 490,990 people remained alive by the final scene, while 4.5 million were selected at the beginning, a survival rate of about 1%. Because the average level of the Awakened was higher, the battle against the undead in the second act was more brutal. So Sang-hoo said it would be better to just hope that Jonathan and Joshua were alive. At this time, Taehan was lost in his thoughts. He noted that all the camps from the previous unification originated from Sang-hoo. However, without Sang-hoo himself, they are only people with a common origin, and the struggle between bloodlines will be more brutal. Taehan is familiar with this, as he had experience in the past in a power struggle against his own sister. Therefore, he had a premonition that before the battle with the armies of monsters, a brutal civil war would begin. At that moment, Song-il came to him and told him that he had done everything as he asked, but Priya seemed to be trying to destroy everything from the inside. He is sure that she is the one spreading the terrible rumors about the death of Odin, and if he catches her doing this, he will be ready to kill her. Taehan asked Sung-il to calm down, as this had happened before, but Sung-il noted that it irritated him. Taehan said that he also believes in Sang-hoo's return, but despite this, they still lack preparation, so there is no need to waste time on anger. Sung-il became even more angry, because the rumors that Priya was spreading irritated him to the point of utter annoyance. And she also considered herself superior to everyone else, which infuriated him even more. So he was sure that as soon as Yeon-hee returned, it would be the end for Priya and her comrades. Taehan sent Priya herself to meet and talk with Jonathan's group, but asked her not to use her skills against them. Along with her was her deputy, Rahul, who was reminded of the old days by everything around him. Rahul was a former high-ranking government official and considered Jonathan's group immoral and greedy. He said he gritted his teeth when he thought about the land they had seized, calling it the International Environmental Fund. Priya asked if it was thanks to them that they were able to endure the day of the beginning, but Rahul insisted that they acted solely in their own interests. And now, more than 35% of the entire territory of the Earth is under their control. Therefore, if he really meets Jonathan, he will be ready to kill him, because everything that happens on the training ground stays on the training ground. But suddenly, Priya asked him to shut up, as she felt some incredible power. At the same time, Sang-hoo, Yeon-hee, and Orki were walking towards them. When Priya spotted a member of the Maruka tribe, she was simply shocked and couldn't believe her eyes. But besides Orka, she was also frightened by Yeon-hee, who was holding a monster in her hands. At the same time, neither Priya nor Rahul had any idea who they had met. The girl thought she had developed her skills enough to try to subdue Sang-hoo, but she couldn't even resist Yeon-hee's power. Priya was confused. She didn't understand how she ended up in this situation because she felt like she was watching them from a bird's-eye view. Her gaze towards Yeon-hee was quite provocative, and Yeon-hee herself realized this and was not happy with this attitude. Sang-hoo noted that he seemed to have met her before. Most likely they were from the same camp. Meanwhile, Priya's consciousness began to change, as if someone had entered her mind. It was only after some time that Priya realized that Yeon-hee had actually taken control of her mind and awakened her memories. So Yeon-hee managed to find out about Taehan and that he was the leader of the guild. Yeon-hee noted that she didn't recognize him at first, but upon closer inspection, she realized who it was. Meanwhile, Sang-hoo was convinced that Song-il was fine and that he had worried for nothing. Yeon-hee asked what they should do with Priya, since it seemed like she was planning something bad. Yeon-hee also forced Priya to tell everything she had planned and confess to it. Priya tried to resist Yeon-hee's pressure because she didn't want to admit anything. However, Yeon-hee decided not to hesitate and immediately put an end to Priya's life so that she would not cause problems in the future. But Yeon-hee didn't quite kill her. she destroyed her mind, effectively rendering her incapable of life. Sanhu even thought that Priya might be the second evil, since she had the power of the mind, despite Yeonhee already having received the Aegis sight. At that moment, Yeonhee felt as if someone was approaching them, and quite capable. This someone was none other than the fifth evil of the past. The girl's name was Olivia, but she became better known by the name of her summoning creature, Gina. Sanhu asked which camp she was from, and Olivia replied that she was from Jonathan's camp. Hearing this, Sanhu became a little tense and asked where Jonathan himself was. He began to think that he could have died at the hands of the fifth evil. However, Olivia replied that he was waiting for him at his place, while calling Sanka the new master. While other camps were developing cities and looking modern, Jonathan acquired a huge castle. Sitting on the throne, Jonathan truly looked like a true king. He was the guild master and had risen to level 482. However, the time spent at the training ground did not change him in any way. Jonathan remained just as kind and joyful, and was glad to meet Sanha again. At the same time, he suggested that the guys celebrate their meeting by drinking to it. But this wasn't just any drink. It was $30,000 a bottle whiskey. And now Sanhu understood why Jonathan kept it. In Sanhu's case, he kept his father's bank account as a talisman. And for Jonathan, that talisman was expensive whiskey. Now Jonathan looked like a man who ruled the world like an emperor, and he desperately wanted to spend time with his old friend. As a result, the day turned out to be quite eventful, and just one bottle made them all turn red. Alcohol had its own effect on Sanha and Yeonhee, and the secret of their relationship was no longer a secret. Jonathan was surprised to see them together, but deep down, he knew it was bound to happen someday. At that moment, Olivia approached Jonathan and said that she had urgent news that he needed to hear. This angered Jonathan to some extent, because he had hoped that today he would finally be able to rest a little. Olivia told him that some troops had gathered around their camp and seemed eager for a fight. Jonathan noted that this was not surprising, since many people thought that their camp was the easiest to defeat. And in the meantime, he asked Sanhu what he thought about this. Sanhu said that since Olivia was now under his control, he would ask her to do something. All Olivia had to do was make the rest of the squads remember what happens when you try to fight someone who is many times stronger than you. To do this, she needed to gather the leaders of all the camps under the name One. When Olivia first heard the name Odin, she thought it was Joshua. However, Joshua was Jonathan's rival, both here and out there, as they fought for dominance. Shortly before she met Sanha, Jonathan told her that when he came, they should be ready to receive him. Then he said that One was her master, and at that moment she realized that Joshua was not One. When she first spoke to Sanhu, she felt an incredible pressure. It seemed to her that he looked down on everyone. She wondered if his army would be able to obey him without hesitation. The first thing she did was head to the Awakened Association, which, judging by its name, could interact with Revolution and Tomorrow. This camp had the most troops of all the others. Olivia also noted that they resembled ghouls suffering from Barba disease. However, right now she needed to focus on talking to their leader. Entering his chambers, she was the first to say that Jonathan was alive. And at that moment, the pressure in the air changed. She didn't understand where this pressure was coming from or what exactly was happening to her. Joshua told him to tell Jonathan that he was not going to kill him, and as long as he protected him, he had nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, Olivia asked if he was really that Joshua. He took her words as disrespect and used force. Without even touching her, Joshua caused significant damage, causing some of her artifacts to be destroyed. The genie tried to attack to protect his owner, but Joshua dispelled Jin's spirit with one glance, and he disappeared. Joshua said that it seemed Jonathan had not taught his subordinates good manners, so he would do it himself. However, Olivia begged him to stop, as she had an important message related to Odin. Then he let her go, and she reported that Sanhu had ordered everyone to gather. Upon hearing the name One, Joshua was extremely surprised and even delighted. Olivia was shocked. The creature that looked like the god of death was crying at that moment. Meanwhile, it dawned on Sung-il and Tae-han that Priya had lost her mind during her mission. Rahul told them that it was an Asian man and woman who did it, and he didn't even understand what happened. At that moment, one of the camp's fighters burst in with the news that all the camps were moving straight towards them. Seeing the number of people gathered, Sung-il was very surprised. Jonathan stated that he, his soldiers, and 6 other camps were under the command of one man. Therefore, everyone must follow Odin's order and gather at the central stage. When Sung-il and Tae-han saw Sanha, they were overjoyed and glad that he survived. Sung-il was even moved to tears because he had believed in Sanhwa all this time. Then a meeting of the leaders of all the camps of the awakened began. The first was the camp Revolution 12. Its master was Taehan. The second is the Association of the Awakened, under the leadership of Osiris, aka Joshua. Third place went to the Tomorrow 21 camp, run by Ian Jones. The fourth is Revolution 30. Its master was William Spencer. The fifth camp, Tomorrow 19, was run by Deborah Bellucci. The sixth was Jonathan Investment Finance Group. Its master was Jonathan. The seventh was the Revolution 28 camp, where the master was Song Il, who replaced Ju Huan due to his low level. The eighth camp is Revolution 42. Its master was Zhang Wulong. Initially, Yan from the third camp and Deborah from the fifth did not belong to the Revolution or Tomorrow, and Aoki, the founder of Tomorrow, disappeared without a trace. However, the most shocking thing was that they were unable to find the fourth benefactor, Michael. Sanhwa was surprised when Joshua asked to be called Osiris. The reason for abandoning his previous name was probably that his face was disfigured. This happened in the second act, first scene, when his body underwent significant changes in order to survive. He thought he could no longer look decent in the eyes of the masses. But now, his appearance inspired fear. The same as after the quest that reduced the guild's membership by a third. Sanhwa warned everyone that the final scene was coming up very soon, and he doubted anyone would back down after going this far. He noted that upon their return, they would be able to use the powers of the awakened, but they should not forget that the world was under military control. Therefore, most likely, upon their return, they will not be met with glory, but with control and oppression by the military. Jonathan admitted that this was true. However, if they wished, Sanhwa could provide them with safety and freedom. After all, Sanhwa is the true owner of the world, and when they return, they will be able to see this for themselves. The others didn't understand what Jonathan was talking about. Only one thing was clear. The richest man in the world was bowing his head to someone even more powerful. And since Jonathan was annually recognized as one of the richest men in the world, possessing excessive power, if anyone decided to go against him in the new world, they would have to risk the destruction of 2 or 3 nations. He also said that his master and the center of world order was none other than Sanhwa. Meanwhile, Sanhwa wanted to explain something to everyone, saying that the Awakened Association was an organization created with life after the training grounds in mind. Therefore, those who offer their loyalty to the association will be able to enjoy privileges in its name. Despite this, they all must remember one thing. Sanhwa reminded them that they must understand who allows them to live in this world. In the previous story, Sanhwa didn't even make it to this point. As soon as it became clear that the war was lost, the system sent them home. Humanity was then considered an inferior race in this war, and if things continued, they would become living soldiers of the Barbacore or the Count clan. But this time, everything will be different, and it will be humanity that will emerge victorious from this terrible war. Sung-il wanted to share the news of how amazing Sanhwa really was with Ja-sung, still thinking of him as a child, even though he was well into his 30s. At this time, Sanhwa approached Orca to find out the current situation. Orca said that Cormorant's army would take part in the final scene, but this didn't alarm Sanka too much. However, Orca then continued listing his enemies, which included the Graf clan, the Declan army, and even Kuspus. The armies of the 7 demon kings represented different civilizations, and the only thing they had in common was the worship of the fatal chaos. They had never fought together before, but then Orca mentioned another name Sanhwa hadn't heard before. Lunia. Orca reported that Lunia worships the doomed desire. This was the final piece of the 7 demon kings puzzle. For although Sanhwa knew of the doomed desire, he had no quests related to it. He only knew that Lunia, like everyone else, worshipped the fatal chaos, the ruler of everything and everyone. The fatal Arcuda and the army of Cormorant symbolized primordial power. The fatal Intiguasto, along with the Barbacore, had power over death, spreading disease. The fatal Insectum controlled insects such as the Maruka clan, who possessed explosive reproduction by learning through reincarnation, and the Graf clan, who released poison. Besides them, there was Doom Mon, who commanded the army of Cuspis, which fought solely by numbers. The fatal Kaso symbolized the unceasing fighting spirit and led Declan's army. The final element was the fatal Desir and the unknown Lunea. Sanhwa wondered what special trait Lunea might have, and he could find out more if he knew the power of the fatal desire. However, this was all that Orca managed to find out. He could not say more. So Sanhwa decided to call the guide to find out about it from him. but for some reason, he refused to appear from the beginning of the final scene. But now he showed up as if nothing had happened, said that they would have met soon anyway, and introduced himself as Lumar. Looking at Sanha, Lumar realized that he was eager to challenge him and asked him not to do so, even though he had reached the final stage. It is not right that the one who should protect him should try to kill him. Then Sanhu asked if this was a new quest to protect them. Lumar was in no hurry to answer, and only said that the decision of whether to tell or not was a mystery, and even the researcher skill would not help him find out. So Lumar suggested starting with establishing mutual trust, and Sanhu agreed to discuss it. Lumar explained that the role of the guides was very important during the training ground, which is why the system gave them a lot of power. Moreover, a competition was held among the guides, of whom there were about 450,000, and Lumar won it. So he invited Sanhu to join his side. He explained that it was he who would send them home, and no one else, and therefore he wanted them to protect him at any cost. Sanhu decided to play along with him to see how long Lumar would consider them just a resource, and replied that he was ready to build mutual trust with him. The first thing Sanhu asked was if Lumar knew anything about the Lunia race. He replied that they were once called that, just as humans are now called. After this, Lumar became curious about where Sanhu heard this name from. If the guides are indeed a Lunian race, then the fatal desire may be a type of intelligence. But even without Sanhu's answer, Lumar realized that Orca had told him about this. Sanhu said he had heard that the creatures that had once been his race were coming, and asked if killing them would affect the trust he and Lumar had for each other. Lumar replied that there was no problem with that, since the Lunia race was no longer his race. Sanhu noted that, apparently, Lumar had parted ways with them a long time ago, but he still intended to kill them all, regardless of their answer. At this point, Lumar abruptly changed the subject and said that he was more worried about the fatal desire than about Lunia. He warned Sanka to be careful if he encountered the incarnation of the fatal desire, as it was capable of sending him into the past, where everything would end with the death of the main tester. After this, Sanhu's consciousness began to change, as if he saw a hallucination and some kind of message. Sanhu moved to another world, where everything was different, and here he was already known by the nickname Money and not One. He got this nickname right after he said he didn't like it. However, he couldn't do anything about it, so he just endured it in silence. He earned the nickname Money because he was financially secure in the ordinary world, and often talked about buying and selling on the range. However, no one understood the point of trade in this world, because it was enough to take everything by force, so Sanhu was considered a funny guy. Having come to his senses a little, Sanhu remembered the system window, namely, that the fatal desire could cause hallucinations that had not existed before. But Sanhu's consciousness was clouded, and he wasn't sure if he had heard that name before. In this hallucinatory world, Sanhu was of the pursuer class. He also had with him his talisman, his father's bank account, which he had kept since ancient times. Its commander was Gi Nam, a B rank who was killed by Sanhu in the previous world. But in this one, he seems to have survived. Sanhu felt an incredible amount of pressure, even without using his stalking skills. Gi Nam's condition left much to be desired, and for this reason, he called Sanhu, giving him the order to do everything possible so that he could avoid the tentacles that suddenly appeared in the Maruka dungeon. It was easy to say, but difficult to do, as the Maruka swamp resembled a monster, and it was difficult to tell which was which. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of him, which said that the end would come in death, and mentioned the name Chao Linger. However, Sanhu did not understand the reason for these hallucinations, because he was only a low-ranking awakened one, and yet, he answered Gi Nam that he would try his best. After this, the squad went to the Maruka dungeon. They then noticed that the dungeon began to change its structure, and Sanhu suddenly ordered everyone to stop, stating that he felt something strange. However, the others did not take his words seriously, claiming that there was nothing here, and then something began to appear from the dungeon. This something turned out to be a monster, which instantly chopped off the head of one of the squad members. Gi Nam ordered everyone to retreat, as the monster Noble Maruka was in front of them, but it was already too late, and the monster easily destroyed most of the squad in an instant. Meanwhile, Sanhu saw a system window with a notification that someone could send him into the past, which would end in his death. In this horrific scene, where the bodies of his comrades were torn to shreds, Sanhu was able to read the system's message. Sanhu's memory returned, and thanks to a monster from the Maruka tribe, he remembered everything. After which, he activated Odin's ultimate battlefield and with it, the quest, Attack, Fatal Desire, was created. At the same time, the situation at Osiris's camp at the Anti-Barba Corporation outpost was also dire. Sung-il asked if Sanhu's condition had changed, since it had already been a week since he had created Odin's ultimate battlefield. Ja-sung replied that they could only wait because they had no other choice. At the same time, he finished healing Sung-il's arm after he fought the monster invasion. Sung-il noted that Yeon-hee was probably worried too, since the barrier was different from the seal. Before the monsters descended upon them, Sanhu ordered Sung-il to protect the first volume of the Book of Death at all costs. Then Sung-il became wary. Did Sanhu really want him to leave with Osiris instead of helping Yeon-hee? Sanhu replied that he was not yet at the level to help her, and that it would be better to take care of Osiris. Sung-il felt something strange about him. He couldn't even tell if he was a man or a monster at that moment. He noted that, looking at the army of Osiris, he saw in it an army of demons. And if Osiris was planning betrayal, then his goal was the Book of the Dead. By using the Explorer skill, Sanhu was able to locate the 7 gates from which the monsters would emerge, and from the first gate, an army of cormorants was approaching, led by the priest of the Doom Arcuda, Su-A. The Barba Corps emerged from the second gate, led by the owner of the Book of Death, Shaimar. And at this time, the army of Declan burst out of the 5th gate, the supreme commander of which was the priest of the Fatal Kaso, Chao Buru. Sanhu left Yeon-hee at the 1st gate, Joshua at the 2nd, and he himself fought the monsters from the 5th. During the battle, Sanhu suddenly found himself trapped in memories of his past. It was a past that could only end in death, and it was not a mistake, because back then he was a low-ranking awakened, but now everything is different. Now he is no longer some fragile boy, but a high-level awakened one. He realized that if Doom Arcuda had managed to gain perfect control over his mind and body, then he must be hiding somewhere nearby. Sanhu used Odin's absolute battlefield to ensure no one could escape, and it was only a matter of time before Doom Arcuda was found. At the same time, truly horrific events were taking place at the training ground. The third evil conducted horrific experiments, attempting to transfer skills and quests from one person to another by replacing organs and limbs. But nothing worked, because after the death of the Awakened One, his skills returned to the system for redistribution. Suddenly, someone attacked them and in an instant chopped off the head of the 4th evil. It was Sanhu who asked them if they were still doing this. Along with the 3rd evil, there was also the 1st evil, Bobby. The 3rd one immediately recognized Sanka by his nickname, Money, and although his face should have expressed bewilderment, he looks different. For Sanhu, this meant nothing, and the death of the 3rd and 4th evils was no different for him. In the past, Sanhu was known by the nickname Money and was considered an E-rank awakened, but now he was completely different. He attacked Bobby and cut off his arm just before he tried to teleport. Bobby thought he could escape to a safe place to get his arm back, but Sanhu got him there too. The pain from the multiple hits was unbearable, and his man overcoming difficulties skill activated. The 1st evil could do nothing against Sank. The difference in their strength felt like heaven and earth. Sanhu confessed to Bobby that he always wanted to see that fear in his eyes before he killed him. After this, the lives of the 1st, 3rd, and 4th evils were cut short. Sanhu was filled with anger, and he was eagerly awaiting what else the Fatal Desire had in store for him. Anger filled him, and all he wanted was to meet him. The final scene was the opposite of the 2nd act. The Awakened defended the Pillars of Light, while their enemies tried to kill them from the 1st floor. There were countless numbers of monsters, and some of them spread the plague. Joshua, who was in charge of this zone, ordered them to fight at all costs, because the longer they delayed, the stronger the enemies became, so they needed to be dealt with as quickly as possible. Sung-il understood that in this case, all they could do was be prepared. The guy who came to inform him of Joshua's order was unhappy that Sung-il followed the order, since only he could stop him. He hinted that they didn't have to do all that, just wait it out, which angered Sung-il, as everyone wanted to shift the burden of the battle onto Sanha. Suddenly, the boy's body changed, and blood began to flow from his eyes and mouth. It was none other than Joshua, and he asked Sung-il if he was having any problems. Sung-il replied that everything was fine, and apologized for not being able to manage the common soldiers. Suddenly, he heard a strange voice coming from outside, and wondered if it was Sanhu. However, the pressure of this voice only increased, becoming more and more terrifying. The reason for this pressure was the sudden appearance of the fatal desire at the training ground. At the same time, strange things were happening on the Sanhu battlefield, as if someone was trying to break out. Song-il couldn't allow Sanhu to sit in a safe place while he was fighting the demons, so together with Joshua, they rushed into battle with the monsters, trying to get through to Sunk. The monsters died in droves, and suddenly, an inexplicable rage flared up within each awakened one. Song-il fought so desperately that he didn't notice how he became infected with the Barba plague. Suddenly, someone healed him, but Song-il's vision was blurred, making it difficult for him to see his surroundings. The one who healed him turned out to be Ja Song, who cast the Wind Warrior's blessing on him and gave him physical and magical protection. He helped him, despite the fact that he himself needed healing. His body was rotting due to the plague. From the very beginning, Ja Sung was different from the others. While the others were hiding, he helped Song-il and Sanhu with all his might. Ja Sung was grateful to Song-il for never giving up, even when he lost his limbs. He felt sorry that he wouldn't be able to see the world of the awakened that Song-il had told him about. Finally, Ja Sung uttered the names of his parents, after which his body disappeared, leaving behind the wind protection ring. Anger filled Song-il, and now he wanted to avenge not only Sanha, but also Ja Song. Sanhu asked Song-il to protect the Book of the Dead, but he was unable to do so. The rage that filled Song-il became fuel for the book's power, which grew with each blow he struck. However, there were too many monsters, and it was impossible to deal with them alone. Moreover, the plague was spreading too quickly, and Song-il was gradually losing control of his body and mind. He didn't even have the strength to run, but, breaking his neck, he reached the swamps of the Maruka tribe. Song-il found himself in a terrible situation. In front of him were the monsters of the Maruka tribe, and behind him was the Barba. Such a situation almost always ends in death, because even hope does not help here. However, Song-il was still helped by hope. Barb's monsters were suddenly destroyed by Orca's tentacles. Song-il was relieved to see him and was glad that Orki was on their side. The orc suddenly grabbed Song-il with its tentacles, and he thought that they wanted to kill him. But thanks to this, he was cured of the plague. Song-il didn't understand what was going on, so Orki decided to show him everything to make it easier to explain. Orki escorted him to the battlefield of Sanhu, where a small crack appeared, allowing him to see what was happening inside. However, what he saw only horrified Song-il. He saw Sanhu's mutilated body. At that moment, Sanhu was in an incomprehensible state, as if his soul had entered a realm of darkness. The system informed him about the completion of the quest and the killing of the fatal desire, as well as the completion of the quests Birth of the Fatal Man, Parts 1 and 2. Killing Doom Desir completed the quest chain, and all related quests were automatically completed. In the impenetrable darkness, Sanhu's soul saw the fatal chaos. Unlike that meeting before the ceiling, everything felt different now. Even though Sanhu should have been inside the rescue ship, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was trapped. In addition to the pressure, he felt an inexplicable fear, as if someone was manipulating his consciousness. Sanhu felt as if something like will, intention, or thought was being transmitted through the gaze of chaos, telling about a system called the Elder. The Elder was a being that opposed the Doom Chaos by moving between dimensions, and eventually, the Chaos targeted the dimension where he was located. In this universal war between two entities beyond comprehension, the sides of good and evil did not matter. Even if one was declared evil and the other good, it did not play any role. For Sanhu, the most important thing was the life of his family and the safety of the human race. He intends to protect them at any cost, and it doesn't matter to him who becomes his ally, the Elder or the Fatal Chaos. Therefore, he wanted to make a deal with Fatal Chaos, offering to become his loyal subordinate in exchange for a guarantee of humanity's safety. He was ready to give him all his power, life, and even soul. After that, a system window appeared, notifying Sanka that the Fatal Desire had inherited his position, and the Fatal Kaso was afraid of him. Sanhu realized that they would communicate with him through the system window, and that he was above Fatal Kaso. Though a long one, it was a good start. Nevertheless, there were 29 days left until his rebirth. Meanwhile, Yeonhee continued to fight the monsters, and Sanhu's gaze was fixed on her. Sanhu tried to talk to her somehow, but it didn't bring any results. However, Sanhu did not understand why, after he joined the Fatal Chaos, the attacks of the 7 Demon Kings did not stop. At this time, Yeonhee felt as if someone was plotting something against her, and that someone was the soldiers from her unit. Even though they said they had no such plans, Yun-hee decided to check it out for herself. After entering the mind of one of the soldiers, she learned that they were trying to complete the quest Assassination, and that their target was her. The reward for the murder was 50 boxes of Test, Accelerated Growth, as well as secret quests, which is how Yun-hee learned that San-hoo had joined Chaos and was now in her body. After that, Yun-hee ordered the entire squad to collect the location pointers they received from the quest. Perhaps she would be able to get hold of most of them. However, the soldiers did not follow her order, discussing the rewards they could theoretically obtain. They were also curious about how Yun-hee became the system's target. Perhaps she is the revival of the dark side of the system. The guys even suggested that perhaps this was an attempt to create an internal conflict between them. However, they were much more interested in the awards than anything else. When the awakened mind goes mad, it enters a state of rage and is no longer able to distinguish between enemy and friend, becoming especially dangerous. Therefore, the ill-wishers wanted to try to drive Yun-hee's mind crazy in order to kill her after that. As a result, those who didn't know that Yun-hee had an outstanding level of empathy continued to make plans in their heads, and then those who communicated through writing began to appear. They further aroused Yun-hee's rage and brought her to a dangerous state. Yun-hee was in a state where she was irritated by everything around her and was filled with anger inside. Seeing Yun-hee trying to stop this from happening, San-hoo realized that she had experienced this kind of violent feeling before. That's why she avoided San-hoo. And at the same time, San-hoo's heart found it hard to bear the pain that Yun-hee felt. Eventually, Yun-hee's anger got the better of her, and she could no longer control it. She suddenly attacked the members of her squad and caused a pogrom. The unifications in the final scene of the first act confirmed that she was furious. Those who were Yun-hee's closest allies from the first act were lost in the second scene. After this, Yun-hee went missing and was seen active again in the second half of the final scene, which is when her codename, Madi, was revealed. The letters Yun-hee picked up detailed a strategy for defeating her and what needed to be done to do so, something only someone who knew her well could do. The only one who could do something like that to her was Ju Hwan, so he became her next target. However, Yun-hee remained somewhat calm and did not kill him right away. If anyone heard about Yun-hee's intentions, their hearts would most likely explode in shock. Meanwhile, Yun-hee decided to use her mind control skills to kill Ju Hwan with someone else's hands. He tried to escape, but it was too late, because right in front of him were the allies of his army. Yun-hee was in a dangerous state of rage, and even Joshua couldn't stop her. As a result, Yun-hee settled down far from the battlefield, in a crevice inside the stone mountains, where she planned to kill anyone who used the location marker to get close to her. However, after being on high alert for many days, Yun-hee fell asleep without noticing. However, Kuspus, who was next to her, sensed the approaching danger and woke her up. In the distance, she saw someone approaching them, and he looked quite angry. Taking a closer look, she realized that this someone was Song-il, whose condition left much to be desired. Song-il managed to break through the Cormorant army to find Yun-hee. He took the shortest route, but still almost died several times. When he came to Yun-hee, he gave her his armor, saying that San-hoo left it for him. Meanwhile, she asked, what about the skeleton dragon? Song-il asked her if it was really that important now that San-hoo was dead and they needed to come up with a new plan of action. He gave her the location marker along with the armor, but Yun-hee said that he shouldn't be there since he saw San-hoo's death. Yun-hee explained to him that he would have a chance to defeat her if he joined Joshua. But Song-il didn't understand what she was talking about and asked her if she didn't recognize him. Yun-hee told him that one day they would all turn against her. It was only a matter of time. Song-il didn't understand what happened to Yun-hee and why she was saying that, which only made him have more questions. He asked her to stop talking this nonsense and go with him to the Orca territory, where he would show her everything. Sung-il noted that Orki, although a monster, was good and would be better than most people. And Yun-hee replied that she knew this, and that he was as good as the cuspis she held in her hand. Meanwhile, Yun-hee asked him if he understood what would happen if he went with her, but Song-il replied that he didn't care, because as long as San-hoo wasn't around, he would protect her. However, he would like to ask her for one small favor. Song-il asked her to take care of Ja-sung's parents if he couldn't return. Yun-hee was confused, because he had previously said that he had a son, but now he was asking her to take care of Ja-sung's parents. Song-il replied that it was true, but he couldn't ask her to take care of everyone he cared about. but he would be very grateful to her. Sung-il's condition was not good, and noticing this, Yeon-hee healed him using the skill Mari's Touch, which no longer caused harm to her after being promoted to A rank. Sung-il was surprised, and Yeon-hee asked if he had forgotten that she was a healer, and asked him not only to protect her, but also not to hide anything from her. This brought Sung-il back to life and returned him to his normal state. Meanwhile, Joshua and his squad were watching them all this time. Joshua said that he would buy them some time since the armies were out of the demon's control. Yeon-hee didn't quite understand what he was talking about, but Joshua added that this was his last duty to San-hoo. He also noted that he would follow her anywhere and protect her until the end, because it seemed that San-hoo truly loved her. Yeon-hee was surprised that Joshua even knew the meaning of such words. However, her face immediately changed, and she explained that it was not they who were holding her life in their hands, but that everything was just the opposite. Joshua tried to calm her down, because no one needed such aggression right now. Yeon-hee noted that Joshua was a good guy, and told him that San-hoo was actually alive. She said that he still needed time to be resurrected. Joshua denied it, as he had seen his corpse himself. But Yeon-hee replied that she understood how hard it was to believe, but it was true. On the way to Orca's territory, she was guarded by Sung-il and Joshua. Thanks to them, Yeon-hee no longer looked like a fugitive or an outcast, but like a conqueror. The orcs settled in the central region and acquired a considerable territory called the Orc Swamp. He looked like a true king and became so powerful that he could rival Archduke Ammon, his mother's essence. Sung-il noted that Orki had changed slightly since their last meeting, and asked Yeon-hee if everyone on their side had to be so strange. At the same time, he asked her for proof that San-hoo was indeed alive. Yeon-hee admitted that if she could have done that, the situation would have been completely different. It wasn't a skill or a seal, so she suggested considering it a special privilege. There were only 15 days left before San-hoo's resurrection, and at the same time, various squads were trying to break into Orca territory. The posts that were left with the intent to kill Yeon-hee were passed on to Jonathan. Besides Jonathan, Taehan also fought, and meanwhile, there were only 8 days left until San-hoo's resurrection. Yeon-hee's group fought daily, filled with rage at anyone who brazenly intruded on them, and this anger was so strong that Sang-hoo wondered if she would accidentally crash the rescue ship. A few days later, news broke that Taehan had gone missing after being attacked by his subordinates, and in the meantime, Ji-ae and Ji-hoon arrived to help Yeon-hee. The days leading up to San-hoo's resurrection flew by, and finally, the long-awaited day arrived. A month after his death, San-hoo was reborn as the Fatal Man, and his first order from Chaos was to ensure the safety of the human army, and also preventing the existence of the Elder's followers. If successful, the attack on the Earth will be cancelled. If unsuccessful, people will be sacrificed to the fatal Chaos. Chaos also ordered him to find an army in another dimension, raise it anew, and eliminate Lumar to prevent the return of the Elder's power. If successful, the Elder will abandon this planet and flee to another dimension, and San-hoo will gain power over the gate creatures. But if unsuccessful, humanity will fall into the hands of the Elder. After this, San-hoo had a choice: to resurrect either at the point of his death, near the rescue ship, or at the system's recommended point. Without hesitation, San-hoo chose the second place, the place next to the rescue ship. As soon as he returned to the world, all awakened ones received a system window with a notification that the Fatal Man had entered the world. The pressure at the moment San-hoo appeared was incredible, as if a high-level boss had appeared. Upon seeing San-hoo, everyone immediately began to worship him as a deity. Sung-il was a little scared, wondering if San-hoo would no longer be the same. But this remained only a fear. Meanwhile, San-hoo thanked him for helping Yeon-hee, and Sung-il asked if he would grow horns or something now. San-hoo jokingly replied that anything was possible, which slightly alarmed Sung-il. Yeon-hee was still scared, because the voices of the people worshipping San-hoo seemed to drive her crazy. And yet she also bowed to him, saying that she was glad of his return. San-hoo's return evoked different feelings in everyone. Some began to fear him, while others, on the contrary, began to idolize him. At the same time, Lumar was shaking with fear, saying how much he hated Sanka, who had destroyed everything that the Elder had created over the centuries. He was filled with both rage and fear at the same time, and he didn't know what to do now. Meanwhile, Ian, also known by the codename Hephaestus, received the quest, One Heart with the Leadership, the goal of which was to save Lumar from the Fatal Man. He was confused, even though the rewards for completing it promised to be considerable. The quest was no less difficult than the task of killing Yun He. Moreover, he had to protect Lumar not from just anyone, but from a real demon. So Jan decided to cheat a little and told Lumar to give him a reward first, and only then would he do everything to protect him. Lumar was surprised to hear such words from someone who had managed to reach the final scene. He explained to Ian that he had to prove himself before he could gain great power. This was the absolute rule of the system. However, Yan couldn't cancel the quest either, because missing such an opportunity at such a late stage would have been foolish. And Lumar understood this perfectly well. This made Jan think about his life at the training ground, and whether he was always in danger. For him, death seemed to always be around the corner, but every time he faced something dangerous, he overcame it and became stronger. So he decided to take on the quest, and once he entered Odin's ultimate battlefield, he was very surprised to find out who it belonged to. At the same time, he could not leave this zone, but what struck him most was that this battlefield belonged to the Fatal Man. Lumar told him that Odin was the former name of the Fatal Man, and that he would have told him about it earlier if he had asked. Jan was shocked by such a setup from the guide, and Lumar himself pointed out that it was stupid, because if he refused the quest now, would it change anything? Since Sanhu was already very angry with him. Lumar suggested looking at the huge flow of power and noted that it belonged to Sank. According to Lumar, if the system's will had been carried out smoothly, neither the death of the Fatal Desire nor the birth of the Fatal Man would have occurred. Humanity itself destroyed the great picture painted by the system. Meanwhile, the rest of the awakened ones bowed their heads before Sanhu and waited for further instructions from him. Sanhu demanded from them trust and strict execution of his orders, and therefore wanted them to prove their loyalty. Meanwhile, Sanhu's army was destroying everyone who opposed him, and at that moment, Yan realized that his situation had become even worse. The other members of his squad were also confused and wanted to betray their leader to join Sanhu. This caused a real conflict between the awakened of the same squad. Some chose Yan's side, while others wanted to stand under the banner of Sanhu. Meanwhile, Lumar tried to escape from the battlefield by sacrificing Jan, but he was unable to leave it. Suddenly, Sanhu appeared behind him and said that even the Fatal Desire could not overcome this barrier. Lumar tried to suddenly attack him, but Sanhu could easily dodge such attacks, and he noted that he should be more careful because he could accidentally cut him. It amazed Sanka how the guide could maintain his playfulness even when all their lives were hanging by a thread. Therefore, Sanhu decided to show the guide that in fact, the system is not omnipotent, and that there is someone and something stronger than it. The elder decided that humanity was the part that could be sacrificed, perhaps because he was unable to overcome the power of chaos that had permeated the system. Sanhu's level had now surpassed 600 and was at the final stage, after which the Overlord stage would follow, allowing him to defeat the Fatal Desire. And now Sanhu intends to do everything to overcome the system and save humanity. Lumar asked Sanu if he thought about what would happen to the others, because if he angered the system or harmed it, none of the other awakened would be able to return home. But Sanhu only replied that Lumar would pay with his life for such impudent behavior. Right there. He used the skill Odin's Wrath, which made Lumar wonder if Sanhu didn't understand the influence of the system. Sanhu noted that this is Lumar's first quest, to escape from this small prison. According to Lumar, he doesn't really need it, because he can just escape. But even if he creates a rift in space for this, it will leave behind at least some trace. Lumar understood this too, but it seemed he was just trying to irritate Sanha. Nevertheless, the guide still tried to escape from this small prison, but he was unsuccessful. From a man who could become fatal, Lumar could not expect anything else. And in the meantime, he asked Sanhu if he didn't care that humanity would not be able to return to Earth. However, Sanhu noted that the awakened would be able to return home using the general power of the rock, the gate. This seriously angered Lumar, which even caused him to change his appearance. This was his true form. It seemed that now, Lumar would be able to punch a hole in Sanhu's body with one powerful blow. Lumar's power was somewhat reminiscent of the Fatal Desire. He also poured movement into space-time, exerting powerful pressure. Sanhu could have easily avoided this attack, but he decided to test what Lumar was really capable of. Although this attack looked provocative and appeared destructive, it was easy to stop. This made Sanhu smile, and at the same time, he said that he was ready to give Lumar another task. Sanhu's second task was to endure his hellfire, but after that, Lumar was fried like a grilled chicken. However, Sanhu also gave him a third quest, to beg him for mercy until he agreed. Sanhu noted that he had already proven his worth by experiencing everything himself, and it was not given to him by the elder. Of course, Lumar didn't want to beg Sanha or anything like that, because for him, a follower of the system, it was low. Nevertheless, he wanted to save his life, so he asked him not to kill him, but to give him a second chance. However, Sanhu said to do this only to instill hope in him, and then kill him. This marked the end of Lumar's life, and Sanhu completed the quest to destroy the system's followers. After Lumar's death, the quest system window disappeared, causing quite a stir, but it will be replaced by the fatal chaos system. But the most interesting thing for Sanhu was that after the disappearance of the absolute battlefield, someone came to him. That someone turned out to be Lumar, and according to Young Hee, there was no hostility from him. Quite the opposite. Meanwhile, Sanhu wanted to find out something from Lumar, and he couldn't do it without Yun Hee's help. Since the Elder's system was gone, they could now use Yun Hee's power to talk to Lumar inside his soul. When Yun Hee entered his mind, she was surprised to find out what the guide's true face was. But what surprised her even more was that Sanhu was also able to penetrate Yun Hee's mind, even though he didn't have similar abilities. Even though this space was created by Yun Hee, Sanhu was able to easily enter it and completely dominate it. The first thing Sanhu did was ask Lumar who he really was. Until recently, the guide introduced herself as the mother of all Lunias and asked to be called Lunia. She noted that she understood how her race had disappointed him, but the leaders were entities that had long since fled from them, and she was not like them. In Lunia's eyes, Sanhu saw how she was trying to win his favor. Perhaps that was why she had taken on human form. At the same time, Lunia asked him to stop the attacks on the armies of monsters, as they called them, so that everyone could return without too many casualties. However, this was a rather brazen request on Luni's part, and Sanhu told her that it was their story, and only they had the right to decide what to do. Lunia explained to Sanhu that he wouldn't get stronger by killing more monster armies, and besides, the Elder had already left. Sanhu asked Luna what her true intentions were, since she probably didn't come to him just like that. He asked what the fate of her people was now, since Sanhu had managed to kill the fatal Desir. And would Lunia really join him now? Lunia apologized and said that they had nothing they could do to help him. Instead, she hoped that until the new Fatal Man was born, the world would remain with them. It was a hint that if Yan Hee became the human fatality, then they would worship her. However, seeing Lunea's gaze, she only shrugged. Sanhu noted that in this case, there is only one way out. From now on, they will begin to take all the spoils of war. He ordered that the first volume of the Book of the Dead and all the other equipment of the chief commanders be brought to him. But if all this turned out to be a trick to buy time for escape, then he would personally visit the homeland of Lunia. At the same time, Song Il and the others went to look for Tae Han, and it was not so easy to find him among the crowd of human corpses. But after some time, it was finally found, albeit not in the best condition. After that, Yun Hee immediately rushed to heal him without wasting a minute. Jonathan noted that Tae Han's tenacity was truly impressive, but he also wondered when they would return. According to Sanhu, they will only be able to return when all the Elder's power that was within them disappears, and only then will they be able to pass through the gates of chaos. There was just under an hour left before the Elder's power completely disappeared, and there was very little time left before the completion of the training ground. Jonathan noted that this was an excellent sign, because it would be enough for him to remove a certain type of people, those who were addicted to bloodshed. Sanhu, meanwhile, said that the time at the training ground took up a lot of everyone's time, although it flew by. The participants of the training ground were divided by nationality and by where they would return. Even those who did not believe that this hell was over still went to their place. Song Il gathered all the Koreans around him, telling them to get together as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Ian was also in critical condition, and Catalina approached him, thinking that she would heal him. But instead of curing him, she, on the contrary, helped him to go to the next world as quickly as possible. After this, one of Joshua's servants approached her and asked where she was from, to which the girl replied that she was from the United States. He sent her straight to the portal, having first taken the seals and magical items. When gates appeared in each section, Everyone screamed as if they were expecting monsters to appear. Sanhu announced that it was he who created this gate, and now they would finally be able to return home. Song-il couldn't believe that this hellish training ground had actually come to an end, and that they would be able to return back. Yun-hee was shocked to see such a small number of awakened people from Korea, because initially there were 300,000 of them, and now only 500 people remained. Sanhu couldn't help but be furious that the absolute beings thought that humanity was so weak, thinking that they wouldn't be able to pass the test site. However, Sanhu needed to hold off on showing his help until he was completely ready. Yun-hee noted that Sanhu needed to find a way to escape the control of the fatal chaos, and that after returning home, this would be their most important job in this life. Sanghu was surprised that Yun-hee knew about this, and noted that his reaction seemed too innocent. After the elder finally left the dimension, the gates merged, and a passage to all the cities opened. When the awakened ones saw their homes beyond the gates, they were extremely surprised. But their first mission upon returning was to clear out the remaining monsters and then wait for orders from the association. Those who managed to complete the training ground finally exhaled, and their joy was beyond words. After this, everyone moved towards the gates to leave this place as quickly as possible. And with this era came to a successful conclusion. The monsters, meanwhile, entered their second phase and continued to attack civilians, destroying infrastructure and causing chaos. Conventional military equipment like tanks didn't work on them, and for the monsters, it was like being bitten by a mosquito. Stopping such bloodthirsty and powerful creatures seemed impossible. So thought humanity. However, at that moment, hope for a bright future appeared, in the form of the awakened ones who had passed the hellish testing ground. For the awakened, battles against monsters in the ordinary world no longer seemed so terrifying and more like a walk. In doing so, they terrified the military, who were confused as to who they were, and demanded that they follow the army's orders. Song-il noted that he had not heard anything like this for a long time, and boldly declared that they were warriors, awakened, returned from hell. The military urgently requested reinforcements as the situation was becoming critical, but suddenly the radio of one of them was destroyed by magical force. Sanhu stated that there was no need for reinforcements here, since very soon all the monsters would be suppressed. The military continued to fear the awakened and demanded that they follow army orders. However, Yun-hee made a demonstrative gesture to one of the officers, explaining that they were now the ones who had to obey the orders. Meanwhile, Sanhu told the military man to tell his command, as well as the president and chairman of Chonil, that he was waiting for them right here. After the military learned that Jamie was coming here, their attitude towards what was happening changed dramatically. After all, this was Korea, under the complete control of the Jonil group. When Jamie saw Sanha, she was very surprised, because for ordinary people, very little time had passed since the disappearance of the awakened. And now Sanhu looked completely different. Not like she remembered him before. Meanwhile, Sanhu noted that a lot of time had passed since their last meeting and asked to prepare a press conference. He also added that about 20 years had passed since their disappearance, but for some, it could have been even longer. However, she, like others, will be able to hear all the details about this directly from Tae-han. Jamie was amazed. First, Sanhu, who had changed dramatically since their last meeting, and now Tae-han, the president of Il-sung Group, seemed to be bowing to him. Sanhu told Jamie that he and Tae-han were planning to create an association. And to do that, they needed to start by understanding the overall situation. Under martial law, the army plays out a certain scenario, the so-called trap operation. This also happened in the original timeline. Back then it was called the Awakened Control Plan. The current president of Korea was like the president of the United States, and despite the club's interference, he managed to get elected to the post of president. But this did not mean that he had the right to ignore the club's instructions. Sanhu decided to leave the press conference to Tae-hanu. Joshua would have handled it before, but due to the changes that had occurred with him, he refused. Sanhu also told Tae-han that since they had survived until this point, they must now fulfill the promise they made to each other at the testing ground. Jamie was shocked, surprised, and stunned all at once. In just a couple of minutes, she had a countless number of questions. At the same time, the president of the Republic of Korea, Kim Woo-sup, went to meet with Sanhu. They tried to dissuade the president from the meeting, since there were rumors about Sanhu that he was an unusually cruel person. However, the president insisted on this meeting. And besides, Jamie and Tae-han would be there. How could anything go wrong? When Woo-sup saw Taehan, he was surprised because he had changed a lot since their last meeting. Woo-sup stated that the awakened ones received recognition for their efforts in suppressing the alien beings. On behalf of the president, as well as on behalf of the nation and all citizens, he expressed sincere gratitude. In response, Taehan demanded that the trap be stopped immediately, as the soldiers could be seriously injured. USOP noted that he did not understand what they were talking about, and that no operation existed. After that, Sanhu left them, leaving everything to Taehan and Jamie. The president admitted that there had been some unpleasant incidents, but this was the first time he had heard of such an operation, and he was ready to apologize to the awakened. Taehan replied that there was no need for that. It would be enough to say that no operation had ever taken place and would never take place. Jamie also added that the reason for the urgent meeting was due to martial law. Woo-sup noted that there is no guarantee that the monster invasion will not happen again, and this is a huge risk. Jamie assured him that the problem could be resolved within the Awakened Association, and that a large-scale invasion would not happen again. Woo-sup asked her if she was referring to the World Association of Awakened People, and casually asked when he could meet with Chairman Joshua, to which Jamie replied that she would arrange a meeting soon. The president thanked her and noted that he also wants to return ordinary citizens to their daily lives as quickly as possible, but that lifting martial law is not a quick process. Regardless of whether it passes the state council, the changed situation in the world is also an issue that needs to be taken into account, as monster invasions continue in other countries. Jamie noted that other countries would also begin discussions similar to theirs, so she asked that they begin immediately. Woo-sup replied that they would take it into consideration. But then Taehan intervened and stated that Jamie's words were not a request at all. The pressure in the room was unbearable, and Woo-sup couldn't resist it. Taehan noted that if he continues to refuse even after a direct meeting with the club owner, he cannot guarantee the fate of this country. Woo-sup was shocked. Could this guy really be the owner of Chunil Club? Jamie confirmed his words and added that the lifting of martial law was not a request, but an order from Sanhu. Meanwhile, the situation around remained unstable, and some soldiers fought with the awakened. All members of the unit that carried out Operation Trap were eliminated. Headquarters immediately canceled the operation and began covering their tracks. And Song-il at this time tried to help explain the situation in his own way. Sanhu ordered that all those whose lives were in danger be treated and then placed in hotels. Meanwhile, Song-il said that he seemed to have finally decided to meet Ki-chul. Yun-hee remarked that he was a good boy for finally making up his mind, and asked him to take a small gift from her and Sanhu with him. It was a wish coupon for Ki-chul, the son of Caliber Man Sung-il, from Sang-hoo and Yeon-hee. Song-il was not just surprised, he was absolutely delighted with the gift. He asked if it wasn't too much, because it felt like he was holding a nuclear bomb in his hand. Sang-hoo noted that he didn't know how good a gift it would be, but asked Song-il to continue helping him in the future. Song-il was incredibly grateful to them, and also glad that in the midst of all the darkness and hellish conditions, he was able to meet someone like Sanhu and Yeon-hee. After this, a joyful Song-il hurried to meet his son, to finally see him for the first time in a long time. As he approached the house, Song-il was very worried, because he did not know what his son's reaction would be, and he was worried that he would not recognize him. The problem started the moment he asked to open the door. His ex-wife didn't want to see him, thinking he had come to play daddy just as the world was going crazy. However, he still insisted on meeting his son, and as a result, she agreed. Fears that Gi-chul might not recognize him turned out to be unfounded. The son was also very happy to see his father. It was a long-awaited meeting between father and son, after several years of separation. Song-il couldn't even contain his emotions. He was not only happy to see Ki-chul, but also, looking at him, he remembered Ja-sung, who gave his life to save him. Gi-chul was surprised to see his father's tears, and didn't quite understand what had happened. His ex-wife asked him to stop crying and let Ki-chul go, because they had to hurry and get ready to leave. Song-il didn't understand where they were going to go, because the situation had already stabilized. However, she noted that the monsters had reached the very heart of Seoul, making the city unsafe. But Song-il said that everything was fine, and they could confirm it just by watching the news. The news announced that the monster attacks had stopped, and the World Awakened Association had been created, becoming a shield for humanity. As of March 17th, the 10-day martial law had been lifted, but movement remained restricted in some areas, and curfews remained in effect. Meanwhile, Sung-il handed Ki-chul the wish coupon that Sang-hoo and Yeon-hee had prepared for him, and asked him to use it only in case of emergency. Gi-chul was perplexed and didn't quite understand why he needed this piece of paper. Meanwhile, Taehan's press conference began, where he was going to talk about what had happened and what would happen. Taehan said that 10 years ago, he was a businessman in Asia, and he trembled with anger and fear in the face of merciless attacks by monsters. Humanity was powerless against the alien civilization, and there was no other way out except the use of nuclear weapons. But now, everything is different. The World Association of Awakened has been created, the goal of which is to fight extraterrestrial beings. They will eliminate new threats, as well as monitor order and the situation to ensure that similar threats do not arise. The words Joshua spoke earlier were not fantasy. They became reality. Taehan also announced that he was the president of the World Association of Awakened Ones, and that they started with 4.5 million people at the testing ground, but returned with less than 200,000. In a place where the struggle was beyond imagination, they fought together with the Almighty, named Odin. Therefore, it is important to remember all those who fought under his name and are now ready to stand up for the defense of the human race. One of the directors of the association was Yeon-hee, codenamed Mari, formerly known as Joshua, now under the name Osiris, also became a director. King Yama, known to all as Jonathan Hunter, is also a director of the association. The last person in this group of directors is Mancaliber, named Song-il. This surprised Song-il's relatives. They couldn't believe that he was able to achieve such a thing. Meanwhile, Taehan stated that starting with today's victory, humanity will stand up to the alien species and restore everything that was taken from them. They do not want a simple reconstruction, but will begin the revival of a new world. From this day on, the World Association of Awakened promises the beginning of a new era for all of humanity. Today's victory marks a big step and a turning point in human history, and it will prove that humans are the strongest race. After this, Gi-chul opened the piece of paper containing the so-called wish coupon that his father had given him. He was delighted that his father was one of the heroes who stood up to defend humanity. However, not everyone supported the order that San-hoo tried to establish through the Association of Awakened Ones. Some reporters wanted to uncover all the secrets that the association had decided to hide from public view. They were unhappy with the fact that the only information about what happened was conveyed by Taehan, the association's president. And the first thing one of the reporters did was to look for clues in the joint memorial hall, where it was customary to pray for the souls of those who sacrificed themselves at the test site. The association became a very well-known organization, so politicians, businessmen, and many other people joined it. But not everyone was happy about this. As a result, the reporter managed to find one clue. On one of the wreaths, there was a signature expressing condolences in connection with the death from a member of the association, Song-il. After this, Song-il contacted San-hoo and said that a reporter had contacted him, most likely having obtained the number from his relatives. San-hoo told Song-il to discourage them gently, and if that didn't work, to hand the matter over to the emergency services. This was expected, as each reporter wanted to stand out from the rest and tell the world something about the association that no one knew before. However, the problem was not the media's curiosity, but rather that not everyone understood the seriousness of the situation. The real problem was the forces that refused to cooperate with the association, such as China. So San-hoo decided to give them a little surprise to make them submit on their own. And the weapon in this battle will be the use of the maximum level of economic sanctions. But if you just put pressure on them, it won't work. Then an even bigger problem will arise, because the money that should be circulating will stop, and this will be no different from forcibly imprisoning the awakened. Meanwhile, on the market, all global stocks began to rise in unison. This was a sell-off of over $1 trillion worth of stocks, due to those who liquidated most of their holdings on Emergence Day, an unprecedented amount of money accumulated in the market. And if this is not stopped, the world will plunge into hyperinflation. A deal that would normally take months was completed in just one day, thanks to greedy opportunists. And the profits were enormous, as items bought at a bargain price were sold at a high price. Brian noted that he would take full responsibility since he was unable to contact Jonathan. What Brian was doing right now was pure madness, and for some, even beyond the realm of possibility. Right now, he has made a decision on his own about $1 trillion deal, a deal the size of most countries' GDP. Brian was the head trader at Jonathan Investment Financial Group. Now he looked like a man no different from the monsters that appeared on Day of the Beginning. He wanted to transfer the proceeds from the sale to the Awakened Association and asked that a letter of cooperation be sent to Washington. The transfer of funds to the association was instinctive. Brian began to build theories, because in The Day of the Beginning, Jonathan mentioned a certain one, and if the leader of the world market and the leader of the association are one and the same person, then he made the right move. And meanwhile, during this, a letter came to him, and it was from Odin. In it, he noted that transferring $1 trillion to the association is a good decision, and also attached more detailed information on the actions. After this, Brian immediately headed to Washington, as Sanhu had told him. However, the US president did not quite understand how they wanted to manage $1 trillion without paying a cent in taxes. This was because what the government was supposed to do would end up being done by a private company, and if the president stopped it, he would have to bear the burden. The president was shocked at how easily they could hand out money left and right, saying that each awakened person would be given $200,000. They tried to explain to him that the awakened ones were extremely aggressive, so there was no point in holding them back. Instead, it was necessary to give them guarantees of at least a peaceful life so that they would not rebel. However, the president demanded that they pay taxes. Otherwise, things would not go as planned. Moreover, they planned to spend it through Jonathan Investment because it would be better for their own administration. But the president understood this as an opportunity to distribute the capital. However, this was not entirely true. SOB and partner banks are also working on this. All that remains is the president's approval. The president was furious. Was he really not being taken seriously as a person, but just as a puppet? He didn't want to allow the awakened to become the norm in society, considering them to be ordinary monsters like those that appeared on the Day of the Beginning. Sometime later, Brian arrived at the White House and didn't keep him waiting for long, telling the president to immediately impose tough economic sanctions against China and countries hostile to the awakened. The president did not want to maintain this tone of conversation, since Brian had brazenly come to him and started setting his conditions. He was furious. However, he was willing to listen to him and asked how severe the sanctions were that he wanted to discuss. Brian noted that this should be a complete ban on the import and export of all goods, including oil, a ban on direct flights from the United States and allied countries to these countries. But this is only the first step. But this only made the US president laugh, and he asked Brian if he really thought the US would wage their puppet war. He said that if they wanted to do that, they would have to impeach him. But Brian said that was not necessary. He was a much better candidate than they expected. This made him wary, but at the same time, Brian said that he should not worry because economic sanctions would be applied by countries all over the world. He also has a message from Odin, especially for the president. The president was surprised. Could he really be talking about that very one who is the leader of the awakened ones? In the letter, Sanhu made an appointment with him on behalf of the Chonil Club, noting that they were looking forward to his presence. This greatly surprised the president, and also frightened him, and he understood that he could not refuse this invitation. Meanwhile, Sanhu went to the meeting, asking Yeonhee to notify him if Jonathan contacts her. Despite the completion of the test site, Sanhu still had many matters to oversee personally. Instead of flying by plane, he could have used the gate. But as the fatal man, he had to be careful, as any action could be interpreted as carrying out the orders of the fatal chaos. Although the World Association of Awakened Ones had already been established, it was still far from complete, and much work remained to be done, including registering all the Awakened Ones at the headquarters in Korea. On the plane, Sanhu met a girl named Carrie, who asked him to spare a minute to discuss an important matter. She introduced herself as a journalist from the very newspaper that Sanhu read, and he, introducing himself as Ethan, noted that it was an honor for him as a subscriber. Carrie asked him for his opinion on the current situation with US economic sanctions, assuming he was connected to the financial sector. Sanhu responded that this was the correct response to countries trying to use awakened ones as weapons of war. Carrie noted that the strongest awakened had escaped, and that the detained groups were weak, making it unreasonable to consider them a significant threat. She added that in the context of an unstable global economy, applying such harsh sanctions is irrational. Sanhu stated that despite her doubts, the association's slogan was, "Leap into a new era," and awakened ones should be accepted by society. When asked about his work with the association, Sanhu replied that he was from Jonathan Investment Finance Group, and Carrie immediately asked if Jonathan was involved. He refuted her guess, emphasizing that he was only expressing his opinion as a person from the financial sector. However, Carrie changed her tone, saying that he should stop pretending because yesterday's trillion-dollar deal speaks for itself. Sanhoo assured that the global economy would not suffer, since it was they who held the line on the day of the beginning. Only Sanhoo's voice could be heard in the plane's cabin, and his words put everyone on guard. He added that a huge volume of shares would soon enter circulation, capable of offsetting any shock from sanctions. He then asked Carrie what she thought would happen when those who left the market on the day of the beginning returned. Sanhoo declared that this would be an era of unprecedented financial prosperity. At this time, Xiaoyan was trying to convince the Chinese president of his views on the awakened. He was worried that one had not subjugated everyone with his power. Xiaoyan noted that even at the testing ground, he tried to build a social system. The president interrupted the conversation, deciding that all the awakened were saying the same thing. He came to the conclusion that even if all the people and awakened ones united, they would not be able to defeat Odin. Therefore, the Chinese government began a secret investigation and study of the monsters. He mused that leaping into a new era might not be such an absurd idea. However, he believed that there could not be two emperors in the world, and he planned to neutralize U.S. sanctions by preparing for a confrontation with the association. But things didn't go according to plan, as China had only one option left to counter it. They decided to bring down the dollar, causing gold prices to rise. If they managed to break through the price cap with massive supply, the dollar as the world's reserve currency will collapse. This would be tantamount to the use of an economic nuclear bomb, causing a global shock. Meanwhile, Jillian and Jessica prepared a map for negotiations and handed it over to Sanhoo. Jillian noted that even Russia and the gold cartel have allied with the Rothschilds, and China has accumulated a huge amount of gold. But this can be dealt with. Sanhoo added that the stock market is currently experiencing unprecedented growth, and that China would need several times more than expected to have a real impact on the price of gold, thanking Jillian and Jessica for their work. Mick was also ready for negotiations, although he was a little nervous. Jamie, Taehan, Brian, Jillian, and Jessica were ready with him. It was the beginning of a long-awaited new era, the global meeting of the Chunil Club that Sanhoo had spoken of. Everyone was waiting for this meeting, hoping to hear what Sanhoo would say. Some awakened ones tried to enter the hall using their abilities. In response, Sanhoo demonstratively used Odin's wrath to show that this could not be done. This caused a real shock, and it became clear that it was better not to argue with Sanhoo. He also warned against wasting money on hiring awakened ones for such purposes. Sanhoo then continued the meeting, and the participants began to make requests, representing their families and countries. Since this was the first meeting after Beginning Day, extreme ideas were also raised, such as reviving the Tessera Project. The Tessera Project is a token worn by slaves in ancient Rome. Today, its analog could be a microchip implanted into the body. This idea was already raised at the Bilderberg Club after the August 11th terrorist attack as a measure to prepare for a catastrophe, but it was rejected at the time. Sanhoo stated that such a thing might be necessary for awakened ones as part of the process of joining the association. The atmosphere was divided between the awakened and the ordinary members of the club, but the main topic was the following. Sanhoo announced that an agreement was planned between the association and UN members. Therefore, Sanhoo asked the club members to familiarize themselves with the documents prepared in advance at their locations. The contents caused quite a shock among the club members, since the first point of the agreement was that only those who officially joined the World Association of Awakened through approved channels were considered members of the association. The association also demanded access to information about facilities and territories under the control of UN member states. They were also given complete freedom of action in matters of protection, security, and management of these facilities and territories. The association demanded that its members be given the authority to protect the said objects and territories. Simply put, no one in the world should interfere with the actions of the World Association of Awakened. Absolute power, in exchange for installing microchips in the bodies of the awakened. Some might have considered these conditions insane and unacceptable, but the club members were willing to sign the agreement. Sanhoo's influence on others was difficult to describe in words, but one thing was clear. In the eyes of most, he had become a god. Meanwhile, the news was already discussing fights between awakened men and women, at whose hands police officers were killed because they were unable to resist them. Gi-chul became wary and began to inquire whether the awakened had ever been detained. He wondered if his father would one day become like that, even though he looked like an ordinary old man. However, he was able to book the most expensive hotel, which belonged to Il-sung Hotel. At this time, Ki-chul's friend Yeonju came to him and was shocked by where his friend was now living. Yeonju asked if his father had won the lottery, but Gi-chul replied that it was Uncle Tae-han who had won it. Song-il also wanted to say hello to Ki-chul's friend, but he did it in a rather peculiar way. Yeonju noted that despite his ordinary appearance, Song-il is an outstanding awakened person nicknamed Caliber Man. He then asked Song-il if he had ever killed people, and his gaze suddenly turned gloomy. Exhaling, Song-il replied that there were such cases, but it was a necessary measure because he could not allow such filth to live in this world. He added that he would soon create a world in which there would be only peace and quiet, and there would be no need to worry unnecessarily. Therefore, if they want to do something now, or just eat, then they should do it so that they don't regret it later. They shouldn't have any reason to limit themselves because they can use his name to get what they want. After that, Gi-chul and Yeonju ran out for a walk, admiring along the way what a cool father Gi-chul had. As soon as they left, the Fatal Chaos System window appeared in front of Song-il, notifying him that he had been chosen as one of the priests of the Fatal Man. Tae-han, Jonathan, and Joshua received the same system alert. Yeon-hee was also chosen by the system, and along with the rest of the priests, she was given access to the human army's ritual called Change. It was an order from the Fatal Chaos to perform the Change ritual, and the system warned that the battle of the constellations between Dragoran's army and the army of the Seven Demon Kings was nearing its end. The priests were also required to find the remains of ancient dungeons on their planet and change the entrances leading from them to the battlefield. This was the beginning of the end. Or rather, a declaration of readiness for it, because the final battle between the two species would soon take place. In this battle, humanity will no longer remain on the sidelines, but rather will come to the forefront to fight the impending threat.